Hey, everybody. Right, we got Mary as co-host. Mary, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm right here. Can you hear me
Okay,
good?
Azad is away, obviously, so thank you very much for stepping in. I think
No problem.
Azad may hang around for a bit, so I'll add him as co-host as well, just in case, for any reason. Okay, so sorry I started 15 minutes late. I went on for 45 minutes on YouTube. If anyone hasn't had time to watch that, I gave the fastest overview. There was a lot to cover. And I just want to say we've got normally this is Azad and a Bank to the Future um, what do we call this space that we do. But Mary here is neutral. If anyone is blocked by me in the emotion of this whole process, feel free to DM Mary. If you want to just be civil right now and work together on a plan, I'm happy to unblock, put the past in the past, and see if we can work together as a unified team of creditors, getting the best that we can possibly get. So feel free to DM Mary because you wouldn't be able to DM me. And Mary will just say, I'll unblock them. And if you come up and you're still being a dick, then we'll go back to how we were. But I give you an olive branch, and hopefully you know all the information right now to understand that half of the things that people, the conspiracy theories that they were creating, is all open on the line, and you're not going to be forced into Bank to the Future or anything. And we never wanted anyone in Bank to the Future that didn't want to be there. We were always going to create markets so that you could get yourself out, because we only like working with people that want to work with us. Okay, awesome.
And Simon, if I may say, I know that Scott was having some issues not seeing some people, some requests on yesterday. So if you are having a problem coming up to stage, please also DM me. I want to make sure, and I know that you want everybody's voice to be heard. So please DM me if you have not come up to the stage. So I'll try to get to everyone in an orderly fashion. Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, so yeah, over to you, Mary. Maybe you want to start as you're the co-host. How are you feeling about the plan?
Well, I'm glad it's finally here. That's for sure. You did a really good job of like breaking it down. There were a lot of similarities to what you initially presented, and I'm glad that people are starting to do a lot of research on Nova Wolf because, we certainly don't want to get back into where we are right now. But I am very happy that it's finally here, and I just want to move forward. I enjoy everybody in this space, and I love everyone. And yes, I am very neutral. I love hearing everybody's take on this. But yeah, I am so happy that we're finally here. So thanks for everybody's input on all sides of this debacle.
Okay, yeah,
I
this
do
is
have someone on the
literally the
stage.
space that I have been looking forward to most, where we just have a framework and we're all moving forward with trying to get what we want. Now remember, the UCC will definitely listen to this. Celsius will listen to this. Nova Wolf will be listening to this. Anyone who's anybody in this thing will be listening to it. So this is your opportunity to have your voice heard if you don't feel like you have a voice.
Yes. We do have Ramsey on the stage if you'd like to get started.
Hey guys, hope you guys are all doing well. Um, Simon, I think it's a pretty obvious answer, but I just wanted to make sure and see if anyone will be kind of rebuttaling this or whatever. But so the cryptocurrency that'll be paid back to us uh, it'll be 70% of what the USD filing was at the petition date, correct?
So are you in the below 5,000 convenience class?
Uh,
So 70% is for the below $5,000 convenience class, and that is also dependent upon the price of crypto because it's the dollar value at the petition date that will then hopefully be used to buy back some crypto. But I gave an example of how 70% can turn to 7% and how 70% can turn to 700% because we're all crypto short, so I gave an example of that one. But if you're above $5,000, um, then you will probably receive an initial 20 to 30% by estimates. But there's so many variables on what will determine whether that happens.
so pre-petition, yeah, but now because the value of things have gone back up, no. but it'd be because of it would be whatever it was at the petition date. So then yes, my earn would be considered uh, convenience
Okay,
class.
yeah.
Yeah,
So you're
I actually
you're
got
likely
lucky.
to get 70% back, but yeah, it's the US dollar value, and then it will, so if you had $1,000, you'll get $700 claim, and then that $700 will be used to buy back the crypto. So if the is my understanding. So if the price goes up, you'll get
Uh,
less crypto. If the price crashes, you'll get more crypto.
Would have been nicer if they did just 70% of whatever you had. So if I had like a quarter of a Bitcoin or whatever, 70% of
Yeah,
that.
they'll never do that, because that would put them in a position where they could go bankrupt just based upon a bull market. Yeah.
Bull market,
So,
right?
and this is
Yeah.
what I try to tell everyone. And when others were saying that the bull market is good, yeah, it's beneficial to the mining operation, but that was mainly a restructuring thing. It's not going to help when buying back the tokens based upon how bankruptcy works.
So the best thing right now would be for crypto to stay down at where it
Yeah, and you
was.
might get
We
that. It
get our
might be a
coins
bear
back.
market for the rest of the year. There's still some. I think a lot of stuff is priced into the market, but we may still have some. Well, it's interesting because I don't want to go too off topic because I want to focus on this one. But I did a video on stable coins and how I was forecasting a big pump in the price of Bitcoin because people would convert their stables to Bitcoin as a result of the regulatory crackdown. So there's so many
Uh,
variables here, but yeah, we are still in what should be a bear market, not financial advice. And this may just be a bit of a bounce, and that would be good for the convenience class. But then they're going to play us all against each other, just so you know. So if you get a really good recovery, then you could cram down a plan on everyone else. And they're going to use like the negotiations between all the different classes to make sure that they get the plan implemented, which at the end of the day, the alternative to this is liquidation. If the SEC does not approve this, if we do not negotiate now the best deal possible, then I think it moves into liquidation. So that doesn't really help, too much on that side. But yeah, we still got a bit further to go.
Thanks,
okay.
Ramsey.
Yeah.
Uh,
One more. I just had one more quick question, if that was okay.
sure.
Yeah, we might want to stick to
So,
one question in future, just because there's so many, I imagine. But carry on.
okay,
Yes, we do have a queue.
okay. I'll just, and that's fine. I can just hop off then. That's not a
All right,
problem.
thanks, Ramsey. Feel free to come back in the queue and start again.
Yeah, no worries. Talk to you guys later. Thanks.
You
Have a
too.
good day.
Thank you, Ramsey. Eric?
Yeah, thanks, Mary. Hey, Simon. I'll shoot these three things off real quick, Simon, and you can opine on all three. I brought up the clawback threshold minimum amount with the judge twice yesterday, and he obviously said that was he realizes that that's a concern. When do you think they're going to give us the clawback threshold? I mean, that impacts custody, and it impacts probably anyone that's removed assets off of the platform. And what do you
Yeah,
think
I'll
that their
answer that one.
strategy is?
We'll do your three, and I'll just answer them quickly. That
Yeah.
was asked during the UCC town hall, and they said that a disclosure statement will not go through until they've changed the to be determined amount. Um, if you want my crystal balling, I think they're going to put 100K in there.
Yeah. Do you know? I actually agree with you. Do you know when they're going to do that?
No,
When
they're
you
going to
say
strategically do it at the exact right moment when they need the right. They've got the optimum amount of support, or
right,
every game that could possibly be played with
right,
cram downs
right.
and game
Yeah,
theory is all going to be played. So this is why we really need to make sure that we're peacefully negotiating with each other, because it's going to get quite heated. They're going to make sure that we're all played off against each other.
yeah. And that's what worries me. You mentioned disclosure documents. Are these or disclosure statement? Is this disclosure clause supposed to be in like these settlement agreements? In other words, are they expecting individuals to settle before they let us know this clawback, or do they have to let that know in advance?
All
That's
right.
really
Using Ronan's term, Twitter bankruptcy court, non-lawyer
yeah.
type of stuff that I have no clue about, but I just think is
Yeah.
so I do have experience about you've got a term sheet, you've got a disclosure statement,
Okay.
and then you've got the negotiations. And so the settlement with custody, I think that's going to be like, I believe, and I could be completely wrong, so someone correct me if I'm wrong, that's going to go to like get the judge's approval for the settlement.
Yeah.
And then those that want to opt into it can opt in, and you can then, remove some of your clawback exposure. And then those that don't want to opt into it can maintain the right to sue an estate that no longer exists in the future.
But you believe that that settlement will have the disclosure statement. That's the main point here, right?
That maybe not, but I think you got to force it, make sure it
Right.
happens.
All right. My second thing is I just want to show my support for your plan over Nova Wolf's plan. I guess with this exclusivity period, is it basically set in stone that we have to accept the Nova Wolf plan, or after exclusivity can we veto that, so to speak, and say, well, the community wants Simon's plan? Is that a
I don't,
possibility, or are we?
I
Yeah.
don't, I don't think so. I've what now we're at this stage where they've announced it. I'm pretty much probably breaking every bankruptcy code in terms of solicitation. I always was on the edge of what can be done, what's permissible in the bankruptcy code to try and support creditors. And I believe that it led to the result where the framework that we wanted was used for the plan. But yeah, we are we are not a US first company, so I don't think we were selected. Uncle Sugar, as Ronan always says, once they're taxed, they don't want to take the tax outside of the US.
Yeah, well, I certainly wouldn't say you've been soliciting anyone, any of us. None of us are able to vote or even have our voices heard in this matter, right?
Absolutely.
Because of this exclusive. So I definitely would not say that you're soliciting.
But
You're
yeah,
just
I think it's
give.
Nova War for liquidation at this stage. I don't really. Well, that's not a done deal. Actually,
Yeah,
I stand corrected.
yeah.
Um,
That's my point. Is like a solicitation is, hey guys, vote for my plan. We haven't even had that fucking option yet, right? So it's like, well, where do we stand? They're using our money. Where do we stand? And my third thing, and I know this is a point of contention, is the cell token. I mean, there's enough cell token in Treasury. Just return that bullshit token back to the owners. 100%. Cell token holders get 100% of their bullshit cell token back. I don't know why that hasn't even that should have been like number one, day one. Like just return that shit token. Like what do
all right, I'll give
what? Yeah,
I'll give the sell token argument.
yeah,
There are a bunch of people, just because there's a bunch of vocal people that had lemons in their profiles that were that hopefully we can all unite around and realize that Celsius is the enemy all along and has been the enemy all along.
yeah.
Once we figure that one out, hopefully we can be all more civil to each other. And I always said, I think that those in the Celsius community that had all of their funds in Cell were the ones that believed Alex Mashinsky's BS the most, were the most loyal, and were the biggest victims. There are some that stayed loyal to Alex Mashinsky even after the Examiner report, and those are kind of a different class of people.
Yeah.
But those that have reached the realization that they got completely scammed, misrepresented, um, and I don't believe that they should be punished as a result of that. And we're not talking about insiders here. That should all be settled itself. But
Well, I
really,
think
the rules are the rules, and hopefully, I believe that the right thing to do was just stick to the bankruptcy code. Give it the no one wants a token that's not connected to any type of company in the future. Their whole thing was that they wanted the company to come back, the token to have life again, and that's not what they got. So I'll try. I'll do my little advocacy for the cell token holders.
yeah, yeah. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm sure there's others that want to speak up, but like the insiders that they're going after are key C-suite level executives. They're not even going after that crook Zach, right? At least according to that first report, which is beyond me. To my knowledge, Cell Token was given to these YouTubers and these shillers all day long for free. So I have a feeling that there's a good majority, and maybe Plancy can correct me if I'm wrong, or anyone else. There's a vast majority of probably high-ranking Cell Token holders that probably got their stuff for free, and they may not be considered insiders. They're shillers, they're YouTubers, or whatever. And now they're taking essentially our Bitcoin, our ETH, our whatever token, our legitimate digital token, and they're gonna basically give that to sell holders. It's mind-boggling to me of a token that was propped up, like inflated, a synthetic inflated asset from our real legitimate assets. And it's, I held sell at one point also, right? So, but I wasn't going down this whole shill thing like all these other. It just doesn't seem right to those that are in earn, and I'm not really in earn, so this isn't even the dog in my fight here. But it's just like I just don't feel like anyone's legitimate BTC or ETH should go to pay back. I mean, even at a 50% haircut or 80% haircut for sell holders, they're still making out more than likely because the
Okay,
token
well,
is really worth shit.
so
So
far,
Yeah.
Nova Wolf agrees with you. So they're doing and I think they're going to represent themselves, set up an ad hoc, like hopefully they'll have you'll have your moment to try and express that. Thanks for expressing it,
thanks again. Thanks, Mary.
and I'll leave Plan C to do his bit on that
Hey,
as well. I think. Thanks, Mary.
Sure, sure.
yeah. Thanks, Eric. Hey, I have a lot of people in the queue. So in the interest of time, if you can please limit your questions to one. And then when you ask your question, just come back on the queue and I'll let you back up. That way we get everybody with all the questions. But thanks so much for your questions, Eric. The order is Crypto Walla, Tecmo, and then Ronan.
All right. Hey, Simon. You may recall I'm in the top 50 creditor for Celsius. I've really kind of two questions. You can choose to answer whichever one you want, and I'll take it offline. The first question is, what kind of fight should we expect from the preferred equity holders, all those that made the investment in Series B round? And the second
Let me do
part
one at a
question.
time, and then I'll take your second. Expect them to continue till the bitter end. They have to do their fiduciary duty because they are charging the Canadian Pension Fund and various other things a management fee, just like Nova Wolf will be charging us a management fee in order to maximize the value of the estate. And so they have to cross the T's and dot the I's and do their fiduciary duty. It's different to the Bank to the Future model where we don't charge annual fees or performance fees. We just charge the on distribution, so therefore everyone gets their own votes and stuff. But they will continue to fight, and it appears that we there is still a fight.
Do you think they, in your view, in your experience, do you think that they have a leg to stand on and will further cut down, and the liquid assets that are available?
It's a deeply legal argument. I'm really not the best person.
Okay.
I've got an
Yeah, fair
opinion
enough.
based upon what lawyers have told me, but it's a very technical argument based upon terms and conditions, intercompany structures, which then depends upon proving were these companies separated, were they misrepresented. This is one to ask in the UCC town hall to the lawyers, and not for me.
Okay, fair enough. And you can choose to answer the second question if you like, but I'm curious, do we expect that the equity that Nova Wolf is going to set up, and we get the equity share token, to be at the value of when we went into at the date of the bankruptcy?
No, there's no connection from my understanding. What will happen is it's set up as a fund, and it will have a bunch of value. So when Celsius went into bankruptcy, they had placed a value of 720 million on the mining company, and then I think they revalued that to 680 million. And then they will have shares in various companies, and they will have loans, and they'll get a professional auditor as per a company that normally works on public reporting standards and GAAP standards, and there'll be a net asset value that will be the initial price. So that all those assets will be valued. The crypto will probably be revalued in real time using some kind of blockchain type of thing, maybe. But it should be, if you look at like a security token on Securitize, like Blockchain Capital, they just do these quarterly revaluations. So it's got no connection to anything to do with the bankruptcy. It's all about what those assets are valued at now. And I believe it will be significantly smaller than the whole. And then they'll be looking to increase that and charge a performance fee.
Well, I guess, what about the staked ETH, right? So its current
Yeah,
value.
exactly.
Yeah,
The stake D should not be charged a performance fee. And their argument is that they've created a management share token that aligns our interests. So I really want to dig into that structure.
but I guess the question is the value of this equity, right? This new co, does that include the current price of stake date, or is it going to be at the bankruptcy date?
No, it would be live. There's no connection. So
Okay.
they're setting up a new fund, and really the opening, the opening price will just be determined. Actually, there is an interesting point that you've just brought to my attention. Yeah, how those assets are valued should be consistent, because if they were undervalued, that would increase a performance fee. But look,
Exactly.
This is not. I'm hoping that this is going to get the attention, and it's so we should definitely apply the same level of skepticism, but we shouldn't see this as Celsius 2.0, Mijinski shit. Hopefully, famous last words. But this should all be done with professional auditors to public reporting standards, with the SEC still looming their head, that could just say no to the whole thing at the end.
Well, yeah, I think that's my point that I'm trying to make, and hopefully somebody from the UCC is listening to us here. But there's going to be a value of, let's just take one simple example: staked ETH at the day of closing, when Nova Wolf takes over NewCo. There should be a price on that particular stake ETH that goes into the equity of the NewCo, and I think that's what should carry forward. And obviously, it
Yeah,
will be variable. So,
yeah.
anyways,
It'll
thanks for
be
your answer.
they'll pick a
Yeah,
date, and that will be the price. That's how we do it on all of our bookkeeping for our company because we
exactly.
hold crypto.
So that's something that we should all be watching for in the term sheet,
Yeah,
and making sure it's done right. All right, fair enough.
yeah,
Thanks a lot for your help.
absolutely. And hopefully we don't see any shitcoin token flywheels on that balance sheet, propping up a balance sheet, making it look more popular. But that would work in our favor if we can create a short squeeze to the shitcoin and try and manipulate the performance fee that we'll get on our new MST token.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the ride ahead.
Hey, and again, I would offer up, if you want to bring the top 50 creditors together, look me up and let's have a chat.
Yeah, let's do that catch up. We've got to do
All
it.
right, cheers.
Thank you so much, CryptoWalla. Tecmo, Ronan, then Alexandria.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. So yeah, real quick on the Cell token debate, like if I was offered 100% of my Bitcoin back, I would take that. So if they are offered 100% of their Cell back, they should take that. The fact that it has no value anymore is the bet they made when they invested in that token. They made a risk-based bet on a shit token, and if it doesn't work out for them, so be it. But you're getting 100% of your Cell back. Congratulations. We would all love that. Just the fact that it doesn't matter and that that is absolutely worthless is irrelevant. You're getting 100% of your asset back. That's you went out of your way to invest in a shitcoin. Take the lumps of doing that. That's my opinion on that. And then B,
Can I just also add?
yeah,
Let's keep this proportional, because the number of Cell token relative to the estate is as disproportionate as Twitter debates with people with lemons in their profile relative to the total number of creditors. Let's not
absolutely.
let this completely dominate and allow a bunch of really important shit to get through in this plan because we're effing around with the damn Cell short squeeze still. Let's
Yeah,
make sure
and
we're
most
unifying around the important issues. And I do know that this is an issue. They will fight their course, and they should get legal counsel, and they should do what all the other ad hoc groups are doing to try and get what they want. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
No, that's a good point, and it goes to my overarching point. What we should focus on is what matters to the majority. The majority of people don't give a crap about Cell. The majority of people want out of this whole debacle. The majority of the people want to move on. They want as much of their money back as possible, as quickly as possible. They want insider clawbacks, not retail clawbacks. They want to get out, sell liquidate or sell illiquid assets for as much as they can get. Sure, they're going to be sold at a shitty price. That's what happens, so be it. None of us came to Celsius thinking Yeah, that sweet yield is nice, but sure, I would love to be a venture capitalist in some random ass company that can't get past regulations and has no idea about profitability, viability, or any other thing going forward. And maybe they might be a good opportunity for me to invest a bunch of money in. Not a single person came here for that. The majority of the people want out as quickly as possible and to get their funds as much as possible. And if that means we take a 50% haircut or whatever the haircut may be, that's what we want. That's what the most of the people want. Why do people act like this new co is what people want? That's my question.
Yeah, and I've said that all along, that all of the money should be used in order to distribute whatever's left. And then if people want to invest in more speculative things, then let's issue the equity. And I said we'll do a rights issue on Bank to the Future, and people can voluntarily invest with their funds in custody, or we can just source it from our existing pool of investors. And if all they needed was 50 million for the mining operation, I thought it was 200 million from my estimates. And if that's the situation it's in, then that would have been very achievable. And the same would have been right for GK as well, from my perspective. But I understand that, I've got a different level of tolerance to risk profile of what the judge might approve. And last time I asked the judge to give us some Bitcoin for GK8, he kind of laughed me out of the room. So I stopped it then and left everything to everyone else at that stage, and just stepped in where I can have influence.
All right, I appreciate you and Mary.
All right, thanks, Tecmo. Ronan and then Alexandria.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me? And gals.
Hey, hi.
First off, I'm just kind of shocked, I dare say appalled at this attack on the Cell token, both by Tecmo and Eric. First off, you're talking to one of the co-founders of the official Cell ad hoc, which is me. I'm also a Cell maxi. I'm a true believer, and the UCC has promised that we are going to get our crypto back in kind. I would like my Cell back in kind, and the fact that we have the ability and a surplus of Cell token will allow me to get it back not only in kind, but even potentially even more than 100% of recovery. I think is just extremely important. It's a position that the Cell ad hoc is potentially going to litigate. I've already called for a Celsius Cell short squeeze examiner here in Twitter bankruptcy court, because there's questions about when the Cell short squeeze started. We had some bleed over from real world bankruptcy court with Aaron calling out leaders of the squeeze and their attempt to manipulate the token. You got to understand this about the Cell token. It's exactly like Bitcoin. It has no value except that which is placed upon it. There are still people in this Celsius community that still believe in the founders, regardless of the examiner report. And I mean, Mashinsky in Texas has already incorporated a new LLC. I have no doubt that he is going to plan a new venture. And that Cell token represents the promise for financial freedom. And that Cell token could be the cornerstone of a future new co should you decide to go forward with the founders. I'm a big believer. I want everyone to get their crypto back in kind. One BTC is always going to equal one BTC. One Cell is always going to equal one Cell. And we may even approach the point where one Cell equals one BTC. I think that's all fair. Please join the official Cell ad hoc. We're potentially going to litigate to be able to get our Cell back in kind. Thank you.
Okay, Ronan, before you go, can you give us some content on loans
Okay,
as
yeah,
well?
the loans. I'll put on my actual loans hat. I think you did a great job. The overview, there's still a lot of questions just in terms of whether, okay, Bitcoin we're going to become ETH maxis under duress for 5 years. There can be some negotiations.
Give us the A and B overview. Your quick version.
Treatment A, you become a early stage seed investor in the new co for 5 years, paying anywhere from 7.5 to 12%. Incredible opportunity. But the Bitcoin borrowers, 67%, become forced ETH maxis under duress. I mean, there's a Bitcoin hole. We have no choice. It's got to be ETH. There can be any number of rebalancing strategies, as well as assurances that collateral comes back and assurances in the event of a future bankruptcy. It's clear that loans is kind of the real cornerstone of this future proposal. we next week we'll be chatting with Nova Wolf. I think that will be a very productive conversation. It is so crucial. The number one issue for everybody is the solvency of this future company and their ability to generate profits over 5 years. So I think as creditors, we need to see what the business plan is, how they plan to create money, or how they plan to create profit, what their rehypothecation strategies, what their risk management strategies are, because it's like the same people after the pause that had a margin call with a loan, expecting them to send in interest to a new or to a company that had halted withdrawals. We borrowers need confidence in Nova Wolf and confidence in Figure, and I think we can potentially get across the goal line. It's just there'll be negotiations. There's the loan ad hoc, but also the sell ad hoc. Both are equally important.
And Abra is still in the game, right?
Yes,
There's still
no secret. I'd try to be as transparent as possible, probably violating Twitter bankruptcy court NDAs, but it's no surprise. We chat extensively with Abra. They're a very, very competent crypto company. They're not in bankruptcy, which is evidence of their competency. And they have a very strong, solid management team. They're everything that Celsius purported to be, minus like inflating fake balances with tokens. And so I think they're going to put together a compelling bid. Their team, they want the best. I mean, if they could do the whole thing, they would. Just don't think they have that ability, but I think they want to put together a compelling bid that either A, allows borrowers an off ramp from this potential new co, or B, will force Nova Wolf to renegotiate some of these terms. Again,
and we still also for the pressure as well. We still remain here. Our everything we said still applies. If Abra wants to do loans, we can distribute equity. We got very good a shareholder in Abra. I'm also a shareholder in Securitize, who have the longest standing infrastructure for security tokens, and so we got to make sure that these negotiations go the right way, because there are still other people that can put this together, and we can all be plugged together.
Yeah, I 100% agree, Simon. And it's just, I want to hear. I appreciate your spaces. I obviously appreciate the UCC spaces. We have not, imagine if Kirkland and Ellis held a Twitter space, Nova Wolf holds a Twitter space, Figure holds a Twitter space. You would think if they're trying. I know Tecmo wants to cut tail and run, or wants to get as much back as possible with as much value as possible. I think that's an entirely valid position, and one that may be the most value maximizing. But I think that there could be a potential for a cram down in bankruptcy. Obviously, no one wants that to happen. This should be, like you say, voluntary investment. But I think, crazy stuff can happen in real world bankruptcy court. I think there, deals, any number of crazy things. So I think it's just important because Nova Wolf released, hey, they created a Twitter profile. That's a big deal. And they also created a website, which was a little frustrating because they said the bankruptcy court has selected Nova Wolf. I was not tracking anything about Judge Glenn or the Southern District of New York selecting Nova Wolf. I know the debtor has put forward Nova Wolf, but this is very much a plan. There's framework. I think people like you, Crypto YOLO, Adler, obviously the UCC, Aaron Klotsky, who I think is now the alpha wolf of the Nova Wolf pack, because of talking about the implications of the manipulation of the sell short squeeze. But I think we're at a position where we can all move forward. We're all on the same boat. We all need to be rowing in the same direction, but we just need to figure out who the captain of the ship is and what direction we're rowing in. So.
Yeah, awesome. One thing I'll say on Ronan before we move to the next person as well is what's really interesting now is that the negotiations for the loan group and the result that you get is also impacted in the future of the security token and the ongoing business that we in the Earn group will all benefit from. So, Nova Wolf, if you're listening, Ronan is my favorite person in this community in terms of comedy.
Check the
But he's
blockchain for the
also
bribe
dead.
payment I just sent you.
But he's also deadly serious in terms of his negotiation skills and ability to put together a decent plan. And he has, throughout this whole process, listened to all sides and tried to figure out what's right for all the different competing interests. So
No, I appreciate
I look
that,
forward
Simon.
to seeing where you
And the
go.
thing is, I mean, the debtors, everyone talks about it. There's only a certain amount of pie. Borrowers do not want to get greedy and get fat and eat more of the pie that does not belong to them. I mean, borrowers and earned creditors, we are tied at the hip. I mean, we do not want this to get to where we're, pitted against each other, which is what some people in bankruptcy court would like. Borrowers have no problem, paying an interest to a new company and increasing the value of earned tokens. I mean, ideally, this figure company takes off. It becomes like the pinnacle of crypto loans, and people can take out new loans. And the one thing I'll just stress, I want Nova Wolf and Figure to consider, they're not necessarily two separate classes. There can be one Celsius creditor who has a borrow claim and has an earn claim. They're in the same boat. I think there's a lot of creativity and flexibility in terms of if you get earned payouts, you can use that earned payout to push it against your interest. There's all sorts of options. And I know you've mentioned it earlier. I'm just hoping that Nova Wolf and Figure are tied to the hip with regulators to ensure it's okay to take a 0 or 1% interest loan and bump it up to 7.5 or 12%, which those are like standard market rates, and that regulators have to be okay with switching collateral from Bitcoin over to ETH, which I mean that's the boat we're in based off what previous founders have done. So we have to get regulators lashed up as quickly as possible and get this as collaborative and transparent as possible so we get this across the goal line.
Thanks, Ronan.
Thanks, Ronan. Next, we have Alexandria, Paint, Tahoe, and then Plan C.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Simon and Mary. Today's a very big day for everyone that's been involved in this for months. I have a question, Simon. I did listen into the YouTube space, so much information. I am what's called transferred custody with 100% of my holdings in Bitcoin. And I don't know if the custody group who is advocating for 100% return of our funds, is there an option for an equity in the new company for custody? Has it been considered? I think your plan,
Mary,
Simon.
just before I answer that, is Tony around? Is he in here? Would he be able to come up?
I'll look for him.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted Tony to answer because he's.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. Because I think, Simon, in your original plan, there was talk of assigning or giving custody an option of having equity in whatever as an
Yeah,
option.
the idea was, and we started actually building out the tech, that
Right.
we created a floor price so that you don't get this crazy security token stuff. And if there was a compelling future that people believed in and there's real assets. So when we wanted to give the BF Global equity, we've obviously got exposure to many of the biggest companies in crypto already. And so if there was a compelling future, then we could all stop arguing because we could rebalance and use our secondary market in order to do that without causing a massive issue on the price of the token, of a security token. So yeah, we still have that. But it's Uncle Sugar in the US seems to be the ones that they want to go with it.
Totally. So, the powers that be that are on the phone and listening, I would highly encourage that, you tune into the plan that Simon had built, that he was trying to craft to really create a lot of opportunity out of basically the sky is falling event. And so myself as a transferred custody person with a significant amount of holdings in Bitcoin, I would be very much interested in having an equity option. And that's all I wanted to share and add to the discussion.
I
So
think
thank you all.
I did see a part of the plan, and I'm not sure if it relates to custody, but I do remember them saying that there was a piece on this. There was a sentence. So there might have been covered in the plan. We'll wait for the full plan, but I do remember reading something and saying, "Oh yeah, that's similar to the whole trading thing that I put together." So there may be something in there.
Excellent. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Cheers.
Thanks,
Goodbye.
Alexandria. So he DM'd me back. Tony did. He's in a meeting. He's going to be about half an hour.
Okay, great.
All right. Now we
He's
have,
negotiating the future of custody.
yeah, he is. Paint Tahoe, Plan C, and then C Huddle.
Hi, Simon. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Yeah, I have a question. Now, if you're in multiple classes, like I have a small amount in custody, under 5,000 and over 5,000 earn, what is the special class that returns a different amount for under 5,000?
Oh, here we go. All the edge cases. My guess would be you'd be treated as two different classes there, because your custody and earn account would be one person, two different classes. I really don't know the answer, but hopefully someone that knows the answer, and Tony will be able to come up and answer that when he comes up.
Okay, I
But yeah,
didn't hear that.
these
Wonder if I,
interesting edge cases.
yeah, thanks. I was just wondering if I missed that, if there was some specification on that. And then on your slide today, you said
Yeah,
20 to
firstly, also, I just want to say, I'm just going off the slide deck at the moment, that we're going to get a full term sheet and a full disclosure statement, which will be hundreds of pages that we all look forward to reading. But we all have to read it. Don't just rely on this.
Okay, thank you. And then on your slide today, you had 20 to 30% custody. I didn't understand if that was a 20 to 30% loss, or what was the 20 to 30%?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Confusing term. Thank you for saying that. So if you remember, I took some of my old slides where I presented the plan and tried to compare it with this plan. And I always talked about separating, giving everyone's coins in earn and putting them in custody, not to be confused with people that were put in custody. So what that refers to is, if you were in the earn program, I'm estimating based upon 1,000 different variables, and hopefully Keith is putting his modeling skills, and Stephanie as well is putting their modeling skills to work. But I estimate a 20 to 30% payout over what we were going to do, which was, we estimated as 47%. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to offer to you that I want to thank you for all the work you've done, and I'd like to give you a free painting of your father. If you're interested, just DM me.
Oh, that's so kind of you. I'd love that. Send me a DM, and I'm useless at DM, so if Azad, remember to look this one up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Simon.
I made a note of it for you, Simon. Thank you, Paint Tahoe. Next, we have Plan C, C Huddle, and then Norman.
Hey guys, thanks for doing this, hosting this room. It's actually a really full room, so yeah, I would encourage you, if you can, to go as long as you're able to. I know you've done some really long spaces recently, but yeah, this seems like a lot of people in here today. So yeah, I just wanted to give like some counterpoints to the previous speakers on Cell Token. I respect all three of those individuals a lot, personally. I would say, like, I could tell by the way they were speaking, there's a lot of emotions around Cell Token, and kind of, in my opinion anyways, it does feel like generally the creditor body is taking out a lot of their anger towards Alex, the C-suite, and Celsius, the project, on the Cell Token holders. And I would just, urge people to kind of separate the two, right? Like, none of these individuals knew anything that was happening. They were not involved in anything that was happening. And, they were victims just like anyone else. They were defrauded. In a lot of ways, they got double screwed, because they got their assets stuck, or they lost half their assets, and then also they got dumped on Cell Token, and a lot of these people bought at higher prices, and now they're getting a 75% haircut potentially. So it's just like constantly kicking people when they're down. So I understand people that don't hold Cell are not happy with the situation they're in. They don't like the idea of giving any amount to Cell Token holders, but just try not to take your anger out on the C-suite, Celsius, and Alex, on these Cell Token holders. And I would just completely dispel what was said earlier about Cell Token holders being these people that were paid to shill Cell. I know this is just factually wrong. I know a lot of these people that were the biggest holders in Cell Token, none of these people were paid to shill Cell. I was not paid to shill Cell. It's just completely wrong. It was the exact opposite, actually. A lot of these individuals that held large amounts of Cell token were people that donated their time for years to support the project and the main reason why they did that is because they believed in the vision of what Celsius was kind of the narrative Celsius pushed about a better bank. So the idea of that is what the Cell token holders rallied behind, and that's what they donated time to support. And obviously, you can kick someone. Like, you can look back in retrospect and say, "Oh, these people are dumb. Cell tokens worth zero." But you have to understand, for the people that were here over the last couple of years, the company promised utility for years. There was so much promise of utility coming. There was a reason why people held the token, right? They didn't know about any of this fraud. They didn't know about any of this manipulation. They saw it on the surface. The company was growing. It appeared the company was growing. They kept getting promised more utility to the token. So, yeah, and a couple more quick points. One is people talk about the Cell token short squeeze, which you also have to consider. And I wasn't involved in the short squeeze. All my tokens are in the app. I did not participate with any of these individuals outside the app. That's a whole other group of people. I'm speaking for the people that have all their tokens in the app that had a large investments in Cell token. You have to understand, there was a short squeeze outside the app. Okay, but there was also FTX that had God mode. There was not an Alameda that was actually not allowing liquidations. There was a ton of manipulation on the way down. And not to mention the C-suite dumping like 100 million of Cell and saying on AMAs they weren't. So Cell token holders were completely screwed like everyone else. They also had to pay taxes on these higher prices of Cell. You have to factor in the tax component. They're paying taxes, and now they're getting a 75% haircut, even though they're having to pay tax on all the yield on Cell token at these higher prices. So, it just, to me, there's two sides to this. Obviously, I'm biased. Obviously, I held Cell token, and these other individuals don't. But most people in the community don't hold Cell, so a lot of people are going to shit on Cell. I get it. I'm just standing up for the people that might not be confident to get up here and speak, and I'll take shit for it. I get it. But I'm just representing the other side of the argument, and there's other points that I missed, but I'll let other people speak. So, anyways,
Hey, Plan C, I did. I looked into my account, and I noticed that I had about $1,000 worth of Cell token. I must have, when I originally signed up to the app, forgot to. They must have had it where it comes on by default for your reward, and
it
I must
did,
have had
yeah,
to switch. I had
it
to. I
did.
probably
There was a
switched it off as
huddle.
soon as I realized I was
There
getting
was a
screwed.
toggle. Yeah, there was a toggle button that you must have had on, and so it would have automatically gave you some of your yield in Cell. So that's funny.
So the
You actually
truth
bought.
is out. I am joining Ronan in the Cell token ad hoc group.
Yeah, exactly. No, anyways, I'll let you guys get to other topics, but yeah, I just wanted to give the Cell side of it. I know other people have different opinions, but it's obviously a shitty position. No matter no matter what your position, you're in a tough position. So I respect all the speakers, and yeah, I'll let other people go. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Plan C, the ultimate diplomat. It's been a gentleman throughout this whole process, and I also want to say Plan C was the first person that made me realize what SBF was up to. In those really, really early days when we were just actually realizing what Alex Majinsky had done, and he was starting to share with me how things were represented and stuff. And then I did a lot of the investigation work that led to what was later confirmed in the Examiner report. And one heck of a journey.
Oh man, I just want to say one last thing, Simon. As much as I was under a trance up until the freeze, I completely snapped out of that trance as soon as the freeze happened. I was one of the first people to snap out of it. Unfortunately, I didn't snap out of the trance. I drank the Kool-Aid for years, but man, it really hit me hard as soon as the freeze happened, and I started putting pieces together. I really quickly snapped out of that, and it was a tough awakening. Other people took a little longer to come to grips with it, but we're kind of all to grips with it now. But anyways, other people want to speak, so I'll go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Clancy. C. Huddle, and then Norman. Okay, I don't see C. Huddle anymore. Go ahead, Norman.
Hi, good afternoon, Eastern Coast. I'm here. Everybody, Simon, Mary, thank you for holding this thing. I'm
Norman, I
not going to.
remember the very first plan I saw for how to distribute the crypto came from you.
Yeah, and it's sort of. I'm not going to comment about sell. I'm a large sell holder. I'm like 50K, 52K of sell, but I bought it because it was kept going up when I started a couple of years ago, and then I didn't know that there was a big scam going on. But anyway, I'm not going to comment about sell. I've got sell in the race as a dog in the race, but I have no comment on it because it's just such a mess. But you mentioned I created that plan a long time ago to distribute the coins that were left in Celsius equally to everybody based on calculations. And it seems like, the bankruptcy court has these laws that were created in whatever, 1700, I don't know when. And it's like they're still working with abacus. It seems to me that they could do, if you really want to do something fairly, then do it fairly and don't, put some random number of $5,000. And look at a guy who's got $8,000, let's say, is going to get less than the guy who has $5,000. How's that fair? Doesn't make sense. So you got to do in my opinion, you got to do things we've got Excel, we've got calculations, we've got computers. Somebody should figure it out and do it in a proportional way. If you're going to do it fairly, at least everybody should get at least 5,000 off. I don't care how much they have. So, I mean, if that's, that's one aspect of fairly. So I'm just kind of disappointed that we're kind of stuck in an abacus world when we've got computers and ways to do things fairly. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Next, we have Lucia August and then Thomas Conley.
Hey there, it's Lucia August. And hey, Simon, I was in your Retirement Plan B course 2 years ago now. I can't believe it's been 2 years. But I was in that beginning course of yours. Was really helpful. And I actually...
Did you risk manage correctly?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Thank God. Okay.
I know.
It worked.
It worked, yes. And actually what I found out in the course was that I was already doing all the right stuff. So it was worth the investment in the money, to find out that, hey, I was already doing a lot of the stuff. And I appreciated all the other speakers we had. And I set up a retirement plan and I've got it all. Yeah, I've got it all going on. And I did actually put a lot of my assets into Celsius. And I just decided today that I'm not going to consider it a mistake because I was innocently following the guidance of so-called guidance of Alex. I'm uncomfortable to remember that almost exactly a year ago, I gave a testimonial on the AMA about how I got to retire and all this and that, and how much I admired Alex and his promoted women and all this stuff. And it just brings up a lot of bad feelings. But I refuse to say I made a mistake. Nobody made a mistake. We all had information given to us, and we had no other reason to doubt it. So at any rate, I'm thinking about Cell Token. I was surprised to hear all the vitriol about it. I have a huge Cell bag, and was wondering if there was any way, like what other possibilities are there? Is it possible to create a transfer of the Cell token for one of these new coins or tokens that the new company is going to have? And I'm just kind of trying to throw out some ideas because it's
they do have a coin. So any proposals or ideas you got, they're being bashed out at the moment. Maybe if you DM Plan C, he could guide you into some of the initiatives.
Yeah.
But lots of different ideas are being proposed right now, and I think they're going to be negotiated over the coming weeks. So make sure you're involved in those if you feel.
Okay. Yeah, I will. Plan C. I'll message you about that. And I was just curious, Simon. I know you're one of the biggest shareholders. How you feel about only getting 25% back of your initial investment in Celsius?
I'm exhausted. So congratulations, Kirkland and Ellis. You royally bashed us into exhaustion. But when you released a plan, thanks to all of us putting pressure, and I believe that we sent a message to the co-chairs of the UCC, Scott and Thomas, and they were listening. And I just want to give credit that they did step up, and I think the Podler 100, the guy that's really leading the clawback group, he put out a very inspiring message around how they need to step up and be chairs and not just let White and Case and the lawyers run this whole process. And I believe that sequence of events forced the UCC, the trustee, the US trustee, all of the leaders of the ad hoc groups, a bunch of creditors and a bunch of regulators all to say, put the damn plan up, no more messing around. And we got that plan. We forced it through. I think they were burning the midnight hour, saying, "Holy shit, we actually do need to have a plan, or with the UCC might take over in this process." And now we have a framework. Am I happy with the framework? I think they took out all the best bits of my plan and left, but we have a framework. And so I will work with all of the relevant parties that have the influence, and they are listening. So whatever anyone is saying on this space, they will be considering when this happens. And over the next few weeks, I'd like to see better. I don't think our staked ETH should be. I don't think we should pay a performance fee on our staked ETH. Give me my damn ETH back. And a lot of the things that I covered in my version of the plan, but. It's a framework. I don't think any of us are going to. That was a famous quote in the town hall, and I keep hearing repeated. And in the court hearing about a good negotiation is when no one's happy. I thought we had a good negotiation where we were focusing on abundance, and we had the technology, and we had a business plan at one stage that I think would have satisfied the Bitcoin OGs and a bit of ETH in there, and I thought it was the right balance. But maybe it's not meant to be. Whatever is meant to be is meant to be. But it's not over. I still got a lot of fight, and we still. This is the critical moment for us to improve that. But no, I don't like that distribution. I'm okay. I'll tell you why. This was risk capital for me. This was my personal funds. We've got three different claims. So we have Bank to the Future, the company, which is they had I think about a $3.5 million claim, and me as an individual, I had a $10 million claim, and then we had the funds at Alex, which upset me the most when he was trying to come after our retirement plan funds. Unfortunately, we only did a beta there, and so that's a much smaller claim. And we were building the security law compliant version of this product, which I believe will now be a much, much better product as a result of everything that's happened. So I'm taking it for the learning experience. But the bit that keeps me going is those people that were told that this is safer than a bank, put your retirement funds here, put your savings, mortgage your house, don't take the tax. That shit it's completely misaligned the plan, because this is risk capital. And so I think as much of the capital should be returned in custody, because most of these people are comfortable with the risk of Bitcoin and ETH and stable coins. But some of you will be very comfortable if if this was your risk capital, or you're young, and you want to really, you're a degen or whatever. We've all been there. We have all parts of our portfolio ready for that. But I think the larger part should be everyone getting back their crypto, and the rest of it, the speculative part, should be as small as possible. And then we degen and that, and we go nuts, and we create the best damn mining operation restructuring we possibly can, and we ride out the long-term, high risk investments, and we do a bit of M&A, and we go nuts with that. But 70 to 80% of people's savings, when this is how it was represented, when you read what's in the examiner report, that doesn't sit right with me.
Thank you, Lucia, and I'm so sorry about butchering your name. Next, we have Thomas Conley. Ted, and then Louis Tapia.
Hi, Tom Connolly here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. Hi, Simon. Hi, Mary, and thank you to you two, but also thank you to so many of the community who have worked so hard and I think have done so much. And this, of course, is a very unique situation. A bankruptcy where the creditors are all John Q. Public, rather than there being other corporate entities for the most part. So we live through a unique time, that is for sure. Simon, similar to you, rather than three claims, I mean, I've got two. And I've got two because as an individual, I participated and went fully in terms of commitment. So Bitcoin, Ether, on deposit with Celsius, over 400,000 Celsius tokens that I purchased on deposit on the platform, as well as a fair amount of USDC.
Did you do them OTC or on exchange?
So in terms of the Celsius tokens, I did both. I
Yeah.
did OTC. I also did exchanges.
On your contract, who did you buy them from? Do you know? On the OTC
The
contract.
OTC was through Celsius itself.
Yeah, but in the signature strip, find out whether you actually bought those from an insider,
Okay.
or whether you bought them, which entity you actually bought them from.
Okay.
I think that's significant because it may be a claim on a fraudulent individual versus the company, because I know insiders were selling their
Very good.
sell tokens OTC as well as the company.
Thank you.
Selling
Very,
them.
very, very good point, and thank you for directing me in that way. It's going to be helpful. So I've got me there, and then also I ran a crypto fund, and so I have another set of accounts that represented investors trusting me with their funds and the various different investments I made, of which a portion of which was kept on Celsius. So I have two claims. And I only share that to kind of give you a sense of my engagement and involvement with the Celsius platform. So I don't want to ignore the Celsius tokens that I've got on deposit. Again, it's over 400,000, probably more like 450,000 Celsius tokens. And I do object, I think, to the settlement that's there. But the reason why I asked to speak, because I haven't heard it talked about, and I think either it hasn't been discussed in depth, or it has been and I've just missed it. And that is the people who were in the position of which I was as an individual. And again, I jumped in trying to experience, if you will, the fullness of Celsius. So one of the things I did is I had taken out a $100,000 loan and had provided 4 times that loan value in the form of Ether as collateral. And when the withdrawals and activities were frozen, but prior to bankruptcy, in that intervening period, my loan was called based on a margin call, given the decline in the price of Ether. The fact of the matter is, it was a $100,000 loan. I had $250,000 worth of USDC on deposit, and my direction to Celsius was to repay the $100,000 loan using the USDC rather than to liquidate my Ether collateral. The response I got back was that was unacceptable. I had to provide them with US dollars. And given the state of the company in terms of freezing activity, there was no way I was going to send them more money. So they effectively
Did they liquidate you?
liquidated me. So the loan's gone. The Ether was used at a very, very low price. I think it was probably about $800.
So scamming. It's just awful.
And so I look at that and say, okay.
Did they send you a 1099 with that was pretty shocking?
Yeah, my 1099 is rather disappointing. Disappointing in terms of my tax obligation. So I look at this now and I say, okay, is there anything that, because I just didn't see it in the plan, that seeks to address in that period where between bankruptcy and the date of being frozen, that those that were liquidated because of the decline in the value of collateral, and particularly in my case, where the request was, let me repay the loan and retire it entirely to free up my collateral using the $250,000 of USDC that I had on deposit, and that was denied. Is there about a recovery of the Ether collateral?
Okay, so yes, right. So nothing was in the plan. They, from what I can see, they're sweeping it under the carpet. Right. But there is a group, a Telegram group. If you message Plan C, called Liquidated Loans. And I believe the one vocal proponent of this situation that recently was someone called SP as their profile. And I wouldn't know exactly how to find
Mhm.
it, but maybe Mary can help you find them. Do you know? But I think that maybe if SP comes up, we had an altercation when she's always asked me to stop bashing Alex Majinsky in the very famous YouTube video where Alex came up and we had a rather heated argument. I think it was SP was on that. So I think she's leading the charge with the liquidated loans.
Okay.
But my understanding is that no one's hired counsel, and my experience of this, you can say whatever you want, but until you have an ad hoc group and hire counsel to negotiate your position,
Hmm.
nothing's going to happen. Now, there is an interesting one with the custody. They've been negotiating, and I don't know when Tony's going to come up, but part of their negotiation, when they reached the 72.5% settlement on custody, I believe was that they're negotiating for the estate to pay the legal fees.
Right.
So there may be a precedent where that recourse is, but it's all risk.
Yeah.
you know, it's the situation, and I haven't seen anything in court or in a plan that addresses liquidated loans. Maybe it's maybe one of the good outcomes is that I don't know, because we're getting rid of the company when the recourse against Celsius moves over to litigation
Hmm.
trust. That will probably be a heated
All
negotiation.
right.
So look out for any clauses around what releases are going to be in the final disclosure statements and plans. But if you don't get something going soon, and then the group doesn't get something going soon, my fear is that it might slip away.
Okay. No, that's great, and thank you. I'll reach out to Plan C, and Mary, if you do have anything you could forward to me or indicate in terms of this other individual, that would be helpful, and I'll follow up. And I want to again thank you for everything, but also thank you specifically for the response to the question I raised today.
Yeah,
Okay,
Thomas,
thank you.
please send me a DM. And I did DM SP. She's only in listen mode for right now. She said that she'll come up very shortly, but she can't right
Okay.
now.
Very good.
So
Thank you
okay.
again.
Simon, I just want thank you so much. I want to let you know right now it's 2:54 Eastern. How much longer do you have? Because we have probably about 25 people in the queue, and I am calling people up in the order I receive them. So thank you everyone for your patience.
Yeah, I think I've got a booking for a restaurant in 45 minutes, so I'll keep going until Bliss gets really angry.
Okay. Next we have Ted and then Louis Tapia.
Is there any way, once you host a space, there's no way of keeping it alive once you go, is it? I mean, maybe I could leave it on mute or something. I'm not sure. I'll try.
Well,
I'll
then
see what I can do.
I wouldn't know who would answer the questions then if you put it on mute.
Yeah. All right. Let me try and be faster. But I think all the questions that have been asked help everyone, so I think they're useful.
Right. If everyone could just limit it to like one quick question, that way we give everyone an opportunity. Let's see. Ted, are you there? Okay. Ted must have dropped down. Louis Tapia.
All right, thank you, Simon and Mary, for hosting today's AMA. And Simon, I know that money can't buy time, so I appreciate the time you've invested to help the regular folks like myself with navigating this. I did have two quick questions, if I may. They're brief. The first one is, I'm not Peter Thiel. I didn't get to do my Roth IRA in the Class B, Series B, right? And so when I'm thinking about equity in a new company as a part of the reorg plan, that is new to me. That is a new concept to me. When I look at managing my portfolio and my investments, I look at the charts, I look at the fundamentals, I do my research, but the position of having equity on a pre-IPO company is just completely new. And I'm just wondering if there are thoughts or resources or folks that may have some guidance on how the regular folks like me, who I'm a Celsius Earn member with about 30,000 in the program, so I expect certainly a sizable haircut. But I don't know how to manage the new equity portion of the proposal. My second question is just really
Let me take that one then.
how are the borrowers treated with those that have collateral? Are they treated like the class of the Earn folks as well? And that was just my second question. Thank you,
Cool.
Simon.
So yeah, equity is my game, but I made most, if anyone's familiar with my story, I was deep in debt, and then I was trying to create a bank. I left investment banking, and just spent all my money trying to create a bank, and then just got deeper and deeper into debt. And then like the final bit of debt was when my father remortgaged his house and lent me some money to try and follow my crazy ass dream of creating a bank. And the That's where because I got so rejected and so despondent, and I was in such financial ruin as a result of trying to create that bank. That's when I found Bitcoin, and I went to speak at the first Bitcoin conference, and that video's still on YouTube. And so that's my backstory. Now, once I hit a high net worth investor status, I just keep dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin because I was a monetary geek and I saw the potential, and I wrote a book on the topic. When I hit a certain stage of net worth, I started investing in all the companies that built this industry. And then we built Bank to the Future in order to allow others to co-invest. And that were all the companies that ended up, or many of the companies that ended up creating this industry when it was a really small industry. And so there's certain fundamental rules of investing in private equity. The first is that the best VCs in the world, they get a 10% hit rate. So I've invested in 100 companies, and 8 of them became unicorns. And when you get one of those unicorns like Coinbase, they make up for your shit investments, like my worst investment, which was Celsius, the equity. So what I tried to do in my plan is put together a diversified fund, because the way we constructed our model at Bank to the Future is that we've already invested in all those companies, and when investors invest through our platform, when we distribute returns to them, we get a cut. So we're a very diversified holding co, as it were, a bit like Digital Currency Group, but smaller, using technology. And so we wanted to put that into the fund, so that you weren't just making one bet. And then we wanted GK8 in there because it was a proof of stake bet. And then we wanted mining because it's a proof of work bet. And then we just wanted a diversified, and then we were going to put BF Global in, so that if we created all the operating businesses like loans and earn until we found out that the whole yield market blew up, then everyone would get exposure to growing those business and moving their funds over. That was the theory. We just failed at the acquisition stage, and then FTX happened, and now NovaWolf has put together an iteration on that. So the long and short of it is diversification. These are meant. It's all about the fund manager in this case. So you're betting on the fund manager, and you're also betting on ensuring that governance board has the right type of people. So you want that mix between TradFi and missionaries, and so I consider Bank to the Future a missionary company. We're a bunch of Bitcoiners that believe in this industry till the bitter end, we're not the generation of blockchainers where TradFi came along and thought they could create ways of creating cheaper fraud by putting everything on a blockchain, and thinking that it doesn't matter about decentralization. So I don't want to criticize, because but that's what we're investing in here. We're investing in TradFi. Now TradFi are really great at the shit that Celsius was really bad at, but you also need to mix it up with a bit of Bitcoin knowledge, and that's what I try to bring to the table. But let's see what they do with the governance structure. So my only thing that I think is really important is who is going to be on that board. What is the governance structure? How is the incentivized going to be? How do we remove conflicts of interest? Because they took the plan and they clearly have a diversified play in mind. And so I'll really be looking at that. So it really long way of saying diversification is the key, and governance is the key to not having another Celsius situation. But the reality is 9 out of 10 startups fail within 3 years. and after 3 years, another nine out of 10 of them fail. And for every Coinbase I've invested in, I've also invested in a Celsius. But overall, I'm up, and that's the game. So we need to make sure that this isn't, a disproportionate bet. And I really want to see how this disclosure statement, um, and let's do something interesting. Let's involve the whole community in these types of decisions. The thing that we did at Bank to the Future is we allowed, Kraken shareholders are all Bitcoin OGs that invested through Bank to the Future, that made a shit ton of money through Bitcoin mining products that we created, and we created that community. The one thing that I think the legacy that Alex Mizhinsky has left us is two things in my mind. Number one, his legacy is in that examination report. And if we don't end up clawing back certain funds and justice is not served, then I believe in the future, artificial intelligence is more important than governments. And so the data that exists on the internet with people's reputation is going to pay at some stage. Justice will be served in terms of karma. And so that's his legacy. But the other bit of legacy is this community, these spaces, and the 8-month journey that we've shared together. We are going to be gelled together into probably another 5 to 10 years. Let's do something really interesting with this if we can construct it in the right way. And that's my pie in the sky moment. But the next few weeks, we need to get right back down to devils in the detail, Cam Cruz style analysis and skepticism, because you need that balance between the pie in the sky thinking, the devil in the detail, the best of TradFi, the best of Bitcoin OG, and hopefully we can turn this into something. That's what I would say. In terms of the loans, yeah, I think it's going to be a different class. David Adler is negotiating that position right now for the loan groups, and so make sure you're in those groups. And I think they are going to be put into some kind of class. And part of the business operations here is that the renegotiation of those loans is going to be the future asset of what we're investing in. And they did say that there's future business lines. I'm just not sure how they've aligned up the incentives so we don't get this conflict where they're running one business and then the fund is like a side project that they're very excited about right now. But there's no real dedicated. That's why we've got to get the board right, the governance right. So let's push on that. We've got a few months to figure all this shit out, and you can bet your bottom dollar that I'll be going through this and I'll be putting my team at it, and I'll do whatever I can, even if we're not involved. I still want to make sure that this kick-ass community that Alex did put together, we try and create something special from it. And if we end up in another chapter 11 of another chapter 11, oh boy, I can't guarantee that won't happen, but let's do what we can and hope for the UCC. I think they understand the pressure and they stood up and they stepped up. So yeah, thank you for bringing out that. Sorry if I answered really long and I haven't got enough questions, but sometimes I like to take those questions to take us on a different trail. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Ted and then Lawrence Porter.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Thanks for bringing me back up, Mary. I've got too many things happening on one device, so I kept getting cut off. To quickly set the tone of how I see things, I've been involved in Chapter 11 by myself. Spent a lot of money with attorneys submitting things to the bankruptcy court. The judge denied everything. It cost a lot of money. I was incredibly damaged. Nothing seemed fair, but the judge was ruling based on law and what he had to do to protect uh, the Chapter 11 filing. So, with that in mind, having this group and this community, and I've been listening to quite a few of you since this started last summer, it's just such a better place for me to be. It's so much more positive. Wherever we end up, we're going to be in this long term. And I really appreciate everybody that's here on this call and part of this community. So I wanted to say that first.
Thank you so much.
There's something I don't understand. Oh, by the way, I have earn and a small amount in custody, and I am not in the convenience class, and I have a very, very small amount of sell in my earn account. But there's something I don't understand that's probably obvious to everybody else, and I had to bring it up so I can get that understanding. If the sell token holders are requesting to get their sell back, and that makes them an unimpaired class, if that's what they want, and by bankruptcy law, giving them that makes them an unimpaired class, which means they're deemed to accept the plan and they're happy and they're out of this whole negotiation. So as an earn holder, I don't see what.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. That's not what they want.
Okay.
So the people that don't have sell token want them to take sell token. The people that do have sell token, they want the dollar denominated value to be as high as possible. And so they want to get more equity or whatever their negotiation is, because the sell token is worthless when there is no future for sell token. So that's kind of the whole controversy. So some are comparing it to equity because we got wiped out as equity holders, and it's become a bit of a. And then there was the connection to all the people that have done bad stuff with Cell versus the innocent victims, and but they look like they're going to be put in their own class, but they're not fighting to get their Cell back. If they would take their Cell back, everyone would be probably happy with that because there's a bunch of
Well,
Cell.
that explains that. I couldn't get over that hurdle. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Got ya.
Appreciate everybody. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ted. Next we have Lawrence Porter, then Wizard.
Hello, Simon. Thank you so much again.
Hey, Lawrence.
Baruch Hashem.
What are you going to kick me in the ass for this week? What am I?
Bitcoin knowledge. Let's hold that thought. Michael Abate and Nova Wolf, I believe they're hiring, Simon. Bitcoin knowledge. They're great business people. If you need Michael Abate's cell phone number, if you want me to arrange the call, if you want me to invite him to your next AMA, it's up to you. Decentralized. These guys, they have no experience with decentralized, as you stated today.
Yeah.
Give the cell tokens back to the Celsius people that don't have proof that they bought this, that it wasn't given to them, that they didn't do a barter deal. Bar is the loans. I have 100K of Bitcoin based on, 10 Bitcoin, 100K loan. I'm not interested in ETH. I do own ETH, but I don't think that that's something that we should negotiate for. David Adler rocks. Matic, I got a couple $100,000 worth of Matic at almost $2. Maybe I averaged down to 175 before we got shut down. I'm in this for a long time, Simon. My cost basis was very low. I don't have the wealth of the top 20 people, nor do I concern myself with that. But the Matic, it's horrible. My family's in this, many members as well. All of them, hundreds of thousands of dollars each. Back to this Bitcoin knowledge. I want to close this with the opposite side of what I proposed with Michael. Suing is the sport of kings. A lawsuit against all parties responsible for not resolving this in a timely fashion and going with the professionals, somebody with Bitcoin knowledge. Lawyers Club, too many conflicts. Allowing Mashinsky's people to stay involved. We've gotten quite an education, Simon. Truly, Baruch Hashem, you're blessed. All the people that listen to you, the time you have for people that have under $5,000, under $10,000. I didn't get into this to be a venture capital guy. I got in this because I was taking my savings, I was growing my savings, and I was interested in a little bit of a return. What a mistake, an expensive lesson. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Lawrence.
Thank you, Lawrence. Wizard.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Yes.
Hi, well, let me start by saying thank you to Simon and to Mary, but especially to Simon.
We started this last July and things were so confusing. Everyone was in these muddy waters. And now we're at a point where we have a framework. And I believe you've been a very big part of that. So I very much appreciate that. My question is, in the event of a 10x, like you pointed out in your YouTube video earlier, saying when you were saying that a bear market is our friend, if there is a 10x on the assets that Celsius currently holds, what happens to that extra money? If we're getting paid back the amount at the bankruptcy price, what happens to the rest of the money? And why did they not just do a percentage of the total estate based on the bankruptcy prices? And then whatever the prices are, when they're forced to sell, we get some percentage of that back. And then after that, why not do some sort of progressive return structure, like I think Norman was alluding to earlier, where the first $1,000 everybody gets 80% of it, the second 1,000 everybody gets 70%, something like that, and then we get equity based on our haircut.
Yeah, these are all good points. So the way they kind of see it in bankruptcy is they say we use the date on petition to allocate the percentage of the estate that you're entitled to, but the estate is one estate. And so if one coin goes up relative to another coin, then if the whole market goes up, then just the value of the of the total estate goes towards closing some of the insolvency in the whole. But yeah, the model, we haven't actually seen the model of how they're going to execute that trade and what they're going to do. I just gave my best guess out of asking the UCC on the town hall and what I saw in Voyager. But these are all basically ways where the final balance sheet essentially just goes towards closing off a bit more of the whole in dollar terms, the more the market goes up. At the same time, the illiquid asset should benefit from that, so the mining operation and various things. And yeah, my original proposal was to do it as debt. And in my video, I talked about you have to have a profitable business in order for the debt side to work. And so yeah, whether we get a debt structure, which is what essentially Genesis, Gemini, and Digital Currency Group are doing with their creditors, really depends upon the strength of the business. And the way that I see this is we still don't have the financial disclosures required to know whether this fund can go straight into profit or how much funding it's going to need, and how risky it is. And that's the idea behind the disclosure statement. So nothing that I say right now can be based upon what is actually the reality yet, because those details are missing still. Thank you.
All right. Mama Jaeger.
Hi, can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Can.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry for the nickname. It has been some internal joke and I don't know how to change it. My name is actually Stefan and I'm not in the convenience class and I was holding mainly stablecoins and due to some mistakes similar to Simon, like, I don't know, 1,000 cell or something. One call. Two very quick comments. First of all, I absolutely agree. Putting a performance fee on the staked Ethereum is very unusual because it is not even tracking an index. It is just too simple to really put a performance fee on it. I was also wondering where the 30% everybody's talking about for the non-convenience class is coming from. But what I actually really wanted to say, my comment or my question is, have you looked at the preference of the equity which Novavolf is asking for? Because if you consider the 50 million or whatever, 1 million or whatever, 50 million investment, and you take a call option because it's preferred, and it also has preferred, usually they have preferred dividends. And in the case of a liquidation in 5 years, which is from my perspective similar to what you said, Simon, quite likely, then this would be an option, and an option value with the volatility of crypto. Then we're talking about 30 to 40% of their 40% of their 50 million investment, which basically means that from my perspective, the plan is actually a transfer of a 2-digit million amount in value, booking wise, to Nova Wolf, especially on this point of preferred equity. So I was wondering if you have been looking into that as well, or if this is a point which probably should be discussed more in detail, because I think that Novo is actually not giving 50 million, they're actually getting 20 to 30 with that preferred equity idea.
Yeah,
So
you've
this is
you've you've
something I
nailed
wanted
it.
to ask.
Okay, so you've
Yeah,
nailed it. Basically, I'm looking at a few bullet points on the slide deck at the moment. But these are the exact details that is just so amazing to have people like you in this community, that because I don't want to scare off Nova Wolf, but what you signed up for here, everything's going to be called to question. And the community diligence is going to be on a scale we've never seen before. So
yeah,
you are completely right. The token, the equity share token, EST, is going to be structured as ordinary shares, and they are going to be getting preference. And that preference is tied to the performance of the token and a preferential dividend after 4 years, to try and tie us together rather than following the equity structure that I proposed. And I don't know enough about it. And you are asking all the right questions. Crypto YOLO asked a bunch of questions during the UCC town hall. And yeah, these devil in the details really need to be made sure that this is constructed in the right way, because you are correct. These are my understanding of the team from the limited time I've had to look at it. And people have been tweeting me all sorts of stuff, but these are structuring experts of distressed assets. So these people know how to construct, distressed assets. They've been buying discounted assets on Cherokee, and this is their trade. So we need some the UCC, obviously, and the community asking the right questions. So thank you so much for bringing these more technical details to the attention of people, and you can hopefully trust in the community to pick these points up and hold everyone accountable to making sure that this is constructed in the correct way. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Sweetman? Sweetman, are you there?
Hey, yes, ma'am. How you doing? Thank you, Osama. You guys are doing a great work. Mary, thank you so much. I just got a question for Simon, actually. I have
Yeah,
my
go for it.
Go ahead.
tokens. Yeah, I got a token that about 4 different tokens, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and SRP, Terra Luna, that I transferred from Binance to my Celsius that are just there. What's about $15,000? And then I also have a loan that I took with Celsius, and I have a collateral with my Ethereum that I have used. So my just question to you is that, is there any information you can give me regarding mostly about the loan? Um, because I wanted to pay it off to not to be liquidated, but I have never been liquidated. I've paid the interest off before they filed for the bankruptcy. It's just the collateral to pay off the loan that I took. So is there any thought of you what anything I need to do regarding this? Because I'm in South Africa right now. I live in Atlanta, but I'm in South Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. So you're going to be in different classes. So you're in the earn program and you're in the loan proposal, and there's a proposal for both of those. And depending on which option you take, you could end up in all of your loan could end up in the earn. So I pulled Ronan up. I don't know if he wanted to answer something a bit more deeper.
Yes, humble
Um,
humble Celsius Loans customer service representative to answer borrower questions. Where in Africa did you take out loans, if you don't mind me asking?
He dropped
Oh,
down. Let me see if
okay.
I can
I
find
only
him.
asked because I saw a screen.
I think he said South Africa.
Okay, because I just want to point out that Celsius in like late 2022 opened up. Celsius was open to people in Rwanda, and I thought that was interesting. But for the person that just asked, for the loans, it's ongoing. People are asking me right now in like DMs, can I pay my principal back and get my collateral back? in a perfect world, of course, but that's not the case. There's two options right now that is just a one-page initial stab at the program. If you want to cut and run, I call it treatment B, Cam Cruz, the tomahawk option. Basically, it's going to be a set-off, collateral minus principal. Then that becomes an earn claim to which you'll get your asset share tokens and your management share tokens. That's one option. The other option, treatment A, which we would like to massage and make palatable and make it worthy that all borrowers will elect into. That's the ability to continue your loan at a set number of years with a longer runway to pay off. Pay interest over time. All of that still needs to be hammered out. But if you do have an active loan, just hang tight. There's no margin calls, no liquidations. No one's. If Kirkland and Ellis had their way right now, they'd make you pay your principal back and give you an unsecured earned claim. So if you have a loan, just stand by TBD. Take a knee, face outboard, sip water. We'll hopefully get more information here in the coming weeks. Thanks.
Great. If you can stay up, Ronan, if you want to do more Celsius customer support.
Least I can do. I only take payment and sell token.
I was just gonna ask him. You need to create your own code there.
Hey, use my.
When are you taking EST and MST tokens?
No, this is what I do want to deep dive. In seriousness, Nova Wolf and Figure, they have this Providence blockchain. I think they have this hash token. I would love to. There's very savvy people in this group that I'd love to see deep dived. And the other question I brought it up earlier today is if creditors are getting these management share tokens, asset share tokens, what these Nova Wolf people that are coming in, are they getting? What does their tokens look like? Do they have the ability to do what Mashinsky did and basically dump tokens on creditors? And then the most important thing is when they released that the company was going to be 100% owned by creditors initially. Again, Simon, you brought it up, the constitution of board seats and the importance of if you're a creditor, you wholly own the company, but then a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they need to do fundraising. Is that going to dilute creditors' share of ownership in the company? This is stuff, I'm just solely focused on borrow, but for earned creditors, it's just that would be things that I'm thinking about.
Yeah, we'll be digging into all of that when it comes out. I'm geeking out already, getting quite excited.
Okay, Simon, I just want to let you know it's 3:24. I still have about 20 people in the queue, so
okay, I'm going to go till I'm going to go till Bliss gets really angry.
Okay, sounds good. Next, we have Mary Wakefield.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. Simon, I hope you're not going to get into trouble from Bliss. By the way, it's a wonderful name. I have listened to every one of your YouTubes and AMA over the last 7-8 months. And through that time,
I'm sorry for that.
No. Thank you. No. Through that time, I have built trust in you. I've seen the whites of your eyes. You have laid out a very complicated plan in simple terms. I am not a financial person. I got involved with Celsius to try to boost my retirement, which of course has been blown up right now. So just a comment with respect to the UCC. I have no idea who they are. They do AMAs, and I think it's quite complicated the way they lay things out. And now they're asking us to trust in this Nova Wolf company, and that won't work for me. Trust is built. Relationships are built with trust, and I certainly won't accept their plan. 2 questions. I thought from listening to everything, we as the creditors from Celsius would have a choice in the bid. It appears that we're just sort of given this one choice. I would have gone for your plan, no question. So that's my first question. Why were we not given a choice?
Yeah, I'll answer that
Secondly,
one quickly, and then
okay.
because Celsius has exclusivity, so when Celsius has exclusivity, Celsius chooses what to show us. And I was all of these conversations, I've literally been on the verge of the the legal side of bankruptcy code and what you can do and what you can't do, as edgy as Bitcoin, to the SEC. And so Celsius have exclusivity, and they decide what to show us. And if they don't want to show you a plan, you have to rely on Tiffany Fong to leak it.
Right. She's amazing, along with Aaron Bennett. Second question, and I don't really understand this new plan, but I just basically want my Bitcoin back.
You and me and everyone else.
Yeah, right on. Thank you. But there's no mention of do we have to take this security token, or is there going to be a choice to get Bitcoin instead of that?
Yeah, unfortunately not. So the options that you're going to be given is, let's say you had 100K claim. If you wanted, which no one would take, you can opt down into the 5K convenience class, and you would lose the 95K claim, and then you would get 70% of the Bitcoin under 5K. Is one option. So if you're like in that small convenience class range, then you can get close to your Bitcoin back, hopefully.
The convenience class is known as the Frischberg / Ron Paul bot class, Simon.
Yeah, the people that honestly the convenient the two people that have put more into this process, like, unbelievable.
No one fights harder for their claims than those two guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the end disclosure of how much all the court proceedings with Daniel Frischberg's things come up to. It's going to be interesting. But yeah, you're not going to have that option. No, the plan is going to be crammed down. The games are going to be played, and at this stage, our job is to make sure that we get the best plan we can possibly get, because Celsius still have exclusivity. And then the judge has given them until the 8th of March to progress. And if he doesn't, then the UCC can compete and we can start putting together all the different bidders. So we still have an element of power, but we're dealing with, Nova Wolf has to listen. They have to negotiate. They have to get the deal right. Otherwise, the judge is going to open up exclusivity to others. And there's a bunch of other bidders that can do this, that can be plugged together. But yeah, you're going to be in the high risk play. That's it. The Bitcoin doesn't exist. If we could all get our Bitcoin back, we'd all take our Bitcoin back.
Okay, great.
But Mashinsky decided that he'd rather buy some Cell token with our Bitcoin.
And most importantly, remember that he left all of the Cell token on the app because of its intrinsic value.
Yeah, he took his Bitcoin, but he left his Cell, and that was deliberate so that we all had a very valuable Cell token in the estate.
The Bitcoin is worthless. The Cell will remain and live on.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks so much, Simon. Have a lovely dinner. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much. And Ronan's favorite quote as well: the yield was fake, but the tax was real.
I hate to see it. You can pull over. Mashinsky pulled the wool over our eyes, but he didn't pull over the wool over the eyes of the U.S. government. And hopefully, the people that have talked about fraud charges against Mashinsky, hopefully the SEC and Justice Department are paying attention. If future fraud, I know that's just civil charges by the litigation trust against Mashinsky, but if there are any type of fraud, criminal fraud charges that are brought against Mashinsky and his quote-unquote co-conspirators, my understanding is that does change the implications for tax consequences. So that's also important to consider.
All right, so there might be a better tax situation if it's crime. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting game theory. Hopefully that one works in our favor.
Okay, we have Hein and then Robert.
Hi, Simon. Thanks, first of all, for all your time. and basically for everyone in the community. I've got a question. My wife and I, we had two significant amounts on Celsius, 50-50 each, which was a big chunk of our savings where we have worked for 30 years. And yeah, a significant part of our retirement. About 65 days before the petition date, we withdrew 100% of that. And I received the new terms while being on vacation. And when I got back, I checked those out, and it didn't feel good to me because of the impact that US clients couldn't use Earn anymore, etc. So that's the reason why we went away. After getting our money off the platform, we received some yield of the ongoing week still. So we have a few dollars left on the platform. And therefore, we will be convenience class. We have less than 5K on the platform. Actually, we have less than 1K on the platform. So there's nothing for us to choose from. We are convenience class. 85% of the people are in this convenience class. And that makes sense because a bank run made this Ponzi or Celsius blow up. So I'm afraid there are a lot of people like us in the same boat, people that think that they have left the platform. And that was that. However, they may settle for this convenience class and get clawed back afterwards, just like us. So we are being clawed back and we settle or something. We would be upgraded to Earn. We wouldn't be upgraded to Earned, and we wouldn't get a stake in the new co. Even if we are clawed back for significant amounts, I think we have basically, we are left with nothing because we are in the convenience class. Or is there another way? Because that seems pretty unfair to compare to other Earned customers who didn't leave the platform. Could you elaborate on how that works?
Yeah, I've brought up the other unpaid customer service for Celsius. Tony, I'm going to outsource this one to you. Were you listening to that?
All right. So I got the end of it. I have an answer for him. So if you get clawed back, typically back, and then whatever amount you pay back, you'll have an unsecured claim. So you will.
Can you do it again, Tony? You cut out the most technical
You got
subject
clawed
where
back, Tony.
every word matters, and
You
you
got
got
clawed
called
back,
back.
Tony.
But Keith Wolford clawed back my my data plan, I think. Anyway, so when you get clawed back, it's kind of like a collections agency. Like they'll send you a letter or whatever. They want you to pay back a certain amount. Whatever you end up paying back will become an unsecured claim. So they might offer you something along the lines of like, pay us back 100% and then it becomes an unsecured claim if you want to do that. Or pay us back, 20, 30, 40% of what you withdrew, and then we wipe the slate clean. So you're not going to get completely screwed, just, kind of sort of screwed.
Slightly. Okay, thanks. And you wouldn't be able to upgrade to because you're below 1,000, so you cannot upgrade beforehand, and you wouldn't be able to do that the minute this letter comes in.
What do you mean upgrade? I think I missed that part.
From the convenience class, if you're above $1,000, you can choose to be an Earned customer. If you're below $1,000, like us, then you cannot choose to become an Earn customer in this whole mess.
I'm not entirely sure because, for example, whatever they claw you back, depends on the route they take with that. Like that could go as an unsecured claim. So it depends on how much you withdrew. If you drew something significant, what, if you don't mind me asking, what's the number or ballpark?
Seven figures.
Oh yeah, so they're gonna claw you back. So they're gonna want.
That's gonna be Keith Wolford personally doing that.
Yeah, Keith H. Wolford, if you want to look him up on Twitter. So they're gonna claw you back. They're probably gonna want a significant proportion, and then
Elon, this isn't inspiring hate crime.
Yeah. I'm just saying, say hi just to get to know him because you're going to be dealing with him a lot. But yeah, so some portion of that is going to be the unsecured claim. So
Unfortunately, you're going to have equity in this company the way it looks like.
Okay, thanks for your time.
And again,
Thank you.
there's different ways they can handle it. They could want you to pay some of it back, and then you wipe the slate clean, you keep the rest. They might want all of it, and then you'll negotiate that number down, and then some of it's going to be unsecured. There's a million different things they could do. It's a matter of what would be the easiest for them and what would be the most cost effective.
Thank you for your help.
Hey Tony,
Thanks
can
for your
you give
question,
an
Simon.
update on the master custody negotiations and what people might want to know about all the backdoor channels and backdoor deals and bribes you've been taking on custody?
So the only bribe I took was in they're paying me separately, under the table in Cell Token. But yeah, so the custody deal is pretty much, I guess, set in place. We have the terms. It just needs the judge to okay it. Looks like everyone's on board, so I don't think he'll give us any problems. But the gist of it is that we agreed to accept 72.5% of the total custody account. The other half is going to be a lovely donation to the estate. And because we are, I guess, donating to the estate, they're going to wipe away the preference on that amount. There's more technical stuff, but that's basically the basic fundamentals of it. I don't know how technical you guys want to get, but that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Robert. Robert Monaco, you have your hand up.
Sorry, yes,
There you
I forgot to hit the button. I have
go.
an
No worries.
accolade and an observation for everybody, then questions for Ronan and Tony. Simon, thank you so much for everything you've done since this went down. This is my Ukraine war profile, so I've been hugely distracted, especially during the time everything was blowing up. And amusingly, I was taking assets um, off of Celsius and putting them in Voyager. So, uh, but I think I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you've done and how I am absolutely convinced that your observations and your shaping of the debate for the community had a tremendous influence on the deal that we're looking at this week. So thank you, and then
All
I
right.
will.
Well, if it all crashes and burns, please don't attribute it to me because it wasn't my plan. It was
I know.
Maczynski's plan. If it all goes wrong.
Yes, but you shaped it. And then I will sit down until you have to leave for your dinner date, and hopefully Ronan and Tony will stay up and answer. Oh, but my observation is liquidated loans is enormously complex. I mean, people are in all sorts of different situations. So if I look at the value of my liquidated loan as of the filing date, then my equity is essentially the same as the amount that was liquidated. So
Hey, I'll tell you
people are
what.
all kinds of.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't know if anyone wants to stay up, but I'm going to shoot off. And if Ronan and Tony do want to carry on, they are extremely knowledgeable.
Simon, you're leaving us holding the bag. Classic.
I'm leaving you. I'm leaving my cell tokens. They're not getting clawed back. Yeah, I'll leave.
Simon, are you just going to
leave
keep
it
it
on
on?
mute.
Are you going to keep it on mute? Okay,
I'll keep it on
perfect.
mute because
Hey,
I just think that it's such an important moment, and I think people have got a lot of questions, and the community is here, so I'll leave it on mute. But I'm going to do these every week and update as I have been on all the negotiations and stuff. So I don't want to close it out because I think there's just tons more stuff that people want to discuss with each other. And I think all the right people are listening. So everything you're saying, I think, is being heard by all the right people. So I'm just going to mute myself. Thanks everybody. We are at the next phase. We do have a framework. The fun stuff does start from here, but just come up, have what you want people to hear, because the people are listening, and it does shape what happens in the next week. Okay, thanks everybody. I'll just leave it on mute, and I'll let Mary continue until she can't do anymore.
Simon, are you coming back, or are you just just until we end the space?
I mean, if you're here in a couple of hours, I might be back.
Oh,
But
Lord, no. It's Friday night. My husband will kill me. All right. Have a good dinner. And obviously,
thank you.
Ronan and Tony, I can't answer any questions. I'm just here to kind of make sure people get up on stage in an orderly fashion. So please, you guys answer
It's
questions.
no worries. Tony and I
Hey,
are very accomplished Twitter bankruptcy lawyers. We've actually we've never lost a case here on Twitter, so we look forward to litigating.
We're
hey,
undefeated.
Ronan, I noticed you posted something in the nest on Victor, sharing his story. You know, I personally know him, right?
I did not know that. Can you please share?
So he's been a long friend of ours. You know, he lives here in Florida, but I know him personally, and that, you know, that is a true story. He actually took a loan out, is what he did.
No,
So
I saw him on the sofa for sure because I couldn't even believe the story. If anyone's
Yeah.
wondering, 3 weeks before the pause, Celsius put out a promotional video, kind of riding the wave of sympathy and enthusiasm for Ukrainians. Basically, this guy Victor took out a loan and used the money to get his family in as basically war refugees, get them to the U.S. That would be an amazing, true news story, good news story for Celsius. But he arrived in the United States as a war refugee and immediately became a Chapter 11 bankruptcy creditor. So I would say welcome to America, but at least he is not in Ukraine. It could always be worse.
yeah, it's sad because he was, you know, he took out a loan trying to help out the family, and then he just lost it all in this mess. So it's kind of a sad story, but he's a really good person. Was trying to help out his family there.
That's awesome.
But
Are you
yeah.
still in contact with him?
Yeah, like I said, he's been my husband and I's friend for, you know, well, my husband more than me, but for the last 20 years.
Wow.
But yeah, we know him.
Is he following this process, or is he just
No, he's working and trying to take care of his family right now, and is kind of look just like, you know, a lot of people in this mess. They're looking to us to kind of follow everything and, you know, let them know what's going on. That's why I just listen to anybody that wants to speak on this topic. You know, I don't judge anybody. I don't anything. I'm just kind of listening and gathering information. That's it. So, yeah. I think a lot of us that are in these rooms, we're in here because we did bring people on board, and we feel somewhat responsible, and we want to help them through this and understand it. So there you go. Hey, Robert, did you finish with your question?
No, I can follow up on that observation. The liquidated loan was used as a down payment that my Ukrainian wife and I are living in now. And the active Bitcoin loan was used to, again, fund our evacuation and support the rest of our family back in Ukraine during the war. And I think I did observe that this is my Ukrainian war profile. I have another one that I've used on Simon's and other Twitter spaces in the past. So, yeah. Uh, so my question to Tony is, it sounds like the custody deal is a done deal and is not subject to further negotiation, like giving us a little bit of EST for the portion of our custody that was liquidated. Is that true?
Say that again. What? I missed the part. What happened with custody that's liquidated?
So 27.5% of our custody was liquidated. Does that include the pure custody? I have a little bit of USDC in pure custody. I uploaded to pay the interest on my loans. But was that?
Well, hold on a sec. So there's pure custody, which is basically just you deposited money into Celsius once the custody account was created. It never touched earn. And then there's the transferred custody, which everyone likes to call dirty custody. I'm not a big fan of that term, but basically just custody that was transferred out of earn, right? And yes, I
Right.
understand what terms aren't defined. It's just an easy way of explaining what's what.
And I
So
have both.
right. So the amount, so the custody that was transferred out of earn, because earn is considered, I guess, part of the estate or the estate, there's a preference action that could be brought by the estate to get back the funds that you took from them, or that they paid you unfairly. Is basically the way the bankruptcy code words it. So all of the transferred custody, the reason the judge doesn't let us or wasn't letting us take it, even though we hold the title over those funds, is because a preference could be bought or could be brought against us. Was it just a lawsuit? They could sue us, and then we'd have to pay them back that amount. So what we did was we settled with the debtor. We're going to get 72.5% of what's in our custody account, what shows on the app. In return, they're not going to bring the preference action, and thus we're going to be able to withdraw that amount. They're going to waive the preferences on that amount. So the balance is basically, I don't know how you want to word it, but basically some type of donation, or basically what we're using to buy the preference or to buy a waiver on the preferences. So the 27.5% is basically gone for us. It's not going to be unsecured claim. It's more of a donation. So there are, I don't want to say complications to it, but if no preference is brought, right? Let's say you have a claim for $10,000, right? And they put the preference threshold at 20,000. You would be entitled, because we hold title to the assets, you would be entitled to that remaining 27.5%, pretty much. So it's kind of an asterisk pending preferences. If the preferences are going to be brought, meaning the amount that you have in your transferred custody is under the threshold. If it's under the threshold, no preferences will be brought. Therefore, you're entitled to get the rest because you hold the title. If it's over the threshold and the preferences could be brought against you, then you're basically giving that up so that you can get the coins.
Got it. Understand. Thanks. Now my
It's
question to Ronan.
Thanks.
Now my question to Ronan
Uh,
is: I heard a comment in the UCC that uh, Kirkland and Ellis and David do not agree on the status of the loan collateral as of the filing date. So if the status of the loan collateral is the value in dollars of the coins that were used in used to secure the loan, then for the liquidated loans, a lot of that just washes out. But I've never heard what David thinks is the value or the status of the loan collateral as of the filing date. Do you have any insight on that?
Are you asking, like, what is the borrower's position on the ownership of the collateral?
Yes.
So, I mean, it's something that we could go down a dark and deadly road, and we litigate it to death, and it becomes a great and total utter boondoggle. I don't think anybody wants that. We saw what had to happen with the litigation for earned creditors. Shout out to Tony for custody. Everyone agreed that they should get their custody back. They didn't tell them that they had to give a 30% donation. Thank you, Tony. But with collateral, I mean, I want to try to accurately represent all sides of the issue. What Kirkland and Ellis would say is that unless you were just like a pure borrower, meaning you never had the app, maybe in like 2018, 2019, you emailed with Daniel Leone and you just did a Bitcoin loan via email, you never had an earn account, that's a very tiny subsect of people. What Kirkland and Ellis would say is that every Celsius user went into an earn account and that you, as a Celsius user, per the terms of service, made a loan to the debtor. I kind of call it a 501c3 nonprofit, highly unsuccessful hedge fund where we were donating our crypto for their use. So we made a loan to Celsius, and then if you became a borrower, you effectively took out a loan against the loan that you gave to Celsius. Or they would say you made a withdrawal on your loan. So the debtor's position would be that if to litigate this, they would say they have the ability to recall that withdrawal, meaning they have the ability to compel borrowers to pay their principal, and then you would basically have treatment be, you would have a massive unsecured earned claim. I mean, in my opinion, this violates like every single lending law, consumer lending laws, state lending laws, federal lending laws. I mean, they issued Truth in Lending Act statements after the pause, way late, when they realized everything was messed up. And I mean, we could litigate the status of the collateral. The problem with that is that even if you win, like, it's like litigation. I mean, look at what happened with look. No offense, Tony. Look what happened with custody. Even it wasn't even combative, and they're taking a 30% haircut. We have really tried to take the position with the UCC and Aaron Kolotsky. I think, hopefully I'm pronouncing the Alpha Wolf of the Nova Wolf Pack correctly, his last name. They've been very collaborative. We would like to continue the collaboration not only with Nova Wolf and Figure, but we would also like to remind all players that Abra is still involved. Abra is putting together a compelling bid that may force Nova Wolf to make their bid better, or it may allow borrowers to exit, but not at the expense of earned creditors and their piece of pie. So arguing over the status of the collateral, to me, is irrelevant. What's more important is that either A, the loans continue under, fair terms, and of course that includes an extended runway. 5 years may be a little bit excessive. There, you can negotiate around the edges. I think it's 0 1% interest loans were highly unsustainable. Market rates are like anywhere 7 12%. I think that's entirely fair. But to litigate over the ruling, the who owns the collateral, it just, you could do it, but at the end of the day, we want the same end state, and that's not necessarily the way you go about it. There are, like, under the bankruptcy code, and I've become a very bad amateur bankruptcy Twitter lawyer, but like there's a 363(o), which is basically borrowers have to bless off on any sale, and that's a little bit more of a more powerful legal argument. We don't want to be the ones in the negotiating table with Adler having pulled the grenade and pulled the grenade out and has pulled the pin, and we're just sitting there waiting to implode everything. We don't want that at all. We want, like, a collaborative process. We want to be able to figure out how we jumpstart this company. If loans are going to be the centerpiece, and we pay an interest every month, with the promise and assurances that we'll get our 85% of the collateral. I mean, we could negotiate with Nova Wolf and say, hey, if you go 6 years, 7 years on your loan, you can get 100%. Or if you want to back out after 1 or 2 years, you take a haircut. But I mean, you can go. No one. I think everyone is tired of litigation. David is a very accomplished bankruptcy lawyer, and we could go down that route. But I personally do not want to shake down every borrower and ask them for more legal fees so that we can pour into this mess and just keep litigating. It's like, I think we're potentially past that point, and I think we have the potential as borrowers to get just as good as deal had we argued the collateral belongs to us from the beginning. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Yeah, so
Thanks.
same thing kind of with custody. Any plan, we had the ability to nuke it if it included the custody users, which basically it had to. We're looking at phase 2, which could be 6 months, could be 7 months, could be 8 months down the road. Who knows how long it'll take to litigate? Might have cost us, I don't know, $1.5 million. If we win, the UCC and the debtor maybe most likely would have appealed it. That could be another 2-3 years. And we would all still be in bankruptcy. Doing all that costs money, costs time. So there would have been a real possibility of we go the whole distance, and then we end up after legal fees walking away with like 30%. So we chose to get out early, take our lumps. One thing we've all learned from this bankruptcy process is that nobody wins. The only people that win are the lawyers. It's just a matter of how much more they're going to win the longer you drag it out. We had the custody trial. There was no opposition to custody, right? The debtor And the UCC basically agreed with us, even though they had their little caveats, but more or less they agreed with us. And we ended up arguing against the judge. So we were losing on a trial that we won. You know, after the trial in December, one of our attorneys, Kyle Ortiz, was like, it kind of felt like a boxing match where I knocked out my opponent, and then the ref just leveled me, pretty much. That's how it felt. Even though we won title, even though we won the, phase one or whatever, it felt like a loss. And every day since, from the start of this bankruptcy till now, I'm talking about, not just custody, but everything has felt like a loss. Everything just gone downhill. The crypto market has tanked. FTX is dead. CZ from Binance is running from the police. He might get a $2 billion fine. Who knows what he's going to get? Everything's going downhill. We chose to settle. Obviously, it's a lot less than we wanted. I personally hate the deal, but realistically, it's a good deal. It's a great deal, actually. We're going to get 72.5% in kind. We still hold the title. So if the preferences aren't brought, which they will be because, Keith Wolford loves preferences, but if they're never brought, especially for smaller custody users, they have the chance to be made whole. Those with more, obviously, are not going to have that luxury, but for the most part, 72.5% in kind. I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I much rather get 72.5% of my Bitcoin than get 100% of a dollarized claim or whatever, So just a matter of how much of a beating you're willing to take and how long you're willing to take that beating. We ended up in this bankruptcy, and I mean Celsius, not us, but Celsius ended up in this bankruptcy because they took zero risk precautions. They just went 100% YOLO all the way through. And the problem is when you go for broke, you end up broke sometimes. And that's not something we wanted to happen.
True. Yeah, we have thanks everybody for your patience. I'm gonna get to you just going in the order as I receive the request, so please be patient. Next up we have Maya.
Mayama, are you me?
Yes, Mayama. I'm so sorry I said that incorrectly, but go right ahead.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, okay. I have a question. So, I'm sorry about my accent, but um, I have a loan that was liquidated, and with the new plan, I do not see anything. They don't even mention liquidated loan. And with this particular loan that was liquidated, I had put like collateral extra. I mean, when I had my margin call, I responded. I had like three different collateral added, like additional collateral added on this loan. It's like it took everything out of me. And this is what the loan that I was really depending on, and they are not saying anything about it. And I just wanted to know if anybody can help me, like answer the questions if they will add it on later or whatever. Like it's just are they just gonna ignore us or what? What's going on?
I'll hop in. So there is a liquidated loan Telegram group. I can send you the link.
No,
I would
I'm
say,
that link, but there's nothing
uh,
wrong.
uh, no, I'll tell you, like, honestly, with the liquidated loans, the UCC has said they are taking it under consideration, under advisement. I would tell if I were to guess, I would unfortunately say I don't think that they are going to do anything with liquidated loans. I think you could make an argument, same with the cell token holders, is that, you could make the argument cell token holders uh, were scammed, and you can make the argument that liquidated loan holders also got scammed. I mean, we all got scammed, just varying degrees. And maybe the Whiten case litigation trust, as they pursue claims against Mashinsky and the co-conspirators, the litigation trust could be potentially structured in such a way that receivables can get distributed to liquidated loans. But I unfortunately don't think that they are incorporating this into a plan. I
You're
think you
right.
could,
They are very, very ignoring us. Like nobody is mentioning anything about it. And I've been on that liquidated loan for a while, but I mean the loan group for a while, but I don't know.
yeah,
They just don't. I don't know. It's just sad. Like that's
I
all my
agree. I totally agree.
that loan. And
And
it
it
got, and you know what? The funny part is I have multiple loans, but it was this one that I added extra collateral 3 different times that got liquidated. And when they did a margin call, I was like, I'm not gonna send money, but I have others loan on the account that I can like cancel and then use that money to cover the collateral. And they said no, and then this. I hope they really do something about it because this is gonna screw us. Like, what did we do wrong? And it happened doing the past, not before. Doing the past. I hope they do
Did
something
you
about
add this, Miami, did you add this to your claim form?
it. Yes, I did. I filed a claim form.
Okay. Okay,
And I
good.
explained it just like the way I'm saying it, frustrating way. But
Right.
yeah, I just have not
All
heard
right.
anything
All right. Well, keep your head up and thank you for your question. Hopefully we'll get some resolution.
much for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Nico?
Yes, hi Mary, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. So thanks, first, thanks of all, thanks for Simon and yourself for handling those conversations. That's great, and hearing a lot of interesting input. So I'm going to talk about the clawback. The term collaboration has been mentioned. And then, Simon also mentioned the term legacy from the whole crisis. And so, if we look at the clawback and what the plan, the New Wolf plan would include, that would basically be campaign clawback, campaign targeting anyone beyond insiders. Then I feel like that plan would be dead in the water even before it starts. And the TBD threshold amount does not really matter here. The precedence does. With this kind of long-term plan that requires value to be created towards the new code tokens and equity holders, having retail clawback is like shooting itself in the foot. With retail clawback on this kind of unprecedented scale, no one will touch this new code even with a 10-foot pole. Wells, they will have the means to defend themselves and will probably win the case if they have strong defense using terms or safe harbor. Missiles depositors will end up getting screwed first, and then in addition, the new code tokens equity holders will get screwed because they won't see the value of they will see the value of their wealth drop since there won't be anyone touching that new code. And then obviously the legacy of the disaster is the unprecedented reflection on the entire crypto custodian industry. People will relate crypto custody with clawback, and everyone not technical enough to self-custody will just never adopt it.
All right, so here's the problem, right? What happened here is never going to happen again because what we have is an unlicensed bank. And the SEC has finally woken up, and all these other custodians or whatever, they're going to have to meet very, very strict guidelines. So there will never be, hopefully, maybe, probably, a Mashinsky 2.0. The problem here is that the reorg is no longer an exchange. So it's not a customer facing organization. So in an exchange, if you claw back your customers, they're going to stop using your service. But the reorg here is a hedge fund. So we're shareholders. If they claw us back, they're going to tell us, okay, you don't like it, sell your stake. Like they don't have to make us happy. They just have to do their job so they can collect their fees. That's the biggest problem. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's unfortunately the reality we're facing. If there was a Binance or whatever that was coming to acquire Celsius, they would have to keep us happy because they still want us to use their service. There is no service left. The loans is a forced 5-year hold or a liquidation so that you can, convert that to an earned claim and then you get the equity, which you're forced into pretty much. So there really isn't a customer facing business for them to have to keep us happy. That's why clawbacks are coming. I wish I had a better response, but there really isn't one.
Okay. Pretzel and then Crypto Sharma.
Hi, thanks guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks, Pretzel.
Perfect. Yeah, I wanted to put well, it's not a hypothetical. been on my mind lately. It's specific to loans. What do you guys feel as though, I guess, the risk of differentiation amongst potential retail clawbacks? Like, most of what I'm tied up in, and I have it on all ends. I was an employee. I took out significant loans, have everything on the platform, have quite a bit on the platform relative to myself. But I took out some loans and withdrew those funds in USDC within probably 30, 40 days of the pause. My, I guess, worry is this: could I potentially get clawed back and get affected there while also essentially losing that principal that I took out of the loan itself and kind of get double hit? Do we think there's consideration for situations like that? Obviously, it's pretty hypothetical. Well, not hypothetical, but we're making a lot of assumptions there. But what kind of risk exposure could that look like?
Yeah, so there's definitely people that have active loans that also withdrew off the platform. If the retail clawbacks go through, instead of compelling you to put money back on the platform, they might just knock it off your collateral or whatever your current claim is. Again, I know retail clawbacks are like a very divisive thing, and people don't want it to happen. I would prefer that they not happen. And again, no one wants Keith Woodford and his crew shaking down creditors to put more money back on a platform. We have
absolutely.
We have an idea. I call it passive clawbacks. I know Plan C doesn't like it, but I think it's a potential way to avoid years of litigation between the retail clawback group and the litigation trust. And I think it avoids Nova Wolf's proof of communism that would be a retail clawback and force redistribution among all creditors. But I don't know how open people are to it. If they're not, then the retail clawback people will just litigate for years. And like Tony said, everyone's going to lose, and lawyers will win.
Yeah,
Thanks, Pretzel.
appreciate the feedback. Yeah, I do have just one comment to make.
Sure.
Was a former employee. I certainly feel awful and extend my best out to everyone that was affected on the liquidated loan side. I've probably personally spoken to some of you guys on this space right now, and was on the phone with people directly begging for their loans to not be liquidated, and watching them firsthand still see the button get pressed and things get liquidated. It was a pretty horrifying experience, and there were a lot of people really pushing to try to keep the wrong things from being done, and unfortunately it just a lot of it went to waste. But there were a lot of people really fighting for you guys in the midst of all of it, and certainly extend my best out to everyone that was affected by that.
Well,
Yeah, I got
how
a
long were
question.
you with them?
A little less than a year. I came on during the
Okay.
huge hiring spree.
Okay.
What was your? Do you mind if we ask what your position was?
It wasn't a very big team, so I don't want to go into too much detail.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
But yeah, I worked with. If you had a lot on the platform, there's a decent chance you worked with me.
Hey, so I got a question. As all this was
Sure.
happening, they were liquidating everyone. Did you get a feeling that maybe they were kind of doing it on purpose to increase the hand?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you get a feeling that maybe they were kind of liquidating people on purpose so that they would increase the assets they had on hand?
It's tough to say because it was, and
it's just speculation.
I can't remember I can't remember the name of the person that was effectively pushing the button, because it was a manual process. As we now know, Celsius had horrific processes in place. Someone was physically liquidating these, and there was a third party that was carrying out the liquidations. Hence why there was a fee back to the customer, essentially, to liquidate each loan. So would it surprise me? Absolutely not. Amidst all the chaos, the communication was so poor that it was really tough to tell what was going on. we were trying to ping the loans team, trying to ping specific people of, hey, we need updates. There's 6-figure loans left and right liquidating that, and we sure as hell couldn't recommend, oh yeah, throw money on the platform. Just waste more and throw it into this black hole forming. So yeah, it's tough to say. Would it surprise me? Absolutely not. But tough to say.
Have you read the Dirty Bubble Media article where he alleges that the liquidated loan collateral was basically used to pay Celsius's macro loans, basically to like Aave and other of these DeFi protocols?
I didn't read that specifically. No. It'd be interesting. Like
No
like
worries.
I said,
And
genuinely, yeah.
no worries if you haven't read it. It's worth checking out. Do you know when Celsius, when they hit the manual loan liquidate button for liquidated borrowers, did they actually liquidate that, like actually on the blockchain liquidate that collateral, or like was it just a funny number on a screen, and they didn't actually liquidate it?
Well, there's so much that was funny numbers that we came to find out later on. So do I believe the actual loans are being liquidated? Yes. But there was so much happening off chain, more than I realized at the time. It's a good question. I'm trying to think through this one live. Sorry, I'm not on my game today.
Hey, no worries. If you need to think, it's just a question, and obviously, man, you were an employee, like not freaking guilty or anything. But
if I was, I would not have left all my Bitcoin on there.
No, and I think that's a good kind of marker of kind of people in good faith is do they have their money on the platform? And obviously you do, and that's just one of the questions for liquidated borrowers is like I got to double check, but it's like I want to say it's anywhere from like it's like $200 million in collateral that basically got liquidated. I want to say it was mostly ETH loans that got liquidated, some Bitcoin loans, but mostly ETH. And
well, it was a lot because there was that big wick down where Bitcoin hit. I mean, it was what, 15.5, and a ton, and it happened overnight, and a ton of loans liquidated. I mostly had, with the people I worked with, there were some very large ETH loans, Bitcoin. Every cell loan got wiped out because cell token had some really huge wicks during those days. So I would say it was pretty even amongst those. There weren't a whole lot of other collateralized loans outside of those buckets because those three were the most beneficial.
And then the one thing I just want to ask is about cell-backed liquidated loans. When those got liquidated, did they, with the cell token, did they just hold it in the treasury and again it was just a funny number on a computer screen, or did they actually, when it liquidated, they sell the collateral on the open market? Do you know the answer to that by chance?
I don't know the answer to it. I mean, the liquidations happened really fast because the drop was so precipitous. It was from $2.50 roughly at the time down to striking below $1. It was the most dramatic move in all of it. So
yeah,
hey,
I mean,
Ronan,
cell token got down to like, I think it got down to like 10 cents at one point.
Hey, Ronan.
Oh, yeah.
So I do know the answer to that. I mean, it was told to us directly from the company that they were not selling the cell tokens on the open market. They were putting them into treasury.
Yeah, and I can confirm just based on looking at the blockchain, there was I think it was over 1.8 million cell back loan that was liquidated from a prominent customer, and there were no movements of that size for the week that followed. So you would expect to see the cell move into some sort of market making platform if they were actually liquidating. So that aligns with what Plan C is saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm going to ask you a quick question, and then I'm going to move on to Derek. Thanks for being patient, Derek. Pretzel, is it possible that there are some loans that were liquidated by mistake since this was like a manual
Yeah,
liquidation, if you will?
well, it depends on what you classify as a mistake. There were, so I one or two loans always come back to me, people I work very closely with. And there was a situation where, say, a customer had X number. I want to say it was a Bitcoin loan. No, actually, it wasn't. It was maybe Solana. They were actively sending a wire transfer from their bank to Celsius to add collateral to this loan. We made the loan team aware, made everybody aware this was happening. They said, okay, cool. The loan still got liquidated despite the funds being on the way to keep it alive. And there were significant efforts made to restore the loan, get everything back to status quo, and get the LTV down to, say, not back to 25%, but at least 30 or 40. And then shit hit the fan, and all that went out the window. So there were situations like that where Celsius, before things they were bad, but not horrific, where real efforts were being made. But that was before things truly fell off a cliff. Once the pause happened, you could never get anyone to talk about those again.
Hey, thanks for your honesty. Honestly, it's hard. It's been hard to find anyone that works at Celsius willing to just admit how crazy it was.
I don't know why. I don't know why there aren't more. Like, I have nothing to lose, and they haven't sued me yet. So, yeah, if there's any Discord you guys,
well, you're not under an NDA or anything, are you?
Pretzel, do you know this guy Connor Nolan?
The name sounds familiar, but
I only ask because he's publicly no doxing, but he's publicly disclosed on Stretto. Basically, this guy was I want to say he was something with the loans, or no, he was the coin deployment specialist.
That's how
fancy title for just YOLOing Tony's coins. But basically, I believe on June 12th, the feds came knocking at his door. They started asking him a whole bunch of questions. I think he's a young kid. He's one of the top coin deployment specialists at Celsius at 25 years old. I would do the same. I would freak out, especially if I thought I hadn't done anything wrong. And Jason Stone was telling me to pump sell by taking Tony's Bitcoin and pumping sell with it. And the federales basically knocked at his door, started asking him a whole bunch of questions. He retains his own legal counsel. I think he has incurred like $250,000 in, I want to say, personal legal fees. Basically, the debtor in Celsius, I think, have hung him out to dry. And in his filing, he basically says he's, compiled with hundreds and hundreds of requests, and that basically he's asking the estate and he's asking creditors to fund his legal fees. And I'm not necessarily opposed to that happening. I would be okay with his fees being paid for, legal fees being paid for by Cam Cruz's funds, if the work that he did creates a recovery plan that is worthwhile. But if he retained his own counsel to cover his own ass, not get in any trouble and avoid jail time because Jason Stone told him to pump sell with Tony's Bitcoin, then I think it's a different story. But if he was just go ahead.
I was going to say, Ronan, I really appreciate all your jokes throughout this whole process, but I just feel for the person that just stumbles into this room that hasn't been involved in Celsius for 6 months. They must be so confused if they catch some of your stuff. But no, I love it because it really helps the process.
Yeah, I guess for some background.
I'm not saying stop it. I'm not saying stop it. Keep going.
We get a little deep. But people.
But you're so deep. You're so deep into this. You can make insider jokes upon insider jokes that the people that have been here get it and they're just loving it, and it really helps the process actually in a lot of ways to deal with this. But some people must be so confused right now.
I hate to say I
agree.
will almost shed a tear when this bankruptcy is over. Just kidding. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, I can
But
do a quick catch up with Connor Nolan for those not familiar. So he was hired as a young 23-year-old with stars in his eyes and got promoted rapidly to head of coin deployment, and then was later promoted to what's his title? Like somehow he's like some sort of like head of markets.
assistant to the regional manager for coin
He's got some sort of
deployments.
highfalutin title. But when he was just starting out, he had a conversation with his buddy Jason Stone and mentioned that he had been asked by senior management to liquidate something like a little over 4,000 customer Bitcoin on the liquid market, which was later acquired by FTX. So he sold our Bitcoin to buy Cell Token, and this was in either late 2020 or early 2021 when the Cell Token was pumping. So that's kind of Connor here and how he wound up hiring counsel.
And I'm not, and Kim, I'm not trying to assign like any guilt or blame to potential, employees. I would just say like I'm okay with his legal. He's asked for his legal fees to be covered by creditors. It's like $250K. That's literally like 2 seconds of work for Keith Woodford. Actually, that's about. I looked at Keith Woodford payments. He made $250K in 1 month. So shout out to him as he goes after Plan C and his clawbacks. But I'm okay with his legal fees being covered if he worked his ass off this whole time and like puts together a plan that is going to be like that can be a winner.
Yeah.
So TBD.
He was promoted.
I think that's what
he started in March of 2020, I believe, and he was promoted to head of coin deployment, and then he was promoted again to head of institutional lending. So rapid.
But
ascension.
Hey Cam, so you know who gets promoted in these types of companies where you have like a toxic C-suite? It's the same thing with FTX. The people that get promoted are not the most qualified. They're the people that will keep their mouth shut and they'll follow the rules, and they're basically naive to what's going on. Those are the people that get promoted and put in positions. And that's exactly what happened with Celsius. I mean, the C-suite targeted individuals that they knew they could control and would not talk. I'm not talking about the average Celsius employee at the lower ranks. I'm talking about people in the higher positions. That's why you have, various people being hired, former and no background checks on some of these people coming in, people that have worked with some of the C-suite in previous ventures. That's how these kind of quote unquote criminal operations go down. It's literally like the mafia.
Yeah. Anybody that
should get back to questions though.
Yep. Anyone that approves selling Bitcoin for Cell tokens should be arrested for the rest of their lives, just off of principle.
Hey, Derek.
Hello. Thanks for opening up the mic anyways. Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it short. I have a couple of quick questions. One on the convenience class, when they say 5,000 or under, they're going to get 70%. Is that 70% of 5,000 if you have, let's say, 5,000 on the account? And is it in kind in your crypto? So if you have like 70% of the crypto that you have on the site, that would be the first question. The second question is, I have an earn account and I have a loan account. Could I got about 7,000 on the earn account at present dollars anyways. Could I accept that 70% and keep my loan as a separate account and the loan in that regard? And on my wife's account, she's got just 1 ETH in there. Like on the convenience class, does that mean she'll get like 70% of that 1 ETH? Is 1 ETH is less than 5,000, and is it in kind or is it in dollars? I really hope it's in kind.
So here's the problem. The bankruptcy code allows them to either do cash or in kind. So if they're smart, which is bad for us, which they are, obviously, they're the highest paid attorneys in the world or whatever. What they'll do is they'll cap it at the US dollar, the USD value at the time of bankruptcy, which is around 20,000 Bitcoin. So you'll get paid in kind, but it will be 70% of the value at the time of the bankruptcy. So you might get, and as far as today's prices, you will get a lower amount than 70%, but it'll be 70% of the dollar value.
Okay. And when it comes to the loan, can I accept the in kind for the earn and just keep the loan And is that 85% based on in kind the ETH that I have, or at dollar value as of when the bankruptcy is in 5 years from now? That's going to be ridiculous.
Derek, that is like the fundamental question. Our position is that if you have a 10 Bitcoin loan, the petition date, the $19,000, is completely irrelevant. All that matters is that if you're going to become a forced ETH maxi under duress for 5 years, hashtag I do not consent, then when you get your collateral back in kind in 2028, that it's 85% of 10 Bitcoin, not any $19,000 petition nonsense. That obviously has to get clarified when we negotiate. We'll ensure that is, because it's just a non-starter if it's not not the representative of one Bitcoin equaling one Bitcoin.
Otherwise, I'd be okay with liquidating absolutely everything, and we all take a 50% haircut, and at least we walk our own ways, and everybody can get lost, including the lawyers. No offense to the lawyers on the call. That is, thank you guys very much for your time.
Thanks, Derek.
Extreme offense to the lawyers. Not no offense.
Creditors united against lawyers earning $250K a month. You want to talk about real yield. Imagine you don't even have to put any. It's a new platform. It's called the Bankruptcy app. You don't have to put any coins on the platform, and you just get a monthly yield of $250K.
I'm currently looking for law school or bankruptcy law school daycares for my 4-year-old. She's going to be an attorney. She has no idea, but she's going to specialize in bankruptcy law.
The green guys? Hey, the green guys, you there?
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having the space. I just really came here to let you guys all know that your car warranty has expired. That's all I came here for.
Thanks so much for that. Appreciate you.
Don't worry, Keith Woodford will be there to litigate if you don't renew your car warranty.
All right. We have Geho.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Just one question. I am an earn customer with more than $10,000, and I want to know. They tell us that we will have some equity shares, EST. How we can trade this token? Where we can exchange? We are a more international customer. I'm from Switzerland, and how will we can trade? Where will be trade this token, and they will have some liquidity. Also, thank you very much.
You should probably sit down for the answer to this, but there's this little herd of blockchain called Provenance, which is serving a couple random projects, and it has very low liquidity right now, and it's maintained by a company called Figure, which is run by two former executives from SoFi that left under somewhat questionable circumstances. And they're looking to create this token on this Figure blockchain. So Provenance was built using Cosmos as the underlying technology, I understand. And the tokens will be listed there. This blockchain is maintained privately, right? So there's only a few nodes if you look at the dashboard on, I think it's provenance.io. You can take a look and see the activity on the chain, but it's really going to depend on how many new people are attracted to try to purchase claims. There's not a lot of liquidity right now.
Okay. The Crypto Sharma.
I think Simon spoke about it previously. A lot of these security tokens trade at like 60, 70% discount, unfortunately. So there's not going to be a lot of liquidity for it.
Crypto Sharma, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Hi, Mary. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate this. I'm UK based, and I have somewhere around $5,500 worth of Bitcoin and ETH on the platform. and I have also some collateral. So I borrowed some money against my Bitcoins. And as you guys might know, that in the UK, the loan doesn't work. So the way they have offered us is it's a sale and repurchase agreement, and it was all on 0% APR. So I don't pay any interest on it. Never paid before. Do I? So how, I think my question is similar to Derek, and I think I'm guessing part my answer what it will be. So I really appreciate if you can clarify where do I stand, and is it still 5 year I have to wait, even though if I want to pay tomorrow?
Crypto Shawarma, again, they haven't really talked about UK loans. If I were to guess, and again, this is Twitter Bankruptcy Court where everything we say is binding. If I were to guess, I would say that Nova Wolf is going to treat the UK purchase agreements in the same way that there are active loans. The big question that I have for UK borrowers is, does Figure have the licenses to operate UK loans? I think they said on the call that Figure has like 48 licenses. I think they don't have New York, and they don't have one other state. So it's a big question if you're electing for treatment A, which is the 5-year term, subject to modification, but the UK loan has to be able to be serviced by Figure, which is the first question. But if I were guessing, I would say the UK purchase agreements will be treated as regular loans, but you got to follow up with the UCC, and you got to ask them that question, because I know people have asked, it hasn't got answered, and it's important for you guys.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Even though, yeah, just want to add that because it's a 0%, and everybody will be happy to pay off their debt, get their BTC, and I think that's not an option. If they and again, it's no benefit to the community if we keep it there. They keep it me for 0%, for example. But at the same time, there's no point me borrowing against 6-7% because you don't get that in the bank. So it's like one of those positions where we are losing anyway. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hey, quick question. You said you had 5,500 in earn?
Yes, that's right. And again, that's a funny story because in November, I got an email saying you're getting close to your liquidation. So I'm being, really honest. I replied back saying, you know what? Okay, rather than me paying the collateral, I'll just pay off the loan. So that's how I pay off all the ETH loan. But then I didn't realize that they're gonna get stuck in my account. So that's how I have ETH and BTC in my account. So yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. So what will happen to that?
So there's two things. There's one thing you can do, and one thing that I guess you would qualify for, because you're over the convenience class, the Ron Paul class, as we like to call it, of $5,000.
Ron Paul class / Daniel Frischberg class.
So anything under 5,000,
it's 5,500 as of today valuation.
So what was it as of the bankruptcy date? Because it goes by the date. Because if it's under the 5,000, you would be eligible to get 70% of it.
Yes, it will be under 5,000 because Ethereum was under my loan agreement at the time.
Not really sure, but so let's say it's 5,500. You can elect to lower your claim to 5,000, and then you would qualify for the convenience class. They'll just give you 70%, and then you're done. But at 5,500, you would get the equity token. So a portion will get paid up front. We don't know the number yet. We're assuming it's going to be low, maybe 20, 25, 30% of the dollarized amount. And then the rest you'll get in shares of this, the equity tokens.
And we are saying that either you take this offer with Nova Wolf, whether you agree or not, or leave it. We don't have any other option.
I mean, you can vote against it, but I don't know how. It depends on what everyone does. If it gets voted down by the general population, they'll have to go back to the drawing table. But assuming it gets approved, which it probably will, it's kind of a take it or leave it. Yeah.
Okay, because I was quite, as I said, I only came to crypto in 2021, and this is one of the company who, came very honest, and as Alex was good at selling. That's how I come across this. And since this process going on, I came across Simon, and I think everything he speaks about, I can blindly, put everything there and don't even need for next 10 years. Let's say that's how I feel about it. So my question is, I don't think other than Nova, we don't have an option, or it can be an option in March some point. I heard that 8th of March is the day where we might find out more.
Well, that's when the judge will either approve or deny. I don't know if it's everything or certain parts, but that's when the judge will give us an answer.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Did he say he had 5,500 in the platform?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get 60% back in kind if you just go down to the 5,000 class. You take a $500 haircut and you get 60% of your crypto back in kind. It's a pretty good deal, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think 5,500 only came when I paid my loan back in November. But I guess you guys are saying 5,000 is before July. Is that correct?
Sorry, maybe I wasn't listening well. Sorry.
Yeah, the likelihood is you would be below the threshold anyway because the market is increased sufficiently. So if your balance today is 5,500, you'd almost certainly be below if you're holding Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah. So in that case, what happens to that Ethereum I paid off and it's on the platform?
So you'll get 70% of whatever you have in earn. They'll just pay you out to get rid of you, pretty much.
That's not bad. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Hey, I just want the room to know that and to understand this is not financial advice, it's not legal advice, it's not tax advice at all. So just making the room aware. But
indeed,
really
indeed.
appreciate your question. Thank
Also,
you, Sharma.
This part I can say confidently is financial advice. I like Simon, obviously, no offense to Simon, but don't put all your eggs in one guy. Any guy.
Yeah.
Even Simon, even me, you can put your eggs on Ronan, he'll put it in Bitcoin, so you're fine. But everyone else, don't do it.
I agree. Just one quick point. One thing I learned, even though I'm very new compared to lots of you guys, you're crypto long time. I'm only in since 2021, early 2021. One thing I learned is keep it on the ledger. I don't want extra money. The only reason I went to the Alex because I thought people like me who work hard, save money, I can earn extra Bitcoins and Ethereum. That was the only thing, and I think it's safe. And his motto was, bank is not your friend. And I think that's how I got sold on to it, and I love the guy, and the way they created his image. I think that's where I got it wrong. So one thing I understood is just trust Bitcoin. Keep it on the ledger. Don't need to trust anybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharma. Keep positive, okay? Celine?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Just wanted to thank everyone for getting us the information we need in my background. My story is from Jersey, and I had a little over 5 Bitcoin and a little over 14 ETH in an earn account, and about approximately 30 days prior to the filing, I had transferred it into custody, both the Bitcoin and the Ethereum. So I don't know if the question was answered previously. I was in and out of the spaces. What is the future of my Bitcoin and ETH?
So you said you had it in earn and then you moved it to custody?
Correct. About 30 days prior to the filing.
Is it above $7,575?
Yeah, it's 5 Bitcoin.
Oh, sorry, I missed that part.
It's 14 ETH.
All right, so we have a settlement on the table. Anyone can choose to take it or not. It's a personal choice for everyone. So you would get 72.5% of whatever your wallet says, your custody wallet, in-kind distribution. In 2 installments. The first one will be whenever this deal gets approved by the judge, if it gets approved, which I think it will. And then there's varying dates for the second one, but it's really not that important. So you'll get 72.5% guaranteed. And then the other balance pending clawbacks.
So would it be 72.5% of what the Bitcoin is worth at that time in US dollars? Or would it be 72% of BTC?
So 5 Bitcoin times 0.725, you'll get 3.625 Bitcoin. And then whatever you have, 72.
Same thing with the ETH then.
Yeah.
And is there anything, I mean, I have my claims have been filed and everything. Is there anything I have to do, or will I get emails according to the procedure I have to follow?
You'll get emails whenever they have everything ready, whenever it gets approved. The one thing about the claims, if you agree to the settlement, you can't add claims that are custody related. So if you already did like damages that are custody related, that part you're basically waiving, which, let's be honest, you're not going to make any money off of that anyway.
Yeah, no, I have a couple other small, like Poly and all that, but I'm not too concerned. Just concerned about the Bitcoin and the ETH.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter what coins you have, you're entitled to 72.5% in those 2 installments, and then the remaining 27.5%. If you fall under the threshold for clawbacks, you can get it back. For custody, they are probably going to put that threshold super low, so I'm assuming not a lot of people are going to fall under it, but if you do by any chance, then you have the ability to get that upside. But at a minimum, we locked your downside at 72.5% if you take the settlement.
No, yeah, it sounds like I'm going to take the settlement. I'll take 3 versus nothing.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. And I hate the settlement, but it's a no-brainer. I've been fighting with our lawyers, with the Kirkland lawyers for like 2 months. It's like I called it the 5 stages of grief. At first, you're in shock, then you're upset, then you're kind of like in disbelief a little bit, then you're kind of starting to accept it, and then you can't find a reason not to say yes.
So just hypothetically, because I was preparing to transfer the ETH and the Bitcoin into my Ledger account. So that was the process, getting out of Earn, put it into custody, and then send it over. If I had sent it over to my Ledger, I would have been in the clawback area, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
So is it a good thing that I didn't transfer it?
No. It's better to have the coins in hand and then have them come after you, because then you have it. The problem was, because they were holding our coins, there was no risk of not getting paid, right, from a clawback standpoint. So they can put the threshold super low because worst case scenario, they take it to court. If they win the clawback, they're guaranteed to get the payment. Whereas if you had the money in hand, they can claw you back and the judge can rule you have to pay them, but they still have to collect, which is difficult. So the options are they convince you to pay, which, no one's going to do, or they could put a lien on your house and hope that you sell soon, or they can, garnish your wages and collect $50 a paycheck for the next 300 years or whatever,
Just make the check out to Keith Woodford.
Yeah, hairline Keith.
Maybe you could work out something with Keith if you didn't have funds. You could work something out where you maybe do laundry for him or
wash dishes,
house, wash his car, and that could be an innovative settlement for Plan C and retail clawbacks. That they don't necessarily get the crypto back, but you're willing maybe work pro bono at White and Case.
Just volunteer for his next campaign.
I was going to say White and Case and Kirkland & Ellis are heavily involved in pro bono legal work, just not obviously for Celsius creditors. Maybe you hop on the White and Case or Kirkland & Ellis pro bono team, and then that lifts your clawback preference claim.
Okay, so
Plan C, is that something you'd be open to?
Is he still running for... Can we vote for him to get our clawback released? Is he still running for...
I think that's the move. That's the move for Celsius.
Everyone will vote. All the clawback exposure people will vote for his next campaign. if we can get rid of some claw.
And you promise to campaign aggressively in the election season. That entails no less than, we'll say, 100 tweets for his next campaign. And you've got to knock no less than 100 doors, door to door. I would say this: we have to have it has to be results based. If he gets elected to his next office, then your preference claim gets lifted. But if you don't campaign for him hard enough, then you do owe retail clawbacks. I think that's fair.
Yeah, so we're screwed. He's never going to get elected. So
I think we'll stick with what we're currently doing. I don't like this settlement. It's too difficult to get it.
So these comments are all jokes for the rooms. Please.
One thing to say though about the clawbacks, the ones that were fortunate enough to get their money out, they will try to go for the easiest and cheapest way to get that money. And one good thing about the custody settlement is that we have found their floor. 27.5% seems to be a good number for them. You can say, hey, I'm willing to give you 25%. I'll write you a nice check. I can transfer it to your wallet, whatever you want. Just don't come after me for the rest. And they've already set the precedent for it. So,
thanks,
well,
Salim.
Thanks for the answer.
Thank you. Hey, Naj.
Hey, how you doing? You hear me?
Good. How you doing? Yeah.
Good. Yeah, thanks everyone for doing this call today. Quick question. I think it was kind of answered already, but I got to add on to the question, which was based on collateral. So,
you're real muffled. You're real muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, yeah.
All right. Is the collateral based off of the market value, or is it going to be based on the petition date? And it sounds like that has not been clarified at all yet. Is that correct?
That is a phenomenal point. Obviously, if we're going into 5 years of ETH maxi duress, it has to be 10 Bitcoin has to be equal to 10 Bitcoin, and you're getting 85% of that in 2028. The petition date obviously doesn't make sense, but that's something we'll talk with Nova Wolf. We'll chat with them about it and ensure that whatever you have as collateral, that's what it is. Crypto in kind, BTC in kind, loan collateral in kind, that's a very important point.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing in regards to the loan deal. The last thing was, if it is based off of the loan value, I'm assuming at the end of the 5-year term, we should be able to use some of the collateral to pay off the principal, technically speaking, right?
Yeah, so that's other considerations we're talking with. Hopefully, talk with Nova Wolf and figure about is that under new loan terms, you're owing anywhere from 7.5 to 12%. You can choose to pay that in cash each month, or I would say if you're getting earned dividends, if you have an earned claim as well, your ability to funnel that towards the interest payment, or yes, the other option is as long as your collateral is appreciating over time, if they're not going to allow reverse refinancing, then allowing the interest to be subtracted off of the collateral. And in 2028, hopefully everything is worked out. You can, take the principal minus the collateral for your payoff. But obviously, I think Nova Wolf mentioned it, like all of it will be subject to fees. So obviously the question of what if you're going to subtract interest off of the collateral each month, what is that fee that's getting charged?
Right. Okay, cool. I'm glad that it's all been being discussed. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much. Hey, Plan C, did you want to say something? I think. No.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry. Yeah. Am I in queue? I didn't want to jump the line at all.
Actually,
I can wait.
Yeah, I have just 2 more people, and then you can go.
Yeah, go for other people first. I'll wait.
All right, cool. Eric.
Few things I want to, bring up. And I haven't been on the first 30 minutes that Tony was speaking, so I'm not sure if you already addressed this. But there was a woman before who's in custody who asked if she can give up, a portion of her custody for equity. in the new company. And to my understanding, based on the settlement agreement that the custody ad hoc group agreed with, that's not an option, and it's not part of the plan. The 72.5% that Tony mentioned that custody is getting back, in addition to giving up the 27.5%, we're also giving up any equity in the new company and any future legal claims that are brought into the estate or insider clawbacks that are brought into the estate. Custody is not participating in any of that potential, dare I call it, upside in new company or future earnings that come in. Tony, please correct me if I'm wrong on that. And also, Tony, please correct me if I'm wrong that the 72.5% is in kind and it's not dollarized. So if I have or you have 100 Bitcoin in custody, you're getting 72.5 Bitcoin back, not 72.5 dollarized Bitcoin back. Is that accurate?
All right, so last part first, it is all in kind. Whatever you have, you're going to get 72.5% of it in kind. The second question was about claims against the estate. Insider clawbacks are going to be brought against Mashinsky Company for fraud and a bunch of things like that. Anything fraud related, anyone that was defrauded, which would be all of us, is entitled to it. The only thing that you wouldn't be entitled to, that you would be giving up, is specific damages that are custody related. So they're not clawing back Mashinsky because of the custody account. They're clawing them back for the fraud. So we all got. Or you would still
okay,
be
so
that. And what was
which we well, the woman who was on, I guess maybe an hour and a half ago at this point, an hour and a half ago, asked if she can give up a portion of her custody to get equity, and I just didn't think that was part of the plan at all, right? Like that's not even an option.
So it is possible. You would have to reject the settlement, let them claw you back, and then work out that type of negotiation with them. But it depends on if they would be willing to negotiate.
Okay, cool. Mary, the other couple things that I wanted to bring up was what the hell was I saying? Lawyer conflict. Sorry. So at the end of the UCC hearing, I'm not sure who caught it, but at the end of the UCC Twitter
Celsius
Spaces,
Loans caught it. Celsius Farms
yeah,
remembers.
yeah. I think I don't know if it was Celsius Loans or Cam Cruz that pointed it out. These guys are fucking conflicted. Like they're conflicted with what is it, the Wolfers or the what was it, the Figure? Like I don't care that I
with
don't care
Figure.
if a lawyer Figure, right? I don't care if a lawyer says they were our clients or they are our clients, but we're going to pass them off to some other lawyer who we probably also know, and we're not in conflict. Yeah, they are. The lawyers have been conflicted this whole time. So I just want to point that out. So I'm not the kind of like pro se guy that files all these fucking stupid pro ses just to hear myself and be to be like ahead of the pack here. But I know Manny Main is. So Manny Main, feel free to file a pro se claim for that because that's some bullshit. And I think that the
Shots
judge
fired
needs to
at
pay.
Manny Main.
Well, shots fired in a positive direction. I think this is something the judge may actually give a shit about, in addition to requesting the threshold
and Eric,
minimums.
Eric from the great country of Florida. The one other conflict that I want to talk about is when White and Case put forward Nova Wolf and they say this company is legit. We've done our due diligence. I just want to remind people on this call that White and Case did the due diligence for Westcap. Westcap invested close to $750 million into Celsius in 2021. So I would just ask creditors to, on top of White and Case's due diligence, based off their previous track record, to also do due diligence before we decide to YOLO in with Nova Wolf and Figure.
Yeah, I'm a quote crypto executive in the blockchain space. I've went to 70 blockchain conferences over the last 4 years. I never heard of Nova Wolf before, right? I heard of Figure, but I never heard of Nova Wolf before. That may not, I mean, whatever, but I would have known about them, I thought, if they were prominent in the space. And the other thing that I want to address, and only because Plan C called me out before, which is in regard to the cell token and my position with that. And it's not necessarily against this shitcoin of a token. I actually agree with Plan C that he should get 100% of his cell token back. And there's members of I totally agree with that. I think everyone in custody would agree with that. I don't know if anyone can provide an explanation as to why that hasn't been proposed. Like, why hasn't the judge ruled on that or UCC given that back? I mean, The estate has the shit sell, give it back, like 100% of it, 110%. I could care less. So I don't understand why that hasn't happened yet. So what I was against Plan C is taking the 27.5% from custody or the 70% from earn and liquidating ETH and Bitcoin to pay back people who are in sell. That to me is just ridiculous. You're throwing good money after bad, after a Ponzi token. For all, if you want the 100% Ponzi token back, by all means. If you think Alex is going to start a new company and use that token,
No, I think like we see eye on a lot of things, and I respect you, and I wasn't trying to call you out in any way. I'm just taking the other side of the argument, just because obviously I have my biases. I hold the token, and there's a lot of people just not speaking up. So, yeah, I totally get your perspective. If you don't hold any sell, a lot of people are going to share your views. Just remember again, this is all in retrospect. None of us knew this. Anyway, I don't want to repeat myself. I already said stuff earlier, but yeah, I have no issues with you at all, and I wasn't trying to call you out.
I think, Cam Cruz has done an innovative proposal. It's not the 2 sell for 1 sell deal, which is even, in my opinion, more generous as a personal sell token holder. But the ability with the litigation trust, obviously Mashinsky was using customer Bitcoin to pump the value of sell token and then selling sell token. I think as we go ahead, Eric.
No, sorry, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off. My son was yelling at me and my phone cut off. I don't know. I could probably find the YouTube if it wasn't already deleted, but I bought Cell Token when it was 30 cents. The reason I bought Cell Token, and this was a long time ago, right? Like 2017, 18, whatever it came out. The reason I bought it at 30 cents is because the Ponzi scammer Alex said on fucking YouTube, he was like, "Hey guys, it's 30 cents. I think you should buy now because something big is going to happen." He's literally pumping it right there. So I'm like, okay, I caught the signal. I said, let me buy it now and see if the scam artist comes through. He did. The token went up to $1 or something shortly thereafter. So anyone who doesn't think that this token was being pumped by Alex is delusional. Like he basically was admitting it in half of his AMAs. If you just paid attention to his little slick shit that he was saying, and I was paying attention to the slick shit he was saying. So again, this is not a knock on you, Plan C, at all. But what I'm saying is that our legitimate crypto assets, and I know that you have some on the platform, obviously, was used to pump this thing, and this token is worthless. So by all means, get 100% back. I have no issues with that. That's all I was going to really say.
It's Eric. It definitely is a very tough, subject. Not everyone's going to be happy, no matter what you hold or what bucket you fall into. So it's very. I'm like in all buckets, but it's a very tough topic to cover. Well, that's for sure.
Well, hold on 1 second though. Yeah, but
go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
Like custody is getting back in kind, right? Unfortunately, earns, it sounds like it's getting dollarized, and I don't know if they're getting back in. Yeah, I guess they're getting back in kind after dollarization. Why can't the sell community just take it back in kind? Why hasn't that judgment been made? Is it because it's a security token? I don't know what the reason is. It's so obvious to just give that token back.
Yeah, there are reasons. There are reasons for that, of course. The courts probably won't approve it for a number of reasons. It become like a race to sell, right? So you're going to have some people benefit over others. That's just my take on it. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding.
I would be holding.
Well, nothing is, there's nothing that's been signed, dotted line, so nothing's set in stone yet. That's why we, kind of have
there's two things I just wanted to bring up with Plan C since he's on with me now, and that, I took, not to say I took offense to it, but I was a little bit concerned when you said that Alex is creating another company in Texas or wherever, or an LLC, and potentially he could use Cell to create some other company. I thought we're all.
I definitely didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that.
That was me.
That was
Mashinsky. Here in Twitter Bankruptcy Court, we're going to appoint a Twitter bankruptcy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Eric, I hope you're not confusing me with another group of people involved in Celsius. I'm the person that has called Alex out, right after the freeze. I've posted a lot of similar things to yourself. I was not part of the group that was participating in any kind of a squeeze on Cell Token. All my Cell tokens are in the app. I didn't sell. I didn't dump any Cell. I'm representing the people that we're basically screwed as much as anyone else and have their Cell in the app. That's all.
Hey guys, if you don't, can we bring it back around to resolution and questions and stuff like that? And again, I appreciate all the pain and all the mad at Mashinsky and all that.
Go ahead.
I think we're being Mary. I think we're being pretty constructive. We're not attacking each other personally. And I respect Eric. I don't have a problem with Eric at all.
All right, love you guys. Go ahead.
I tried to get Plan C verified on Twitter because I know Elon. So, but no, just kidding about the Elon thing. The other thing, and again, I think this was you that said it, Plan C. I'm not sure, but you said something like I wasn't calling you a shiller, by the way, but what I was basically saying is that there are, if you don't, okay. So in 2017, 2018, I knew a lot of the token founders. I know how a lot of these projects operated. In that time period that shit cell was released, every token project from China to America was giving away part of their native token to YouTubers and whatever to talk about their token. It's how they were marketing themselves. Every project did that. Every project did that. So I don't know if it was you, but you said that you don't think that Celsius or Alex and his crew were giving away Cell token to YouTubers or whatnot. I certainly didn't receive any Cell for doing. I didn't even have a YouTube channel, but I'm sure I can find you a few YouTubers if they would admit it, that they were getting Cell as part of shilling Cell. I'm not saying it was you.
No, I think no. Wait a second. No, I think because I think you're kind of lumping everyone into the same basket, and I don't disagree with you on some level. So, what I said was, I know for a fact the majority of the large Cell token holders were not gifted Cell tokens. Like, I'm not saying that there weren't some people that were gifted Cell. I certainly wasn't gifted any Cell. I wasn't paid to promote the company. So there might have been some people. I'm not disputing the fact that there were probably some people that got distributed some Cell tokens to promote Celsius. But I just think it's not fair to the people that actually bought, which is the majority, and I know that for a fact. I don't know the exact percent, but I can tell you the vast majority. There are some exceptions, I'm sure, that were paid. The vast majority just bought the token, and like, just one last point. So you were saying, like, okay, the Cell token was pumping. What was also pumping was the AUM of the company and the users. So you have to factor that in. And people did not know. The vast majority, like all these people that were holding a lot of Cell tokens, they didn't know Alex was pumping the token. Like, no one knew this. Like, it's not fair to say that. I mean, the AUM was growing, the users were growing. People just saw the token going up and the users in the AUM going up, and they thought there was some sort of a connection there. It did seem to be going up in tandem. So they thought, okay, this token, and there's people that, don't forget, there's people that bought Cell token at $4 to $8 because it was pumping. So to think those people are not screwed with the 20 cent payout is, I mean, if you were in their position, I think you'd be on the other side of the table. But anyways, I have no issues with your.
That's not actually relevant, though. So all the things.
Really? How is that not relevant? How is that not relevant?
Yeah, I'll explain. So Enron, any other company. So say you invested in shares in any company, and there's some nefarious activity going on that you had no part in, and that company explodes and your shares are now worthless. Do you now say, no, my shares should not be worth zero. My shares should be worth arbitrary.
Cell token's not shares. It's a token. It's not a share in the company. It's a totally different thing.
It's the exact argument you're making, is that because they weren't involved in the shenanigans, their Cell token should be valued.
Yeah, but you're talking about shares in a company. Cell token is not shares in a company. It's a utility token. I mean, the whole reason why people help. No, I don't know about that. I mean, there's no case law on tokens.
The token should be a certain amount because they weren't involved in the shenanigans, right?
Not really what I'm saying. No,
okay,
not at all.
Feel free to all right, then explain it better.
Yeah, I'm just. It's not shares. It's not equity in a company, right? So all I'm saying is there's people that bought Cell token at different price points. I mean, I think the difference is what we're doing is you're kind of lumping everyone into the same basket. I don't want to say what you're doing, but that's kind of how I'm viewing it, and how it looks is you're kind of like putting, everyone was kind of in the same basket. There's so many different situations with the Cell token. It's very complex, and at the end of the day, everyone was defrauded. I mean, no one knew this stuff was happening. It's easy to look back. That's all I'm trying to say. It's easy to look back and judge an investment and say it's worthless. If you were there over the last few years, I mean, yeah, we were all duped basically by Alex, just like everyone that put assets on the platform. I mean, why would you treat some creditors differently than others? We were all screwed. There's people that hold other coins that are basically worthless on the app, and how many tokens in crypto are manipulated in various ways. And Cell token was manipulated on the way up and on the way down. So anyways, we should move on to other topics. I mean, I don't think people want to hear us talk about Cell token. We're just going to have different opinions on this, and I think it's good. We're presenting the both sides of the argument, and I think both of us have points. So I mean, maybe you disagree, but anyways.
No, I appreciate that. I'll just leave it at that and say I appreciate. I thought you said that there was no one that was given cell token as a part of the shilling. That's
No, there were people. I'm
yeah,
sure there were
okay.
people. Some of these YouTubers, I'm sure, were given cell over the years, right? But
I was
that doesn't.
given cell.
Eric, if you were a user on the Celsius
I'm
app,
someone who was given cell.
if you were a user in the Celsius app in May of 2019, Mashinsky was
Yeah.
airdropping cell at 9 cents to users.
Interesting.
Yeah, but again, it's very different to people that were buying between $4 to $8 or whatever number. I mean, at the end of the day, you just can't punish some people for, the small amount of people that might have got some tokens for free. It's just not, just not how things
Cam,
work.
can you talk about your solution for cell token, the serious one, not the 2-for-1?
Yeah. So basically, you have cell token, and the 2-for-1 proposal was, we're not going to talk about that, but the basic idea was we have enough to give everybody who is cell on the app back 2-for-1 in kind. And now if you claw back insiders, right, all insider in docket 54, you'd be able to write off another 85 million cell tokens, and you'd have enough for even 3-for-1 for everybody. And the resounding response from everybody who loves cell token is being horrified at the notion of getting back 3-for-1, right? Because they know that their token is worthless and they wouldn't be able to get anything for it. So it's not even like, you're right, it's not equity in the company. It's worse than that because it's a utility token for a dead platform. But everybody who has cell token, who's holding it, and who didn't have inside knowledge is effectively, they've been defrauded because the token pumped and they were induced in at an inflated price, right? So some people who are on the selling side of that benefited, like all the insiders. Alex sold over $62 million worth of cell token, according to the Examiner report. So they did well. People who sold, who got in at low prices and sold, did well. People who were tricked and held it, they got screwed. So the way you solve this is you recognize it as a fraudulent asset and you set aside a recovery fund, be it $50 million, $100 million, and then you look at all the holdings on the app. You write down the insider's claims to zero. They've already been subordinated in the draft of the plan. So then you'd have 200, maybe 195 million cell tokens that need to be distributed or need to be taken account of. And you look at everybody's holdings and you say, when did they acquire the cell token or when did they deposit it onto the app? And you look at that price and you add all the totals together and then you pro rata distribute based on your acquisition price from the recovery fund to all holders. That way, somebody who bought in at $6, like our friend Thomas, would get compensated 24 times more than somebody who bought in at 25 cents because they got screwed 24 times more than somebody who bought in at a lower price.
No, I think that's a reasonable approach, Cal. I mean, I think that there's some points you made there that should be taken into consideration, make logical sense. Yeah. I mean, and the other thing I'll say is just, if you eliminate all the sell in treasury and all the insider sell, the lawyers are getting more of a payout through this process than cell token holders. Like, just the facts of it. I mean, we're not talking about a huge percentage of the overall assets here, but anyways, we should probably move on to other topics.
Neo,
Yeah, but cell token holders, they should get a portion of whatever lawsuits or whatever amount is collected from suing Alex and Daniel Leon, because they were defrauded by them, not by the estate, which is us.
And whatever price, like if Mashinsky sold cell like at whatever $8 and made like $10 million, he should owe back to the litigation trust $10 million in USD, and then the litigation trust can pro rata distribute it under Cam's plan. So the people that did truly get scammed at $8 can get some form of distribution. I see. Oh, Tecmo, if you want to, or Mary, you take it.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say that if the speakers that are up on the stage right now, if you have any comments on cell token right now, raise your hand and then go ahead and before we move on to the next subject. I don't know if you do, Tecmo.
No, I would love to never talk about cell again.
Okay. All right, then let me. It looks like then Neo 13, you have something to comment on. Go ahead, Neo.
Yeah, but not on cell. It's just.
Oh, then go ahead.
Yeah. I have a question regarding. I think Celsius Loan mentioned that when it comes to the threshold on the clawbacks, if uh, if the person had a collateral, like it has a loan, they might just, deduct from that. Now, that's that's an assumption, I guess, nothing has been decided. Now, what happened is if you're under the threshold, I mean, does it really matter? They're still gonna go after your collateral, or only if it's above the threshold? That would be, one question. I don't know if anybody can answer that.
Tony?
I'm sorry, can you just say that one more time? I
Yeah,
got a text in between.
let's say the threshold is $50,000, right, for clawbacks, retail clawbacks. Which, by the way, I'm against it. I'm all for insider clawbacks, but I think retail clawbacks, if they don't have inside information, it shouldn't happen. But it is what it is. So let's say they set up like a 50,000 threshold, and let's say I withdraw from the app 85 days before petition, $40,000, right? So technically, I'm 5 days into the clawback, time frame, but on day 60 before petition. So let's say, I don't know, a month after I withdrew, I deposited, collateral because I took another loan. Okay, so basically, I have now a clawback, and also have a loan. So the question is, if I have the 40,000 is, below the threshold, right? They'll still may go after my collateral, or not. I mean, they will have to honor that for everybody,
Neil,
regardless
yeah,
whether you have
I think
collateral or
it's a
not.
great question. Inside the mind of clawback king Keith Wooford, it's going to be near impossible to like physically claw back people and get them to send in money for the platform. So I think what they will do, if I was clawback king Keith Wooford, he will just subtract your clawback off of what your collateral is. I think that's, knowing how ridiculous this is going to get, I think that's the way they would do it. Or if you had withdrawals, if you have some like in your earn account and you've had some withdrawals that are subject to clawing back, they're just going to zero out that clawback amount.
No, the withdrawal was a previous loan. What it was dealing with is just loans.
Yeah.
So I finished a loan, withdrew my
Yeah.
collateral.
They're going to treat,
and I think it went through.
yeah, they're going to treat that as clawing back.
Hey, so one thing I will tell you, if I don't know if you saw the thing on the docket, I think it was a 973. That's the one that has all of your transactions. That's the way Celsius system looks. So if you look at it there, you'll see how they're going to view it as far as the collateral is concerned.
Now, as far as clawbacks, I mean, it's called preference for a reason, right? Like they usually try to the law, right? I'm not saying the application, but the law is meant to claw back fraudulent, charges, not ordinary business, right? So if you technically withdraw a loan that you completed, and a month later you deposited more collateral for another loan, I mean, it's very obvious that you're just doing, ordinary business, right? Otherwise, if I had inside information, obviously I will not deposit a dime, right? So, do you feel like they're gonna make some exceptions like that? If you made a deposit after the withdrawal, maybe they'll remove those people.
None of us are lawyers, and none of us know the answer to those questions. If you want, like, to be a part of a group that does have a lawyer representing them, I don't know if you've already joined our clawback group, but yeah, I just don't think any of us are qualified to answer that question. I mean, unless someone wants to throw out something, but.
So there's like a math equation. I forgot what they call it, and they kind of balance out what you withdrew with what you deposited. I don't know how to explain it clearly enough, and I don't know if I understand it myself clearly enough to explain it. So the answer is yes, and also I don't know.
Ordinary course of business is one of the defenses. There's a lot of other ones, but yeah, we're just not lawyers, so I don't think we should speak to it.
Tony's
there
been
is
playing a
there is
lawyer for the
ways.
past 3 hours while we've been up here. I don't think he should stop now.
Yeah, might as well at this point. But there is a way that they do it. I forget what it's called. It's at the tip of my tongue. There is a way that they calculate that stuff. I don't know how to explain it clearly in any way, which doesn't answer your question, but the answer is yes, and I also don't know how to answer it well.
Okay. Do we know when this is gonna be decided, or?
They
2
said they're
weeks.
gonna give
2
us.
weeks.
They said they're going to give us a threshold amount before we vote on the plan, so we'll have a better idea what the threshold is. And then, as far as the intricate details, it's a matter of if or when you get the Crypto YOLO. It's called netting. If you want to look it up, he just messaged me. If he wants to come up, he can explain a little bit better.
YOLO, come up here.
So basically, the process that the UCC with they have a plan, the exclusive plan with the debtors, and then the judge needs to approve that plan after the vote.
Judge will have to approve first, and then I forget what the window is, but then the creditors will have to vote on the plan to let it go into effect.
It's all or nothing vote, or can changes be made?
There's exclusivity, so I'm pretty sure it's all or nothing. But we can reject the plan. They can go back to the drawing board and then come up with a new one.
Okay. And what would lead to a plan with Simon? They'll have to reject this plan, and then once we're out of exclusivity, then they'll vote for they'll get into the bidding process.
Probably nothing at this point. And to be honest, I don't think Simon wants to do the plan anymore. I don't blame him. He wasted a ton of money on this and time.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, YOLO's busy. He can't come up. He apologized for that. Hey, Eric. Oh, actually, Plan C. Now the two people have gone, so you can do your question or whatever you had to say.
Can I ask my question real quick?
Yeah, you go
No,
for it.
Tecmo, you can't. No, just
No,
kidding.
Tecmo can go ahead. You can go. I've talked a lot recently, so Tecmo, go for it.
Yeah, I'll just be real quick. I haven't been paying attention to the custody stuff. Tony, you said something about a 72.5%. I heard a lot of stuff about custody. Is that pure only, or is that dirty? I didn't hear that specific part.
So the pure custody is going to get 94% in kind, pending the judge's decision on the balance. So there is a possibility where pure custody gets 100%. We're just waiting on the judge. The transfer
That's for
custody,
any amount, including over 75.
it doesn't matter. It's pure custody. It never touched the estate, so the estate has no preference claims against it.
Okay.
And then the transferred custody, we reach an agreement. We're going to get 2 installments. The total is going to be 72.5% in-kind distribution, with the potential to get the other balance, but it depends on the clawbacks.
Okay.
And the 72.5.
When you say transfer custody, you mean just the any non-pure custody, right?
Right. Any amount of money that was in earn at any point and then got moved to custody is called transfer custody.
Copy. Thank you. So, do you know if there are? So, like, let's take the convenience class thing. Is that
the Ron Paul Frischberg class? We got to call it what it is.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah. Sorry. RPB class. Is that earn only or also dirty custody?
No. So that's earn only. So for custody, for the transferred custody, anything that is $77,575 or less will be entitled to 94% pending the judge's decision on the balance, the other 6. And then anything above that number can get the 72.5% settlement.
Copy. Okay. So I'm just curious. I don't even remember the exact amount, but it's something like 7,600 in dirty custody.
But what you can do is you can lower your claim below that threshold, so you can get the full 94%, which you should do in this case.
Yeah.
Not
okay.
financial advice, but also financial advice. If you're that close, you should lower it to get the 94%.
Copy. Okay. So I can opt into the RPB
custody class.
Yeah.
And then also theoretically, if I let's say I had 7,000 in earn, just for example, I don't, but then I could opt into that class for the other one as well and get the 70%.
Yes. Also, the custody members do not accept Ron Paul into our group, so we take offense to calling it the Ron Paul class. But yeah, you can lower your claim at any point to any number you want. They will never say no to that.
Can you raise your claim from a Ron Paul class to like a whale class?
You can try, like the one guy that Kolodny said.
That was me. Hey, it's just full send on the proof of claim form. One credulity.
Yeah, like one guy.
You got to send it. Make them tell you no.
So,
make them tell you no.
So apparently, one guy sent his claim form in, and he changed his balances to like $4 trillion or whatever. You can do that; they're going to dispute it. Obviously,
it was Mashinsky.
You might be the first trillionaire. Isn't that like kind of sketchy? Because it says right on the form, doesn't it, about like you put the wrong claim, like you could have legal issues. The ball's on someone to put $1 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to be a troll and it's going to end up in trouble. But you can lower your claim. Like I had 2.499 cell token that I donated to the estate. I had some dust. I had some shitcoins, some Solana. I donated those to the estate. I don't want them. You can have them. You're welcome, everybody.
Thanks.
So, but there'd be no reason. There's nothing to reduce your claim for dirty custody, right? Because that's just whatever. There's no amount. There's no threshold.
There is no threshold, but it depends on how close you are to that 7,500 range. Because if you're under it, you get 94% or possibly 100% of that amount. And if you're like $1 over, you have to take, or you can either not accept a settlement or you can take a 72.5%, take a 27% haircut.
Okay, sorry, I got confused. So I thought the 75 was pure custody only.
No. So it's transferred custody under 75.75. Because at $7,575, the courts won't allow them to pursue a preference. So if there is no preference ability, they can't claw it back to the estate, and you hold the title.
Okay. Yeah, this whole time, I guess I just was under the wrong assumption, because this whole time I thought they were saying pure custody only 75.
Yeah, so pure custody, it doesn't matter if you have $5 billion of pure custody. It's pure custody. You're going to get that amount, you know?
Got it. Okay.
But for transfer custody, it has the potential to be clawed back, and the judge doesn't want to give you money that will also then get sued, and he'll have to litigate bringing that money back from you. So he's going to have egg on his face if he lets it go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it all makes sense. That's the worst part about this. It makes perfect sense, but it's just so stupid.
I appreciate it, Tony.
Agreed.
Yeah, like we have the title, but they can't give it to us on the off chance that you'll get sued to give that.
Listen, back. Tony, the coins are inside the computer.
I printed out my Bitcoin, okay? So it's in hand.
You got it. What you got to do is you got to tell Celsius you got to go down to the DMV. You got to tell them that Judge Glenn has told Pure Custody that they have title. You have to get your coins titled, and then you can transfer that title between different people. That's how the blockchain works.
Before Chapter 11, I went and printed my Bitcoin, so I have them in hand. I don't know why I'm even doing this.
Pumper Slug.
Hey guys, regarding the retail borrower proposed settlement, treatment A begins with retail borrowers that vote to accept the plan, excuse me, and agree to have their loan amended and reinstated, blah, blah, blah. My question is, if anybody knows or can speculate, what happens if we vote not to accept the plan or don't agree to the amendment?
Pumper Slug, it's a good question. If you don't elect for option A, my understanding is from Adler is that that's what I was asking too, like, can we abstain from this unjust process? I don't approve of either treatment A or B. He said if you don't vote, then it's a default treatment B. You have to elect into A. If you don't elect into A, you're getting B, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Copy that. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Benjo Jammin?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. So my question is on the custody accounts. I'm not sure how you could enact preference on amounts that were removed. Like for instance, right before the custody accounts were set up, for one thing, they announce that to everybody. If you're a non-accredited U.S. investor, that any additional amount added after April 15th or whatever the date was would automatically go into custody. And so just before that, when they announced it, like in that 3-day window, I added a bunch more into Earn, thinking that I would never be able to get more money into my Earn account. Then in the 90-day window between April 15th and the bankruptcy, I ended up I actually pulled some out to swap from ETH to Bitcoin, deposited it back into my custody account, and then later transferred the remaining of my Bitcoin into my custody account. So I have technically some pure custody and some transferred custody. And I guess back to what you had mentioned earlier about the netting out of how much you took off and how much you put back on would be subject to clawbacks. But has there been any discussion about that there was, it wouldn't be fair to claw back money that was deposited on to a platform that was already insolvent, based on the fact that they were encouraging you to get it on quickly before custody or before Earn becomes no longer eligible for the non-accredited U.S. investors? Has that ever come up in discussions before?
Say that question, but differently.
So my frustration is, I realize, it is what it is. It's, but being that I deposited money on immediately before they stopped allowing non-accredited U.S. investors to go into Earn, you had to go into custody. I put some, like basically the remaining, all of my crypto that was remaining, I put on the platform so I could get it into Earn. I later then moved it to custody. So all of my money, all of my crypto is currently in custody. But my frustration is that, just like everybody else, they were encouraging you to put money on the platform right before everything went south. And yet you're still subject to clawbacks for any money that was removed, when it only went on in April of 2022. So it just seems a little weird that clawbacks would even
you were induced.
Yeah, I was induced to
Yeah,
put
you
it
were
on.
induced. So there's people that were induced in different ways, right? There was people that were induced right before the pause by Alex, posting stuff on his Twitter, and there's people that were induced by the whole custody creation and all that stuff. So yeah, I have no idea. I don't know if the other guys on stage have any ideas about like. Yeah, legally, the inducement part of it is you can see the game is being played, because it was like, okay, there's a crackdown on some of the regulation. We have to create this custody, but then they played it off as like, this is your last opportunity to get funds in, like it's because it was grandfathered in. The earned settlement they agreed to, I guess, was a grandfather situation. So people were like racing to get their money in at the time, because they knew nothing. They didn't think anything was wrong with Celsius. They were racing to get their money in because they kind of saw this as the last window of opportunity. Little did they know, they were basically being induced to put money into a company that was had a hole in it. And yeah, it does seem very unfair. I don't know if I covered your points, but I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts on this. I don't really have anything beyond that.
One thing to keep in mind is the examiner found that Celsius was insolvent as far back as she looked, and the record keeping was so poor she really couldn't get financials beyond 2021. So everybody who made a deposit into this insolvent entity, we were misled. They didn't make any disclosures that they were in trouble. And if you look, the terms of service stipulated that we apparently transferred title to the company. But what that means is that every time somebody made a withdrawal, they received title back from the company. And that is a problem because they were insolvent, because that violates New York debtor-creditor laws 273 and 274, which stipulate that there needs to be fair consideration and the debtor needs to be solvent when making that transfer. And the fact that they weren't solvent means that they violated New York debtor-creditor laws over 300,000 times, even in the 90-day window that the SOFA's captured. There's over 300,000 withdrawal events listed. Some of those may be between accounts, but you can believe it's at least a six-figure number of fraud counts if anybody were to try to bring that against them. So there's certainly, these were fraudulent transfers. Because they were insolvent, it necessarily means that when they're transferring title to somebody else, they didn't have, like if somebody pulls all their funds, they didn't have the funds pro rata to pay that out because they weren't earning money. The only way that they could source this was either through their funds they raised through equity or through either borrowing based on customer deposits or using the deposits themselves. So there's no question that people who deposited into this death trap called Celsius were all, defrauded and much worse off. But it seems like the bankruptcy court has been putting aside all the fraud issues and trying to work within the confines of contracts to try to figure out a solution for us all.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's a frustrating situation for everybody. So actually, my real question is, when I took my Ethereum out of Earn, and this is in May, took Ethereum out of Earn, swapped it for BTC on Coinbase because I didn't have swaps enabled, then redeposited it into custody, and then later took my remaining Bitcoin and moved it from Earn to custody. So that what's considered pure custody, because I took it off the platform entirely, swapped it for Bitcoin, put it back into custody. That's now pure custody, and I'm going to be able to transfer that off this month. The remaining portion, which is transferred custody, would fall under the 72.5%, where I can transfer half out at the day the plan is, approved, and then later once it's confirmed or whatever the dates are. But I guess my question is, that negates any clawback potential just for that portion, for the transferred portion, and then the amount that I'm transferring out, that's the pure custody that had came out of Earn earlier back in May, that would then be subject to any preference actions later on down the road.
All right, so look at it like this. If it never touched Earn, then there is no ability to claw it back whatsoever, because the debtor never had it. They never held title to it. So for the pure custody, they can never get that back from you because they never had it. They never had possession.
Yeah.
And transfer custody.
Well, I guess the one clarification is I had Ethereum in Earn, transferred that off the platform entirely, and swapped it for Bitcoin, redeposited the Bitcoin into custody as pure custody. Now I'm removing that as pure custody. But at some point, they're going to look back and say, I had, the equivalent amount of Ethereum in my Earn account, and that had come off the platform entirely. So that would be subject to clawbacks, is, I guess, my point.
So, for the pure part, you would keep. The other part that you withdrew, the ETH, they can still come after you for clawbacks on that. There is a thing, the netting that we talked about. Yolo just gave me a brief explanation of it. But in this case, because they didn't hold the title over the pure custody, there's nothing they can do there. So actually physically withdrawing out of Celsius isn't necessarily where the clawbacks come from. Moving from Earn to custody is where the clawback potential is, because you withdrew out of earn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So they can't double. It's not like double jeopardy. You know, you can't have a preference for that ETH and then also another one because you withdrew it off the platform. So they can still come after you there.
Does anybody
really
have any idea where that threshold is? I know at one point they talked about under $1 million, and then it was like
I can give you what I think, but no one really knows.
Yeah. What's your best guesstimate?
So what I would imagine the thresholds are going to be is probably 25,000 for custody, 100,000 for like actual withdrawals, and when I say custody, I mean the custody that's still there.
Right.
100,000 for the withdrawals that are out for U.S. customers, and I would imagine either 2 or 250,000 for international. And the reason I came with these numbers is just the level of difficulty to collect payment. If it's in custody or if it's in withhold, you physically hold the coins. It's just a matter of getting the judge to give it to you and then calling Fireblocks and just moving it to another wallet. Whereas if you withdrew, you still have to collect, and it's very difficult. And if they live in, Afghanistan or whatever, it's extra difficult. So you got to make sure it's worth your time and energy so you're not losing money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So that definitely helps. I guess my only other question is, just before this, you mentioned that you have the option to reduce your claim back to the 75 for transferred custody.
Yeah.
What process or how do you go about doing
that? You could just do it on the claim form. If you already filed a claim, you could just amend it. If you didn't file a claim, I don't know. You might be shit out of luck. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't file.
That was my
claim,
question as well. I didn't file a claim, and that was my question as well. So thank you for asking it.
I'm sure if you call Stretto, they can walk you through it. I don't think they're going to mind lowering their liabilities.
Yeah, and it's pretty much the same because I have about half a Bitcoin, which is about 10 grand in the transferred custody, and if I lower it to 75, or I just take the 72.5%, it's going to be about the same. So won't make a big difference, but
yeah, I mean it depends. If you're really close, then it's worth it. Right. If you're not, then it's not.
Yep. Yeah, I think the confusion was just that when you accept the 72.5%, that doesn't absolve you from all preference actions, just the preferences for that particular portion of it.
The one thing I will say, and this is not financial advice, but it kind of is, but it's also not. The way the settlement is structured, you maintain title over the custody assets. So what that means is you hold the title with an asterisk saying pending a preference. So if I'm right and the preference number is 25,000, you would fall under that preference title, the preference amount, and then you would be entitled to get the full amount.
Oh, okay.
And if I'm wrong, and Hairline Keith wants to do us dirty, and he sets the custody preference threshold at, let's say, 7,576.
Hey, it's going to be lower. It's going to be 7,575 and 1 cent.
Yeah. So if they do something like that, which is possible, they very well could, then I just gave you really bad advice.
Gotcha. Yeah,
but in your
I appreciate
in your particular case, it might be the same. In Tecmo's case, it's probably a big difference.
Right. No, I appreciate it.
Isn't that clawback or the threshold all have to do with how much you withdrew, not how much you have in there?
It's how much you withdrew, and then the whole netting that Crypto YOLO just kind of gave me a brief explanation. So the amount that you deposited, more or less, minus what you withdrew, that's what your exposure would be. So the amount that you deposited is kind of shielded from the clawbacks. It's very complicated. Again, I don't know how to explain it well enough to make someone else understand it. I barely understand it myself.
Well, that to me sounds like it's only profits. It's almost like capital gains, like if what you deposited and then you take it out.
That's how it sounds, but I know it's not how it works.
Yeah.
very, very technical. So let's just not try to focus on that because we're gonna end up thinking we're safer than we are. Let's look at the worst possible case and then, end up happier because we thought it was gonna be worse than it is. That's how I like to look at it.
What I learned from this though is to email Stretto.
Yeah. Worst case scenario, just call somebody.
Thanks, Benjo.
Yep, thank you.
Chris, and then Ryan.
Thank you very much. Just before they started the proceedings of closing the accounts and everything, I was just assigned a accredited investor, which I'm not sure. I wish I had done that. But I currently have 1.03 in Bitcoin in Earn and several tokens in Earn. And I also have 2,500 in USDC, which is in custody. And I just got an email stating that I was eligible to re-verify my account to be able to draw my custody out at a point of when they would let me know. So you go and try and do that. Their customer support or their website doesn't allow you to re-verify anything yet. So I'm curious, is that just not in place to do yet? Or does somebody know how to go about doing that? And then does that mean that my Earn accounts are going to be subject to the Plan A and Plan B?
I can answer your first part because I re-KYC'd. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, because I have like 80 cell that is eligible for pure custody that they said, hey, you can now take out some portion of your 80 cell. And I was like, thanks. So I re-KYC'd and that worked, but the actual withdrawal process, I don't think the devs have designed yet. So you should have been able to KYC. If you didn't, I don't know why. The app would have updated.
It depends on states. Some states are having a hard time. What state are you in?
I'm in the state of Missouri.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I know Washington's not good and a few others. I haven't heard about Missouri or not.
Okay. Did you say you're in the state of misery or Missouri? I didn't hear.
Well, depends on the weather. Shoot. But I just got an email yesterday stating that they were unable to re-verify my account, which I thought was strange because I wasn't able to even try. And that's kind of where I'm concerned on how can I actually KYC to re-verify the account.
Yeah, I guess it might be a Missouri issue. I don't know because mine went through fine.
Really? And did you go through the actual Celsius?
I did it on my phone, on the app.
You did it on the app. Okay. Okay, I'll try my phone. I tried it on my desktop, so.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. My app updated. I logged in. I had to do a new picture of my license and stuff for what I don't understand why because I already KYC'd when I signed up. But
me too.
Yeah, and I think everyone did. But anyway, yeah, it then came back and said like, oh, there was some issue. Oh, it was like my address was slightly different than what was something, and I just said sure, yeah, and it went through.
Okay. All right. And do I understand that the earn part of it is I'm going to have to accept Plan A or Plan B whenever they give you the option?
It depends on your value. If you mind sharing how much you have, so we can let you know. Well, anything under 5,000, they're gonna buy you out for 70% of the dollarized amount. Anything above 5,000, you're gonna get a mix between in-kind distributions that are dollarized and equity tokens.
Well, I think I had an estimate of 25 to 30,000 actual value at the time of Chapter 11.
Yeah, so you're stuck in the wolf pack with the rest of us.
Yeah, that's what I understand. Okay, guys, thank you, and I appreciate being able to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Well, as for the actual withdrawal part of the pure custody, they're having a hard time becoming a functioning company again, is the way they explained it. So if you pay employees for 8 months to not actually work, when you need them to go back to work, they kind of don't know what to do. So that's kind of what they're struggling
with. Ryan, and then Laser.
Hi, thanks for letting me come on. I know you kind of said that you think that the clawback rough estimate as far as for threshold will be maybe 100K, but as far as for timeline without, I think I heard someone say 90 days, and as well, if you do have to do clawback, is that in kind or is that in dollar value of what you would have to do? Because say someone pulled off 10 Bitcoin, you sold those 10 Bitcoin, are you clawed back for 10 Bitcoin or the dollar value of that currently or when it was withdrawn?
So I can answer that based on what our lawyer told us. So the lawyer that's representing the clawback group said that the estate can ask or the debtor can ask, and I'm not giving legal advice. I'm just going based on memory of what she told us. They can actually ask for in kind or dollar value, whatever's best for the estate.
I understand. So it could be either or, depending on what they deem is correct, and it's within the 90-day window, correct? If you were earned.
Yeah, it's my understanding is basically that. It's just it comes down to, in theory, or not in theory, under from what she told us based on the law. Technically it doesn't mean they will, but technically the estate / debtor or whoever or litigation trust can request in kind or dollar, whatever best suits them.
Okay, and this is going after not just the interest that you were paid and then took off. This is even if you have principal. This was your principal amount.
Whatever you removed, whatever you
Gotcha.
removed within the 90 days. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So what they can do is, let's say Bitcoin rips to like, I don't know, 50,000. What they can say is you withdrew 2 Bitcoin, but we're willing to go off the dollar value if you give us 50% versus, you trying to argue for less. It becomes a negotiation. You're just basically bargaining at that point.
Understand. All right, thank you.
They have the right to ask for in kind or in dollars. So it makes sense if Bitcoin goes to 100K, like why would you ask for $20,000 worth when it's worth 100,000 right now?
Yeah, and is there a timeline on when we expect that they might be issuing those clawbacks?
It has to be 2 years from the date of the bank. And then for insiders, I think they have longer. I'm not sure, but it's like 2 years.
Yeah, they have 2 years to bring clawbacks from the filing date, is my understanding. Anywhere in that window, they can bring them.
Yeah, so basically, if you expect Bitcoin to be much higher in a couple of years, it's beneficial to buy that now, anticipating you're going to pay back in kind.
Yeah, and this is where the clawbacks can absolutely could wreck some people, like just completely wreck people. If they sold and then Bitcoin rips and then they ask for the Bitcoin back, there's going to be a ton of people just filing for bankruptcy at that point.
Yeah, which seems totally wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, but you also have to keep in mind it's either going to be a judge or, I guess in some cases, a jury trial. I don't remember the actual distinction of which one would apply, but you can easily make the argument, hey, Your Honor, it was worth 20,000. Now they want me to pay 100,000. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're appealing to a person who can make a judgment at that time.
Yeah, so even Judge Glenn, as much as we all get mad at what he does, he just follows the law, but within some type of reason, So I would imagine another judge would be.
Yeah, I mean
would be
that's we'd hope that to be the case, Tony. But I mean, I don't think we should say that could be the case. I mean, if someone has a lot of other assets, they might just say, we want the full value, like we want the Bitcoin back. So like it really just hard to say. It's just to play both sides of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, and you want me to pay back all of it, in kind, I'm going to tell you.
It just comes down to how brutal, or what did Keith say? Rough justice. It just depends on how rough they want to be with their justice.
Yeah, but if it rips, I'll just tell you to fuck off. You can garnish my wages. I'll pay you $50 a paycheck for the next 500 years. You'll never collect this money. Or I'll pay you right now. My Bitcoin ripped to 100,000. I'll gladly pay you 20,000 worth or whatever.
I'm gonna hire you to negotiate for me, Tony.
Hey guys,
you're gonna consultant, clawback consultant. We're gonna get you to hire it on individual.
I charge $1,500 an hour, like Keith. So just be careful.
Hey Tony, can we put in a claim for the taxes I'm going to have to pay for? I mean, come on, our 1099s that we got were ridiculous.
Yeah, so Keith Suckno, use promo code Tony. He's our and he'll help you guys out.
I was waiting for that.
I mean, that actually brings up a really good point, though. Like
yeah.
these taxes that they've been issuing folks, including for liquidated loans, and I mean, I think those are the worst, but also for effectively false earnings. Like these aren't taking into account the fact that we've actually lost substantial sums of money, and it feels like they could use that incorporating it into some sort of new plan where they could restate the 1099 for the 2022 tax year, because that would present a major difference for especially the people that had their loans liquidated. And it feels like they could come up with some sort of solution there.
One of the things with the liquidated loans that's been so infuriating in this process is when I had 2.5 Bitcoin liquidated, and the rest of the collateral was placed back into Earn. And I don't know why this is not a bigger deal, because I got a 1099 for this totally crazy tax bill I'm going to have for 2.5 Bitcoin that I've been literally saving years up to get, which was totally just liquidated. On top of that, though, why hasn't this been in front of the judge where those funds should have went back into custody? Why would it? I got this tax bill, and now I'm back into Earn, which I don't have the rights to. It's totally insane. And I've been really so infuriated that the liquidated loans has not been even mentioned in all of this legal stuff. It's so wrong. And I just wanted to ask if anyone else felt that way about, why did the funds go back into Earn?
Yeah, Manny Main, or Manny Herman, is he has a similar issue where in his case his loan wasn't liquidated, but he paid it off and the collateral got released into Earn. And it does raise a really important question, right? Because the collateral is something it's your property insuring the money they gave you, right? So how can they put it back into something that they hold title to? It doesn't really make sense.
But I don't understand, in this whole custody battle, in this whole Earn custody, it has not even been brought up. And it's a huge deal in terms of if you added up all of the liquidated people, and if that actually automatically did not go into Earn and went into custody, the differences of these balances would be kind of significantly different of how much Earn actually has, That's where I just don't understand why it hasn't been a bigger deal, and they totally swept it under the rug every time it even comes up, because they know it's a huge bombshell, in my opinion. And it's just so upsetting, because I was the one that's literally bearing the brunt of this. On top of this, I took out 125 grand right before the freeze because I had a huge tax bill that I had to pay from the year that I actually did pretty well trading crypto, and I had a few $100 grand in profit, so I had a huge tax bill. So this puts me in such a horrible position where I have $125,000 possible callback on top of getting totally wiped out on my Bitcoin and having a 1099 with a huge tax bill. It's totally insane. And the other question that actually has come up with I'm so glad I listened for the last couple hours, is that, I have this $8,000 worth of Bitcoin in my Earn account now, 0.35. Is there any way that, in this new agreement thing that hey, if you're at a threshold, we'll waive your clawback. I can't just take my $8,000 claim and say, hey, give me $5,000, and that just wipes my clawback away, right? I don't think I'm understanding it that way. Or for me, it's almost I just take a $3,000 loss and then I don't have the possibility of a clawback. It just doesn't sound like that would be correct, right? If that makes sense.
Is that a
Tony? Did you understand that?
Yeah,
it's a Tony or me question, I think, but Tony can go for it. He explains things maybe better than me.
Tony's transferring to his car, so he may.
Okay.
I'm not sure
I'm just wondering, if the Earn collateral I have, can I use that to draw down to a certain threshold that will like somehow waive all my clawback preferential, which is like six figures, like a strategically.
So the clawback, yeah. So my understanding is that it really comes down to where this line's going to be drawn. So, and anyone correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is, say this line is drawn at 100,000. Anyone that's below that threshold, if they vote for the plan, I think that's kind of like the stipulation, you have to vote for the plan.
Right.
So if anyone took off, like say less than 100,000 and they vote for the plan, that you have to have some money in the app though, which you do.
Right.
So it sounds like you have money in the app, which is actually a good thing because it means that you have the option potentially, if you're below this 100K or whatever number, say it's 200, 300, whatever the number, you can basically vote for the plan, and if you're under the threshold, then they'll waive your clawback. It's my understanding.
Got it.
If you're above the threshold, it doesn't matter what you vote for. They're still going to go after you, basically.
Okay, and no matter if I have a collateral, like if I have $8,000, and they're like, hey, if you bring that down to $5,000, I don't, and I say I approve the plan. Again, that doesn't wipe out my six-figure clawback just because
that's interesting. I mean, if someone had like say,
for me, it is.
That's an interesting. That's interesting.
You know?
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, that's something that I don't think we have clarity on at this point, but it is an interesting point. Say someone had like $50,000 on the app, and they also had whatever, they're 120,000 of clawback exposure. Could they waive a certain amount to bring them under that 100K to basically, be able to vote? And I don't think we know.
Yeah,
I think it's a good question, though.
Obviously, I really appreciate your work, Plan C, and everyone. This has obviously been a nightmare for the last year, and these spaces really help. And really, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know
you're welcome.
in regards to the tax one, I know, as I said, we're in all of the buckets. We received a big 1099 as well, and I know SP was she got really dinged as well. I got a DM from somebody, and they said this. They said it's not tax advice, but they said with respect to tax, you could try to argue that Celsius actually gave you a loan title, which needs lower valuation only upon withdrawal. The credit risk needs to be lowered. So I don't know if that makes sense, Cam. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it is a strange set of circumstances, right? Because under, like, I think most people are under the impression that they deposited their crypto on the app and they're borrowing against it. And if you listen to Elisa Landez a couple years ago, that's basically what she was saying. She was saying you're not even going to debt; you're just borrowing against something you own. But now, effectively, you've given title to Celsius, and then you were effectively borrowing against. Like, it's a weird thing where you're borrowing against something that they're possessing. So it is. There might be some sort of way of in the tax code recognizing it as being less of a burden, but it's also tough with the liquidations because it just put people in such a tight spot because nobody has access to the funds on Celsius, and they've effectively sold off everything at whatever the market rate was, and I think some of the tax bills that people are getting are just kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So one of the liquidation aspects that I think people need to pay attention to, Celsius doesn't know your cost basis. So I think when they're giving you 1099, it's going off a cost basis of 0. So what you can do is dispute it with Celsius. Your accountant can dispute it, even if Celsius isn't willing to change it. There's like a long process. I forget what it's called. But you can figure out your cost basis, do all the math, and then you can let Celsius know, and then they could reissue a 1099. I don't know if they would, but that's something that they can do.
I mean, because it's even all the other years I've done taxes, you have all the APIs from the exchanges, and like it's just a total clusterfuck even trying to figure out how I'm even going to calculate this in the right way, and then fear of getting audited because taxes are just wrong. It's like it's a literally ongoing nightmare. Taxes plus, it's crazy.
Well, you can technically elect which Bitcoin or whatever you used as the loan collateral. So if you happen to have one with a high cost basis, I'm not telling you what to do, but
okay.
you could do.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Colm. Hey, Laser, did you get to
Still
go?
here. I'm still here. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
And I apologize in advance for probably, per usual question. I had over 250,000 in an earn account in stablecoins. Does that apply to the 72%? Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, 72% is only if you are in custody. So you're going to be an earn. You're going to get a portion of that dollarized. Well, it's already dollarized as an initial payout, and then the rest is going to be part of the security token.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Laser. Danny and then Crypto Girl.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I can barely hear you. Thanks for everyone's time and work and energy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, sorry. You guys are coming on all broken. Thanks for all your time and work on energy on this. Seems like I come on here and I've got one question and I come out with 10, but I still learn a lot. My question was, so that just question you just had about the earn, is that set in stone or is that to be voted on?
As far as the earn, what was the question on earn? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the last guy, he said he had I have a lot more than $5,000 in earn, and that's going to be the the token, and you're going to get a percentage back. Is that set in stone or is that to be voted on?
So you can vote against the plan, but as far as the way they're treating earn, the only thing you could do is try to convince them to change the terms, but I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Okay, so that's most likely going to happen. So now, my other situation is with the loans. That's also, from what I've heard from everyone else, no one is agreeable to that with it being dollarized. Is that also set in stone, or is that going to be voted on, voted against?
Well, the loans was more of a first offer in a negotiation, and Kirkland's a good negotiator. They started out super low. I'm sure David Adler is going to start out super high, and hopefully they can meet in the middle where everyone's kind of unhappy, but just happy enough.
Gotcha. Because from my understanding, that doesn't make any, like that first offer just doesn't make any sense because, for my example, I got a $50,000 loan against 4 Bitcoin. Increasing the rate to 7 to 12% isn't a big deal, but then having it locked for 5 years, into a company that may or may not be solvent at that time, to get back a monetized value of ETH doesn't make any sense. I'd rather just walk away, buy 50K worth of Bitcoin now, and walk away from all that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it sucks both ways. Both options are pretty bad. I don't know what the solution is. It depends on what Adler can negotiate. But yeah, I mean, I think everyone with a loan agrees that both options are pretty bad. It's just a matter of what we can improve on that plan. And like Ronan said before, luckily, the loans guys can nuke this entire reorg if needed. Not that that's what they're trying to do, but they can do that if the loan part of it is no good. So there is some leverage there, and I think the debtor knows. That's why even Aaron Kolodny yesterday said we're very, very open to negotiation because they know that this can get destroyed very easily by the loans guys. So I mean, it sucks right now. There's a lot that is wrong with it. There's a lot I hate about it, but it's still just the first negotiation. Just got to see what happens.
Do you guys know that if it's even like feasibly possible to, if they have enough Bitcoin for the loans to get Bitcoin in kind back, or is that just gonna blow up everything? Like, do you know how much Bitcoin is put on collateral versus, what is in everything else?
That's a Ronan question. I don't know if he's still on, but I don't know the exact number, but I would imagine probably not.
Gotcha. And my last question was, sorry.
No, Ronan, I see him, but I don't know if he might have stepped away. But go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. The last question I had was, I understood that they were going after retail and they were going after insiders for clawbacks. Are they going after the loan amount for clawbacks as well? Like the 50K?
No.
No, gotcha. All right. I thought he was saying last that he got a 125K loan to pay taxes, and they're going after that as well as keeping his collateral.
They could, I guess, theoretically, but it's very easy to say, hey, I took out a loan. You know, what do you want?
Yeah, like I took out a loan. They have my collateral. Gotcha. All right. Thanks, guys.
Can we say something?
Yeah, I think that scenario was a regular withdrawal. Cole's still on, so he could clarify. But they shouldn't go after your loan principal, because that was part of the agreement that you're within the terms of the agreement that both parties agreed to. And if anybody violated it, it's them for effectively punting your collateral into the ether.
So are you saying, sorry, Cam, are you saying if someone took, is this question regarding if someone took, they took a loan on the app and then they removed the value of the loan, like the dollars of the loan they pulled off within 90 days?
The question was, if you borrowed against, so let's say I had a Bitcoin loan. I don't have any loans, but if I borrowed against one Bitcoin and I took, let's say, $10,000 out, the $10,000 I took out, the loan principal wouldn't be subject to clawback, because it's within terms of our agreement, and I'm perfectly entitled to use that money however I want.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't make that assumption. I think you'd have to argue that in court or argue that. I think you'd have a really good case, but I mean, in theory, they could bring a preference again. My understanding is anything that's removed within the 90-day window, you are subject to a clawback or a preference. Doesn't mean you get it unless you fight in court or defend yourself, right? Like, you might have a really good argument that I agree with, but you still have to make that argument. That doesn't mean you get it.
Here's the thing, because the terms of the agreement mean that I've deposited more collateral than the principal's worth. I mean, the way that they've constructed, like the tomahawk option would be, it would be the principal or collateral minus principal. So there's already a framework where they wouldn't go after that no matter what. So
you're talking about okay. Sorry, you're talking about like netting. Then you're talking about like the netting.
Yeah, there's no scenario where they'd be able to go after the principal. They'd settle it by tomahawking your collateral.
No, that makes sense. Sorry. Yeah, if they do like netting or whatever, then yeah, there's no preference to bring because of the netting. So yeah, you're right. But again, we're not lawyers, so yeah, you might want to get someone else's advice. But yeah, it seems like that person's probably okay. But we're just speculating. No legal advice.
There is also the possibility that it's considered pure custody for the U.S. users, because you never put it in earned. Like, you got the principal, and it stayed in your custody account because that's where it originates. So they might not be able to go for preferences because it was never part of the estate.
Crypto Girl?
Hi, thank you. This is a question for Tony. I heard you saying that you've negotiated this settlement for the custody people, where if they've got 10 Bitcoin, they're going to get 10 Bitcoin with the haircut. It's not going to get dollarized as of the day of the petition. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, so we negotiated a 27.5% haircut. So you would get 72.5% in 2 installments of whatever crypto you have in kind. So if you have 10 total, you would be eligible for 7.25 Bitcoin to be paid out. And then there's a lot of technicalities, but there's a possibility maybe that you can get the rest, but most likely not.
Okay, so if everything has to be equitable in bankruptcy, would that transfer over to people in earn? So we wouldn't have to be dollarized on the day of petition, and that if we had 10 Bitcoin, we could get 3 of them back out as Bitcoin and not have it dollarized down to 19,000.
No, it's only for custody because custody maintains the title, whereas in the earn agreement, you will relinquish the title.
Wow. So the more I think about this issue, the more I think it's a really big deal that we should all be uniting together and going after, because this is an archaic bankruptcy law that somebody...
You know what's really interesting about this? Because we at the beginning of this whole process, we were kind of told like it's all about everything being equal, but it's only equal for people that are similarly situated, right? So that's the caveat that I think a lot of people don't understand. Like, yes, the idea of bankruptcy is for things to be equal, but only for the similarly situated groups. So yeah, that's where this comes into play, because custody is differently situated. Maybe if someone disagrees, let me know, but that's kind of my understanding.
Yeah, it's equal treatment within the classes. So custody is considered its own class because it has a different terms of service, whereas earn is considered one class and the borrowers are considered one class. It depends on how the debtor creates these classes. So within the classes, everyone that's in there has to be treated the same, but you don't necessarily have to treat one class the same as another. So everything we've heard about bankruptcy is bullshit. Like
it's kind of a sham. It's kind of a sham, because then they could just make their own classes, right? They can just say like, we're going to put cell token in a separate class, right? So they don't have to treat them the same.
Yeah,
so like the idea is you have to treat everyone the same, but you can also make your own classes so you can treat them differently.
Yeah, they just created a convenience class.
Yeah, but it's very unfair, because if most retail unaccredited investors in the world actually should have been informed of the risks and put into custody, we're getting such a worse deal than custody, and yet we're unaccredited. We should have been put into custody. I mean, I'm going to be taking a 60% haircut just on the difference in the value of when I deposited on the platform to the value on the day of bankruptcy. So that's already a 60% haircut, and the 40% that's remaining is going to get another 70% haircut. So it's going to be absolutely devastating for people like me, especially as I'm a retiree, and that was my house and my retirement fund.
Yeah, imagine how differently this would have been if they would have said anyone that's unaccredited has to go to custody, right? And so they transferred all these earned people over to custody when they made that custody. If that would have changed just like so many people's position. If they said, okay, all accredited can stay and earn, all unaccredited aren't grandfathered in, they're moved to custody, that would have changed this whole process dramatically, and there would have been so many more people in custody. And you can make an argument that's probably what should have happened, but that's not what happened, right?
Right. Well, I almost feel that the state of New Jersey, they're the ones that issued the cease and desist that caused the formation of custody. Their intent was not to throw unaccredited investors under the bus. It was to protect them. So why has this been the outcome of them trying to protect people? I think they bear some responsibility that they didn't put the word out in the media as to why they were offering this cease and desist, because none of us heard of it until after we got into Chapter 11.
Well, I live in New Jersey. When the freeze, I contacted the Attorney General's office, and their response was, we did tell everyone, no one listened. I agree with you 100%. This is, like I said, this whole bankruptcy process is a sham. But, I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way it's worked out.
When I look at what this new co is going to offer, I don't see any way that getting a dividend is going to fill up this massive shortfall that I'm going to have. It's going to be like an 80% shortfall. How is the dividend ever going to make that back up to me? And will I still be alive by the time I'm made whole?
So the problem is, if you think in Bitcoin terms and whatever, I think in Bitcoin terms. In Bitcoin terms, my earn account will never be made whole. Will never be made whole. It's just impossible. In dollar terms, as of the date, yeah, sure, I'm sure eventually it will. But as far as Bitcoin terms, I will never get back the full amount of Bitcoin that I'm going to lose in my earn account.
Right. Well, I can see that. If I could just get what I had, the same as custody, just get the haircut on the actual crypto, the crypto in 5 years will probably make me whole. But if it's dollarized, there's no way it will ever make me whole. But if I just get a percentage back, 30% of my Bitcoin, when that goes back up, if it goes to 500,000, I would be perfectly happy again. But this double haircut that's coming for Earn is just absolutely despicable, I think. Just despicable for all these unaccredited investors. And I honestly think that there should be a class of people who are retirement age and above who get treated differently, because we don't have the ability to make this back up.
Yeah, agree with you. Did we answer your questions, Crypto Girl?
Yeah, and sorry for venting, but
no, it's good. It's good that you do. You need to vent, right?
Yes.
So here we are. That's why we have these spaces, right?
Yeah, let it out. I mean, we're all more or less similarly situated, but it just kind of sucks.
Well, it did cross my mind that if we all banded together and said, those bankruptcy laws were put in place, somebody said it earlier, in the 17th century, perhaps, and they relate to completely different sets of circumstance. This is a novel industry, crypto, and we should be changing the approach to it. Why is it that we're all going to accept that it has to be dollarized on the day of bankruptcy? Why does it have to be? Why can't we change that? This is meant to be innovation. So I'm just thinking, if enough of us agreed to this, that we could sway our case and all future cases. Because why are we fitting into the archaic way of doing it?
That's a change, I believe, that Congress has to make, right?
Well, when I brought this up the last time, somebody said that this could be negotiated in the reorg process. We could determine, like you've negotiated for custody, that this shouldn't apply to crypto, because crypto is such a different entity to fiat.
It is.
And maybe the UCC could go to bat for us and say, this is what we would like. This is what all the Earn customers would like. We want to be treated the same as the custody, and not go through being dollarized on the day of the petition.
All right. Thanks, Crypto Girl, for your questions and your comments. All day.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I was just checking in. I know you guys have been chatting about it a little bit earlier, but I had one BTC with a loan USDC at 10,000. And so I think from what I'm understanding is that over the next 5 years, I'm basically plugging in with this new company. You guys are calling it the Wolfpack, but I'm plugging in, and even though I can pay off the loan right now, I'm stuck to hopping aboard this 5-year plan. And whatever, if they open it up, can I pay out the loan in the first month, just knock it out, and then get my BTC back? But that's it.
So as it's currently constructed, and it's going to change. This isn't the final plan that's going to go through for loans. But as it's currently constructed, you have the two options. One option is to accept it, take the higher interest rate payments, and be locked in for 5 years, or you can do a immediate offset, meaning they will subtract the collateral value at the time of bankruptcy minus your principal, and then whatever the balance is, that will be an earned claim. You'll get some portion paid in kind or upfront, and then the rest will be security tokens. So unfortunately, it's two bad options right now. Hopefully later on, once we get further into the negotiations, hopefully we can get something better.
Yeah, hot damn, that does sound pretty sticky for options. But I mean, ultimately, all of us have our pants down, so we're here for it.
Yeah, and both parties have said that they're willing to negotiate. So again, it's just the first really, really, really horrible offer. It's not going to be the final offer. but we just don't know what the final offer will be yet. It's too soon in the process. They just gave this to Adler on Friday of last week, so it's only been a week. He really hasn't had time to like go back and forth with them. They're still trying to figure out what concessions the loans ad hoc is willing to make versus what their bottom line points are. Obviously, we have a bunch of Bitcoin maxis in the loans group, so the ETH thing is a big problem. The prepayment issue is a problem. Also, probably illegal. I've never heard of a situation like that. Usually, there's a penalty if you want to prepay, and even that has its own rules. But again, these are just things that needs to be like flushed out.
Yeah, that'd be wild to have a penalty, but sounds good. I appreciate it, man.
Hi.
Was somebody talking? Oh.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, thanks so much. Fairly new here, so might be a bit of a rookie question, but I really appreciate you guys taking the time here. So I'm international, based in Europe. At the time I withdrew some funds within the 90-day window, I was about $96,000. So maybe I come in below the threshold, maybe I'm above. But my question is, if I end up getting clawed back, whether it's by some kind of negotiation or whatever, then presumably what I give back into the entity, somehow I get some entitlement, less a haircut at a future date in time. What does that whole thing look like for me?
So it's like a negotiation. Depends on what they offer you. There are a lot of options there. There's a lot of things that you can do. Like, for example, you can give back the entire amount, and then it'll be treated as an unsecured claim. Probably don't recommend it. You can offer to pay back a certain portion of it, and then that amount you're basically writing off. Also, you said you're in Europe. Europe has very strict laws about like preferences and stuff. It depends on where you are in Europe, so it might not even be worth it for them to come after you. There's just a bunch of unknowns with preferences, so I really can't tell you one way or another outside of just speculating.
Yeah, there are parts of the world where you literally can't come after people for preferences. So it really is dependent on where you live. And again, it goes back to what's equal for everyone. I mean, at the reality at the end of the day, it's not equal. It's going to be a lot harder to go after certain people in certain parts of the world that have huge exposure, just because it's literally impossible. So, yeah, that's definitely a factor on top of everything. They're kind of throwing out like what they're going to do. Like, okay, we're going to claw back people over a certain amount, but in practice, there's going to be lots of people in certain parts of the world that they're just not going to be able to get them. And there's also going to be a lot of people that are going to refuse.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Lou. Lawrence.
Yes. Plan C, Cam, Tony, and the rest of you. That lovely lady that was just speaking about her retirement and how this court's not set up for cryptocurrency. The lawyers who represented the debtor, the UCC, what experience did they have? And I guess my question is, how comfortable are you all with this Nova Wolf? What experience do they really have?
Well, as you saw by the custody agreement, we wanted no equity. So that answers how comfortable I am with Nova Wolf or whatever kind of wolf they bring along. I don't know, but not at all. I'd rather have my Bitcoin today in kind. Give me a haircut. Give me whatever you want. Just give me my Bitcoin.
I think Cam's done the most research on it. Did you want to say anything, Cam?
Well, yeah, I feel similarly to Tony. This is effectively a startup. Nova Wolf was incorporated in the fall of 2021. Another fellow customer / creditor / victim found their incorporated corporation in Delaware. They used the same registrant as the Mashinsky Koala funds. So it's out of Dover, Delaware on New Burton Road. The same exact address, same exact suite. So funny they picked the same legal agency to register in Delaware. But yeah, they don't have a lot of assets under management. This would be a lot of funds for them to play with. The terms seem to suggest that they're supposedly putting up $45 to $55 million as part of this plan, but they're going to have preferential claims on the estate if this fails, right? So it amounts mostly to a risk-free play for them, and we just have to hope that if this plan, we go along with this plan, we'd have to hope that things go well. But the reality is that most startups fail, and like the whole purpose of this is effectively to kite the market until the cryptocurrency prices ascend into some place where we can maybe lick our wounds. So we're betting on the crypto markets, which you can never tell. Like, I mean, this is very vulnerable. If the market goes the wrong way, then mining's in trouble, and they risk failure. Like they want to forcibly make loan people use Ethereum to basically fake collateralize their loans. I mean, basically the reason they chose that is because all this Ethereum is locked up anyway, and they lost a lot of people's collateral by gambling it in weird projects. So they thought, oh, well, we have this locked up Ethereum. Let's use that to like make believe it's collateral for these loans people for 5 years. And then if all goes well, we'll have the collateral that they originally deposited in 5 years' time. To me, that's wishful thinking unless there's regular checkpoints along the way to make sure they're actually topping up the missing collateral. There's a lot. I mean, basically, for the NovaWolf people, this is a free gamble. They don't really run any risk. They can probably get all their money back in the next bankruptcy. But for us, we would have all the downside exposure, and we're not going to get made whole, so we're confined in our upside potential as well.
Aren't they really getting their money back, the 50 million? Are they really paying anything for this opportunity? Wouldn't you all feel much better with somebody who's handled, who understands, who's than these people at this company that's very successful for themselves?
So
yeah, I'd be open to other people. Go ahead.
It is actually a very good plan, all things considered. The crypto landscape is ugly right now. There isn't a lot of potential buyers. Nobody's gonna put money up, especially when they should expect the SEC to come knocking on their door any day now. So I don't love the plan, but I don't hate it. There's a lot worse that could have happened. It could have just, we could go down the Chapter 7 rabbit hole, spend another 2 years doing all this stuff, and then end up with potentially a bigger haircut. I'm not entirely sure. There is also the possibility that they dilute us down the road if they need to raise more funds.
And that feels more like a certainty, right? Because the mining is so cash intensive, and the risk would be very high of that happening.
Apologize, my service is so intermittent.
Hey, everybody. You guys still at it?
We're still here.
Oh, man.
Did you expect anything less? Would you have expected anything less?
You've been reading the Majinsky Method, the 7 steps to financial freedom.
Yeah, it's funny to hear what the author of that book basically said, that they're like trying to scrape every last point of DNA off the internet from that book.
Wiley is like a top publisher as well. How the hell did he get that?
Well, Wiley's actually located. They have offices in the same building that Celsius was renting out of. So maybe he pulled some strings with the proximity effect.
He actually paid in cell.
Oh, man. I think that would be legendary, that script.
What about the iHeart deal? Imagine if iHeart went through. Like they never actually did any iHeart radio cast with Alex. But imagine there was like
what's that? A mega deal?
iHeart Radio. There was an iHeart Radio deal. Celsius. So basically, during the Bitcoin conference of 2021, there was this hyped mega deal that Alex and
the Miami one.
He hyped on AMAs for literally 3 or 4 months. This a massive announcement that was mega deal that was supposed to happen, and you can hear why people held their cell tokens and held their assets in the app. There was supposed to be this huge deal coming through, and we're like speculating on what it could be. And they basically completely botched the presentation. Like the audio didn't even work. Like the whole thing was just a mess. And I guess what happened was maybe a couple of minor things fell through, and what they were left with was this iHeartRadio deal where Alex was supposed to like start some sort of a podcast on iHeartRadio, and it was going to be distributed like all these places through iHeartRadio. That was the so-called mega deal. Imagine if that went on for 6 months, and then Alex was doing this podcast on like the 7 steps to financial freedom, basically his book, interviewing people on this podcast, and then all this would have played out. I mean, iHeartRadio would have just, yeah, it's just crazy. Anyways, yeah.
Can I bring up something real quick? I'm glad that Simon's back, and because I was going to bring up a point. I remember when Simon came out with this plan, Simon wasn't offering any money, and there was a lot of members in the community, custody, other ad hocs that were kind of in favor of Simon's plan, but didn't think that it would ever pass the UCC or whoever the hell determines what plan is put forward because there was no real money involved. Isn't that the same exact thing that Nova Wolf is doing? Like, is there any real money that they're putting up for this plan? I just don't understand how, if it is the UCC making this decision, how they could just overlook Simon's plan in the whole thing. I'm utterly confused. Maybe Simon can opine.
Yeah, so the key thing here is US politics, I think. So this has to get past the SEC, the judge, the regulators, and I think there's a huge advantage to being in this process, to being a US first company. So, Nova Wolf is all US. Now, Bank to the Future, we're not a US first company. We do have a US broker dealer. And the key thing that went wrong with our deal is that we were trying to acquire Salt so that we could do everything through a US first company. And when that deal didn't go through, and I think the political ability, because all the US customers would have stayed in the US via our US broker dealer and Salt. But if we were taking all the international customers offshore, I think they made the analysis that you're more likely to get this through with a company like Nova Wolf, and that was what Crypto YOLO was always saying all along, that the US bankruptcy court do not let these things go outside of the US. So that's what I think personally the situation is. So screw creditors, it's about tax, I think.
Simon, this is Lawrence Porter.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
My question I proposed to everybody just before you came back was, what has this Nova Wolf done? They have no experience. They've never handled anywhere near this type of project, size of project. This wonderful lady spoke about all of the ignorance, for lack of a better word, by the lawyers, by the settlement in cash as opposed to our coins. We all want our coins back. Simon, we got to change the playbook. It's insider, just like everything else everybody's found out. It's like what Elon Musk says with Twitter. Your worst nightmares are true. Yeah, I don't agree with you. Cryptocurrency is global.
Yeah. Well, we're still here. We have Abra that still is comfortable doing a deal with the loans. We have Securitize that we've done deep integration with. They're the most experienced. We've done more deals together of this type than anyone else. We had Blockchain Capital and other very competent VCs. Nova, I think, if they can't put together the best deal we can put together, we are here. But the UCC needs to pull this together, and at the moment, Celsius still has exclusivity, and Celsius said this is the plan. Until the UCC says they don't have exclusivity, and we are still at that stage, like Judge Glenn isn't extending it until they see progress. But when we saw counsel, they said that controlling the plan with the UCC is probably your most likely outcome. But
whatever happens, we're here, and if again, a framework has been set. The experience does concern me, and so to me, the key thing is the makeup of that board and the structure of whether this is just a side project on top of their primary business, and that's why we always structured this where we give equity in BF Global to the fund, because we always knew that creditors would have to benefit from our normal business operations. Otherwise, we'd always be conflicted, and it can't be a side project. It has to be all of our efforts and energies. So if we, it's kind of that construction. But again, also making sure that as much as possible is released to custody, and increasing that size. So I think there's still more negotiations to be had. And I do think we need to make sure that the competing bids are there, and the UCC still needs to be ready to come in with their plan as well.
So Simon, since you came back into the call, you're still in play. If this plan is voted down, you're still a bidder.
I think they're more likely to move to liquidation if this doesn't happen.
So Simon, previously you had said you would partner up with other people. If you don't have those people in line now, would you ever consider partnering up with this Nova Wolf in order to bring the support of everybody to go along with this insane plan? Because it's not what any of us signed up for, Simon. None of us.
Sure. We're here. We've been engaging with all parties, and at the moment Celsius has exclusivity. So if Celsius want to propose how they want us to be involved, or the UCC want to remove exclusivity and tell us how they want to be involved, then we are here. We at the moment we've given everything we got. Now the people that make the decisions need to make decisions.
We need to get an email to everybody that's going to be left holding the bag here, so that we can all come together and vote for, as you say, making sure the committee has the right people on it.
But just so you know, like even this is what they would call a solicitation. I'm just at the stage right now where I'm just hoping that the greater good is what happens. And if, for example, Nova Wolf were to say that we are screwing up their deal right now and we're soliciting, and then it went over to us, then their legal counsel could object to that, so there's all sorts of weird things that I think are only happening in this case in Twitter bankruptcy court, that I just hope that there's a sense of the greater good and everyone's playing in the right direction and collaborating. And we're collaborative, and I never even wanted to be in the bid in the first place. I just wanted Celsius to implement a goddamn reorg 8 months ago, and 8 months later we're still here.
That was the point I made before to you, Simon. If they had listened to you, they wouldn't be liable. If they had worked with your understanding for this, everything is precedent setting. None of this has ever been done in American Chapter 11 Supreme Court. And
sure,
that's
but you can't reorg a fraudulent Ponzi-like company. So at the end of the day, if this had reorged, it needed to have happened FTX style, where you bring in new management that are there, not to protect the ass of the company, but to get the job done, like a John Ray. I know John Ray is ridiculously expensive, but that's what needed to have happened. If you're still good actors, then you would have done it like Genesis, Gemini, a DCG. But unfortunately, the reason this happened is because there was everything we learned in the examiner report to hide, and no structuring would have. Well, you needed a complete overhaul. and Majinsky would have needed to step out of the way for the greater good, and then that could have happened.
Hey,
The
Simon.
only thing.
Sorry, Lawrence. If I can just jump in for 1 second, because I need to go on a date with my husband too. I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to help out in your space. Really appreciate it. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody in this room for being respectful to one another, and for all of your questions. They're all important. You may think they're silly, but they're not. So please keep coming into these spaces and keep asking these important questions. And just remember that, money is important, but money really isn't important. What's most important is your health. So let's make sure that, we try not to let all this negativity affect our health. So thank you, Simon. Thank you, Plan C, Tony, everybody up on the stage, and everybody that came up on the stage to ask your questions, and everybody else that listens. Everyone have a wonderful evening, and I'm off to my date.
Have fun.
Mary, we had to hire.
I think we screwed
Keith
up
Wolford.
your date.
We had to hire Keith Wolford to claw back Ronan's wife because she's going to leave him due to all of this Celsius nonsense.
Right.
I might have to hire him for myself.
Still. Jesus, are people
I don't
still
want to hire him for you.
interested in talking?
Thanks, Tony. Good night, everybody. Love.
Oh, was Tony speaking then? I couldn't.
Yeah, he was. He was just talking. He was.
Okay.
He was talking about Ronan's wife getting clawed back. Have a good night. Love y'all.
I actually have to go too for the exact same reason. But
you're being clawed back.
How's Twitter Spaces for people's marriages? It's not good, right?
Not great, no. But yeah, I gotta go. Have a good night, guys. Talk to you guys soon. Thank you. Take care.
I don't know if someone's speaking. I got glitches. I can't hang up there.
Yeah, Tony was just saying that he only had to spend 72.5% of the time in here as other people. So.
Hello, Simon.
Hello.
Hi, Simon. Thanks to you and all the team for all the work you're doing. And I think this call's gone on for 5 hours at the moment. So just a super quick one. I'm on from Europe and I have a loan. It's quite a sizable collateral as well. And I just wanted to, you touched on it probably around 3 or 4 hours ago, but if Figure don't have a license in Europe to put on this new loan, do you think that I'll be pushed into Group B? Because I would prefer being in Group A, or do you think that they potentially apply for licenses? Like how big a job is it to apply for licenses? And then just one final point on this, just linked to this, is when David Adler is kind of representing the borrowers, is he looking at with a US lens or a global lens?
Okay. Lending licenses are actually the more lighter touch type of licenses. They tend to, from my experience anyway, they tend to be a registration around a compliant, a set of rules that you have to comply with. And so, yeah, if they need to get, I've only ever dealt with lending licenses in UK and US.
Right.
And I remember like that came within the FCA. That was so yeah. I mean, there will be Europe lending regulations. I'm more familiar with MiFID, Markets in Financial Instruments Directive. Yeah. My guess is they probably do well. Yeah, I haven't checked whether they can do European loans. I think that's the great question. I'd expect when they can, Nova Wolf to try and do a space and ease everyone's nerves and take all these questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but they wouldn't necessarily push for an easier option and just try and shove us into Group B necessarily.
So what I can give you is the experience of what happened with Binance and Voyager. and where they didn't have the license, you ended up with your crypto being converted to USD if they couldn't secure the license within 6 months.
Right.
But that was really the state-by-state registrations for US money transmitters. Whether they'd apply something to the international, I'm assuming, that my understanding is that half of Celsius's customers are international, so I would have thought they'd cover this.
Gotcha. Okay. And then just just one last one on David Adler. Like, does he look at this from a kind of, and he's doing a lot of great work. Is he looking at it really very kind of US focused or beyond that?
Yeah, I don't know if Ronan's still speaking, but I think he's very US centric,
right?
And he's a US bankruptcy lawyer, so. But I'm sure a lot of his people that he's representing are international.
Yeah, we've got one guy on the ad hoc who has like almost 1,000 Bitcoin in collateral, so it is international. And we're aware of like the UK did weird repurchase agreements for loans, but no, it's borrower focused regardless of location.
Okay, thanks a lot, guys. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please?
Go for it.
I am non-accredited US investor. I took a loan for my house, bought my equity, and I put it in stable coins into Celsius. My question is, what action do I need to make, and whether or not that makes a difference?
So sorry, I was just doing something. Which type of group are you in? Did you say loans or earn?
No, earn. I was in earn, all stable coins, and
yeah.
I withdrew all of it, like the night of.
In terms of actions to take, the bar date has passed, so there's nothing to actually do from here, other than if you want to have your opinions heard, coming up here and saying the things and joining the relevant Telegram groups and staying up to date with. But yeah, if you're more interested in passively going along with other people representing, then there's a bunch of people that are taking a more active approach. But there's not actually anything left to do in your claim stuff now. The bar date's done. I don't know if anyone else has got anything else.
As opposed to that being a loan from the bank, and then I deposited that into earn. Does this make any difference in regards to clawback?
Loan at bank? No. So clawbacks are related to whether you withdrew funds 90 days prior to the petition bankruptcy date, or if you were an insider longer. But if you're a non-insider, it's just whether you withdrew funds. I'm not aware of any connection with if you deposited funds as a result of a loan. Other than that, just is a horrible situation to be in personally. But I don't think that gives you any clawback exposure.
Thank you.
Quick question on loans. I've heard a couple different opinions on this, so I just wanted to try to clear this up. I was assuming that after the 5 years, the 85% of the collateral would be returned in kind, not in, anything regarding the current value of the price at bankruptcy. Is that a fair assumption? I've heard a couple different opinions there, so I just wanted to try to clear that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really clear with treatment A how it's handled. I mean, obviously, it's going to be, for this to go through, it's like if you had 1 Bitcoin collateral, the petition date is irrelevant. It's all that matters is the 1 BTC regardless of price, and we would expect like 85% off of that 1 BTC.
Yep, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clear that up because I think there's been some confusion around that from what I've heard a few times. But yeah, no, that's what I would have presumed. Nothing else makes any sense whatsoever. So yeah, just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, appreciate these spaces. It's been good. This has been a long, long haul. One thing I did think too with the loans is with the truth in lending that we signed and things, it did feel like there potentially should have been more security around our collateral than maybe some other classes. But, we're all in this together, obviously. But I would like to hope that maybe we could come up with a way that we could be made 100% whole over time. So hopefully there's some avenues we can look down. But just wanted to say I appreciate these spaces. It's really awesome. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah. So yeah, there is if a bunch of stuff happens and everything works out, then there is a path to 100% whole. Because the way that they've constructed it is we get some of our crypto back, and the rest is an extremely high risk, high return fund, as it were. It's going to pay out regular dividends in Bitcoin. And so the way they've constructed the loan is essentially, again, need full details, but my understanding is they will take all of the staked ETH and ETH, or maybe just the staked ETH, and they'll somehow trying to swap that out for collateral in some kind of mechanism, and then they get to charge a management fee on the fund owning that ETH. So if for the next 5 years they just sit there staking ETH, it should generate a 5% return based upon calculations of what they anticipate ETH is going to generate denominated in ETH. And if the next 5 years performance of ETH is anything like the last 5 years, then I mean that was my most successful investment with Bitcoin. So I don't think it's going to happen again. But it's obviously a much riskier model than holding Bitcoin. So if ETH survives and the fund survives and the company survives, then they, in theory, should be able to pay back your 85% using a very small amount of that Bitcoin, presuming the price of ETH goes up. And then they would charge a fee based upon the US dollar net asset value of the portfolio. And then we would have a token called an MPS, which in theory aligns our interests, where we get a cut of the management fee that they would be charging, is the theory. So if everything works out in a freaky kind of way, then there is a path to becoming whole, but it's a massive if, and it's too much exposure to one high risk bet.
Sure, yeah, and I guess I was saying, with the 85% return on the collateral, I as far as I can tell, there's no stake in the company with that, right? It's just the 85%. So no matter what, if you only were in treatment A for a retail borrower, you'd be getting 85% of your collateral back after you paid your loan off, correct? I mean, you wouldn't have any stake in the company at that point, correct?
Yeah, I don't think you get equity. That you'd only get the equity if you went for point B, option B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is what I would like to see is a path, forward, whether it's maturity or interest or, some potential path forward where I could become 100% whole on treatment A.
Yeah, I don't
Because
think that
at the end of the day,
is.
I feel like our collateral should really be returned. I mean, there's a truth in lending document that we signed, and I'm no lawyer or anything, but that was my understanding on top of what I was doing at the time, was that this extra document kind of was almost another layer of safety. And again, I'm probably wrong, but I guess ultimately I feel like because of the low, I'm paying a higher interest. I mean, stuck with 5 years, I guess, can there also be a path included there to become 100% whole? Maybe the maturity, maybe it's a longer term, maybe it's a higher interest rate, but maybe there's some room there. And I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, this is a rock and a hard place that we're all in. I'm glad, where we're at today. It's definitely better than where we were before. So, we're all in this together, and I hope we come out with the best thing. But yeah, that was just, I wanted to clear up mostly just where that 85%, what that meant. And just to add the fact that I feel like that extra level of documentation maybe should give treatment A a little bit more love. But hey, glad everybody's here, and we'll keep on trucking. So thanks, everybody.
Cool. Yeah. Well, the loan ad hoc group is negotiating what they think is the best deal, and if they can't get those negotiations, there is other bidders that are willing and able. So hopefully you'll get a better result.
100%, Simon. We love Abra, and I think that they want the best deal for borrowers and just Celsius creditors in general. I think that the previous management has kind of destroyed the reputation for crypto companies based on the fraud and all the stuff it highlighted in the Examiner report. I obviously don't want to speak for like Bill Barnhart or the Abra team, but I think like they truly do have like kind of a genuine disgust with what has happened with creditors, and just the fact that it's also taken 8 months to get to this point, but we're here. I think they want the best result for creditors, whether that's a Nova Wolf deal or with Abra for loans. But they've been highly collaborative, and it's just been a transparent process with them.
Bill Barheit is old school, and he's
OG. He's OG.
Yeah.
He's got that.
He's a cypherpunk.
He's got that TED video in 2012 shilling for Bitcoin. That's OG in my book. But
and he's got the whole conspiracy theory going on, like he was a security guy for the CIA and all the Satoshi connection and stuff. So.
And not only that, but Satoshi connections as well too. We need to think about that.
Yeah, but perfect candidate for the central bank.
And hey, El Salvador. I posted it in the nest. I see that El Salvador. Wall Street might be unrelated, but Bloomberg in the Wall Street Journal. No, it's Bloomberg. How El Salvador Bitcoin-loving president won over Wall Street. Investors have warned against Salvadorian president Bukele. Central American nation's debt has returned 19% this year. So it says good timing, right? As Bitcoin borrowers may potentially become ETH maxis under duress for 5 years. The Global South and Bukele and El Salvador going full Bitcoin mode. Do you mind sharing your story of going down to El Salvador on behalf of Celsius creditors as we just we're all trying to figure out this process?
Yeah, I actually had President Bukele literally getting ready to change laws, reform their securities laws so that we could do a Bitcoin, a Bitcoin denominated like we've been working on the Bitcoin volcano bond with Bitfinex. And yeah, we had a fast track. We had to get it was awesome. It was all ready. We were discussing it. We were getting all ready. This is when I believed that Chapter 11 wasn't a scam. So this is when I thought that Chapter 11 was about doing something really innovative. Yeah, that's the story.
Excuse me. That's wild. What month was that in?
Oh God, when was that?
Would have been like August of last year.
If you look at my pinned tweet, when was that?
Give me 1 sec.
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, August 19th.
August 19th, yeah.
Did you stay in Bitcoin Beach?
I went. I've been to Bitcoin Beach a couple of times, but no, we were staying in El Salvador, and we had to. I mean, I know everyone's in a tough financial spot, so I don't like talking about things like this. But I wouldn't get a vaccine, and you have to go through America in order to get there. So we literally had to cancel our flight and get a jet the same day to El Salvador. Yeah, that's the. This is the type of shit we went through to try and get this whole thing solved.
Well, hopefully it wasn't in vain. I'd love to see a Nova Wolf, Terra Wolf, El Salvador Bukele collab on behalf of all this.
Yeah, well, hopefully, but our legal fees just for trying to get this far is just insane.
I have some breaking news. The Flare Network is doing their first airdrop on March 17th, according to an email I just received. So for everyone that is owed 10 Flare each, we're all going to be rich and recoup what we lost. So that is, of course, if they give us credit. If the estate gives us credit for the Flare, which they said they were going to.
Shout out to our Flare Drop Maxis on the call.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I have 8 Flare, I think.
Actually, Ronan, I think you're more into ETH proof of work, aren't you?
I am now. I'm going to need to start reading up. And the most important thing for Bitcoin borrowers under this new plan is we have to protect Vitalik. He is the figurehead for ETH. If anything were to happen to him, I think the ETH project would be in trouble. And one thing, I mean, they're putting all of the collateral, I believe, in, I want to say, staked ETH. And that's going to be like staking and earning yield. I understand that. And that's kind of part of the 5-year lockup. But my understanding, and I don't dabble that much into ETH, like ETH terminology, but my understanding with the staked ETH is that there's this boondoggle called the Shanghai upgrade, which happens in March of this year. And that actually allows some of this staked ETH to unstake. So, I mean, we're talking about the idea of, instead of 5 years, you can coincide either rebalancing ETH and Bitcoin collateral or allowing some type of withdrawal based off of these merge, splurge, Shanghai updates. But all just thoughts right now.
Yeah. Well, Ethereum are particularly famous. So when I invested in the ICO, and in the original pitch, they said they're going to be proof of work for 7 months. And Vitalik said because we created this Ethereum mining back security when it was under $1. And we had an Ethereum mining operation. And it was, what was I going to say? Mind blank. Within 7 months, it was meant to transition to proof of stake, and I don't think we've got there yet. How long has Ethereum been around now? 7 years?
Yeah, well, it depends on each time if they've rolled back the blockchain, but
you're in ETH Classic Maxi, the original
ETH Classic
Ethereum.
Maxi. Well, and some people on their proof of claim put ETH W, whatever the heck that is. But in terms of Bitcoin, Simon,
that's the Tron, Justin Sun, or whatever it is, stable, whatever. Forked. It's the proof of work Ethereum. So the original Ethereum they forked it. That's what that is.
Simon, what's your opinion on ordinals on Bitcoin, NFTs on Bitcoin? Is it a good idea? Are we clogging up the blockchain? What are we doing here?
I tell you what, I was on. I haven't had time to actually study it. But obviously, people I respect say it's back to 2012. I remember in 2012 when we were all excited about colored coins and putting Satoshi dice and gambling sites on the blockchain, and then everyone starts going nuts about clogging it. And then whenever you come up with another use case, you're like, okay, let's put the whole stock market on the Bitcoin blockchain. And whatever use case you come up with, you will clog up the chain. And so now, but I tell you what, I was in a space recently, and it was really refreshing and nice to. So I was on Mario Nafar's space, and he's obviously the whole NFT thing going on. And it was really amazing to just hear the excitement of the NFT community talking about, no, but imagine if we could put, NFTs on an actual immutable decentralized blockchain, and we don't have to be dependent upon SBF and FTX and Solana and things like that. And they all started pitching, the real benefits of Bitcoin versus everything else. And they were coming up with ideas around, imagine if we could put a message and prevent the next Tiananmen Square, and you get an immutable message that makes its way across China through an NFT embedded that no one can shut down. And it was quite refreshing because I do remember in my favorite time in Bitcoin was 2011 when it was just one mission, which was us versus the banks. And it was such an aligned mission. And then in 2012, we all started like coming up with all these different things. And Vitalik was just a journalist then at Bitcoin Magazine, coming up with all these ideas. And colored coins was quite exciting. But yeah, it looks like they found a hack to the system, and you can't stop the innovation happening. And I think it would be quite interesting to see if this is a merging of ideals, because all of this regulatory crackdown, and then if the ETH community and various other parts of the community actually start to see the value in real decentralization, and then, but I don't know. It just reminds me of what happens, and we end up in a block war debate, and yet to be seen.
No, I appreciate the response. I do got to hop off here. I do appreciate hosting the space, and hopefully no issues serving as the UCC unofficial Celsius Loans customer service. So if people got questions, especially as we figure out these plans and way ahead. So I appreciate the time and hope y'all have a good
Could
night.
I ask one quick question?
Thanks, Rain. And you got more plans to write.
Hello, could I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm an unaccredited investor in EARN. I have very little confidence in the new code. I would like to know if we could negotiate for the option to be settled in kind for a haircut above 50%, cut our losses and just leave.
I think a lot of people would like that option. I guess the issue comes that every additional layer we add dilutes what the people that stay in EARN will get. So you kind of create a run on the bank if you create these very attractive options, and then you have a lot of game theory. But yeah, I do believe there was a bullet point around those. There may be some kind of optionality there that we haven't quite seen yet, and I think it's a point well taken that those in EARN would like some kind of optionality outside of the convenience class is what I think you're looking for. Yeah. Whether you get 50% or not, that's another thing, because there's a lot of... Cam, has anyone actually tried to do any modeling on this? It's almost impossible to model at this stage, I think, isn't it? Because it's just there's too many options and you don't know what anyone's going to select and all these different things. Is Keith geeked out on it yet?
Yeah, I mean, you can ballpark it, but it's hard to get precise. I was looking at the coin report, and my estimates previously were that you could potentially hand out like 32.5%. But it really comes down to what you even see as being liquid and illiquid. When it comes to the staked Ethereum, for example, according to the coin report, there's about 360,000 ETH that Celsius apparently deployed themselves in the deposit contract. And then there's another 420,000 that's ST ETH, which is technically liquid, right? That's an ERC20 token that they could distribute to anybody today. But it seems like, based on the outline of the 20 slide deck presentation, the assumption that I have reading that is that they're treating both of those as assets they're going to hold on to. But from my perspective, I would love to have the ST ETH in lieu of the Ethereum I had on the app. Just give me that instead. I'd rather have STETH in my wallet than wait for them to return it to Lido or have them try to trade it in the open market for ETH. I mean, if they trade in the open market, there's so much STETH. Like Celsius has one of the biggest, it's probably one of the biggest counterparties with Lido, and at least from my understanding. So if they were to try to sell it all for trade it back to Ethereum, they would be taking huge losses because there's just not deep enough market to support that. But as a customer, I'm fine just taking the STETH. I'll wait until the upgrade, and then I could always trade it myself. Like, I have no problem with that. And we can do tutorials for people that don't know how to do that. So we can do those tutorials and make sure everybody's able to trade back. And we just incur the gas fees, but I don't care about gas fees. Like, I just want to get my crypto off of this hellish application and get it back into a safe place.
You want it all in the Provenance blockchain. That's where you want it.
Yeah, the Provenance blockchain. We're going to be like the biggest project for them. It's not really a great prospect. Although, I mean, there's a lot of great projects that have been built on Cosmos, like Terra Luna. I mean, the list really goes on.
Hey, DeFi Don, I just invited you up. Have you been doing any research on Provenance blockchain? I don't know if you want to speak. I'd love someone that if anyone's done any research on it. Maybe not. I've invited you to speak, DeFi, if you fancy it. Okay, how are we all doing anyway? Is this becoming kind of boring and repetitive, or should we invite some more people up?
I was just going to ask what the voting process would look like, when we could expect it to happen. Is everybody involved? Are you voting on multiple options, or is it just one plan? And then kind of what could be the outcome of if everyone votes, no against something?
Yeah, my understanding is we're only going to get one thing that we vote on, and if
can you hear me?
Yeah, I'll invite you up in a sec, DeFi. So cheers. Yeah, you'll only get one go. It will be done via. So when Voyager voted, it's like all done online, and you have like several options of assigning your votes to the litigation trust and various other things. But yeah, it's not like you vote and then suddenly they're going to pull out another plan. I think it's one shot is you get at this. So we've got to iterate before.
So if it were to get voted down, then it just goes to liquidation. Is that how that works?
I believe that's a likely outcome. Maybe there's a bunch of other things that could happen, but yeah, once this goes to vote, I mean, the process takes so long. This is going to take us through to the end of June, July. I don't think we could handle going through this whole thing again. If you look at Voyager, when they had to move from FTX to Binance, you're another half a year messing around. So at this point, they're selling the shit out of all of our Bitcoin and applying in the court to sell everything at that stage. So if it doesn't get through, the next plan that goes through and gets to voting has to be the plan. Otherwise, whatever form it is. Again, I've got zero experience. This is just my experience of Chapter 11 from this and asking a bunch of questions.
Yeah,
thanks
you. Thanks for the response. Appreciate the time.
Hey, DeFi, what can you tell us about the Provenance blockchain?
I don't know much, but yeah, I was just looking at it. It's on the Cosmos chain, and you can't really find that. I found the hash token actually on Osmosis. It's a protocol that's EVM compatible, so I'm guessing that's why they wanted it on there, so they could be EVM compatible as well. Yeah, there's really no volume to it at all. In a 24-hour period, there's only $14,000 traded on it today.
When you say what on the whole blockchain, or is there a token? What are we looking at?
So the hash token is their gas. Like Ethereum's the gas to the Ethereum chain. Hash token is this. What was it? I think there's 100 billion of them, finite amount. There's no inflation. Yeah. So, but there's only $14,000 traded on it. It's nobody's using it really.
And I haven't even looked. Has the token pumped since this announcement? Or
no?
Okay.
I don't think anybody knows about it, to be honest.
Yeah. Is it like one of those banky private blockchain? Like, oh shit, we got to have a project because we think it's going to be cheaper, faster, better type thing. One of those projects. Or
I really don't. I don't think so. I think they just built it on Cosmos because they want it to be secure. Because if you build on Ethereum, you're building on top of it. So with Cosmos, you get your own chain, so it's more secure. It's less likely to be exploited. So there's people putting like tokenized hedge funds essentially on there. They don't want to fucking get exploited, you know.
I wonder if it's got the whole on-chain KYC thing going on.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all going to be done by Figure through their app, and then.
That's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
The registration flow does steer you towards their app. I didn't follow through, but I got to the screen where it says download the app.
The app to Figure?
Yeah, whatever it's called. I'm not sure if it's branded under Figure or Provenance, but whatever one of those two, it makes you kind of download it.
Do they have a mobile app?
Yeah, it looks like it's mobile.
Huh. I might download that. I'm going to go look for it. Yeah, but that's all I really found for now.
Okay. But yeah, also I think it was maybe an accidental misrepresentation when they pitched this as, I mean, you can imagine the team telling the lawyers that are negotiating this deal that it's it's going to be liquid and it's going to be publicly traded, and it's easy if you don't know, if you're not really familiar with this type of stuff, it's easy to pull for that pitch that there's going to be a secondary market and stuff. But this is long-term shit. This is not going to be something that you're going to flip out of if you don't want it, I think.
Right, that is what it is. We read in the filings last night, actually, that the secondary market they're talking about is like a creditor will be able to swap with a creditor. Like if one doesn't want, if one wants tokens, they have to swap with another one that wants a security token. That's the secondary market.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were going to put together in our plan.
Okay.
But we've obviously got a price floor and it's centralized because we didn't need the security token part of it. But yeah, you can swap with other creditors.
It is good though, because I'm sure that is a lot of that will take place. But like when I hear secondary market, I think of like other people outside of us, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the key thing. They've got to come up with a really, a compelling vision for this fund, because it's a competitive market, the crypto hedge fund business.
It is. But how many do you know that are like securitized on a blockchain though?
Just Blockchain Capital. They're the only one. I invested in their seed round in 2017, and they're on they did it on ETH, and then they traded on the securitized protocol, but their net asset value is about $18, but they trade at about $3, and there's about similar volume, like 15,000 volume a day or something. So one person selling would kill the whole market.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So crazy.
Yeah. But that's why we've still got to get this past the SEC, and they've got the ETS, that's fine. They've got the broker dealer, so that's cool. But then we've got to get the offering, and but I did hear like the regulators are, because the regulators have been saying that they haven't heard anything from Celsius, but I heard that they have actually been and pitched this to the SEC, but they were kind of more focused on misrepresentations and Mashinsky and stuff like that, as opposed to the plan. But I did hear that. So apparently the regulators are making them out like they haven't been trying to get it approved, but I heard that they have.
Interesting. You think they're like the SEC like isn't liking it? You think?
Well, I mean, the SEC is very anti this type of thing because if you're representing it as liquid and no one can sell, then you need to be representing this for what it is, which is a long-term illiquid investment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Simon? Hello?
Yep. Hey.
Hey, sorry that I'm, interrupting, but I have 8% on my phone. And I have a question. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, DeFi.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for the AMA. I'm just wondering, because on the plan it said 70% we're gonna get back as an earn creditor, well, as an earn account, and we're gonna get a 30% haircut. I mean, is that even true?
That's the convenience cost. Do you have less than $5,000 in your account?
No, I have 185,000.
Yeah, then you're more likely to receive between 20 and 30% distribution, and then the rest of it will be in an equity token in a fund and a revenue share token, security token on the blockchain that we were just talking about. So it's almost like it shouldn't really be on a blockchain. It should just be what it is. Yeah, we're estimating at the moment between 20 and 30% distribution. And if you get the chance, watch the YouTube video that I created about 6 hours ago before this marathon.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be on a flight to Mexico tomorrow, so I will definitely download that video and watch it in the airplane.
Okay,
depends
cool.
how long it is. And
no, it's not the video is just 40 minutes. This one's been a marathon since then. It's on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, I just have personally a problem with these people that it's a startup and who's holding them accountable, At least I could point the finger at you, but I haven't heard anything about these other people. So
yeah, there's going to be there's going to be 7 board members on the new co. 2 of them will be appointed by TerraWolf. No, not TerraWolf. TerraWolf is the mining company. NovaWolf. 2 of them will be appointed by the UCC, and then another 3 will be appointed by the UCC and NovaWolf. So there's going to be 5 board members that, in theory, the UCC would need to either appoint or sign off on. That's a very, very important feature of this.
But I think the only thing I'm bullish about is, Simon, the same way you restructured Bitfinex and the token took off. So we have reference that that token like this could actually, skyrocket. So that's the only hope I have. Besides that, it's just, I personally think these people are crooks.
To be clear, that's not going to happen under this structure. Just want to really, it's hopium if you think it is, because we had in the Bitfinex model, we had a buyer of last resort that wanted the equity, and the debt token was convertible to equity. And so, our buyer of last resort had invested 10 million in the Ethereum ICO and never sold it. So there was a serious buyer that wanted a serious position in Bitfinex. So if you don't set that type of thing up, especially if you're launching this on the Provenance blockchain, in a TradFi type of platform, whereas Bitfinex was real Bitcoin OG type of platform in 2016 when that happened. I did create a video. Sorry to pimp to these videos, but on the security token secrets, I think it was something like that, where I went through what made it work, and I was hoping that they were going to introduce some of that to this, but they haven't. I think they just think that you create a token and it works. because it's TradFi people, so the TradFi structure should be decent, but I don't they're distressed structurers, so they're going to be smart at what they do. Doesn't mean it represents us. It means they might be smart for themselves and us. But yeah, there's lots to look out for. But yeah, that's why the most important thing is to ensure that we get as much of the upfront as possible, because we do have to make this plan as good as it can be, and we need to make sure that we're introducing the competitive tension as well.
Wow. Well, that's impressively bad. Okay. And another question, Voyager, how do you think it's going to affect the haircut with these prices that we have currently? Percentage-wise, I know you don't know the exact number, but
do you know what? I can't even at this time. My brain's not working. I can't. So it was like the 20-day VWAP, wasn't it?
I know you're like normally you're full of energy. Did you have your coffee?
Yeah, no, it's really late here. Maybe it's a sign for me to. Yeah.
Give me a hip shot, Simon. Come on.
Before you sign off, Simon, I just got news from one of my cybersecurity associates that Binance is going under. It's going to drive the price of Bitcoin down.
Get out of here, dude.
Just heard it.
Hey,
no,
Simon.
Man.
There's a little bit of FUD on Binance, but yeah.
This came from the high-level consultant to cybersecurity. So maybe you guys could tell us what's going on. If you see something.
The model, yeah. What you need to be concerned about in obviously the BUSD thing, but you just need to be concerned if it's a similar model as FTX, where they're and Celsius, where they're if the token can withhold a 90% crash and they're not insolvent, then that's the important thing to look out for.
Hey, Simon, Michael down there, and he knows, he looked into it deeper than me. If you want to bring him up, he'll be able to tell you a lot more.
Okay, let me see if I can find Michael. Michael, have you put your hand up?
Crypto Miami.
Crypto Miami.
Just request Michael.
Okay. Michael? If you're speaking, I can't hear you. I might have a glitch, but
hey everybody, how you doing?
Here we go.
Yeah, so we started
hey, Michael.
Hey, Simon. So we started doing a deep dive on the Provenance blockchain a couple days ago when it was announced. So basically, Provenance blockchain, it was started up by some Bitcoin maxis that were part of the fundraising, like Dan Tapiero, Mark Yusko. And it's really it's a Cosmos SD.
It's a Mark Yusko project.
Yeah.
That's promising.
Yeah, but it's a Cosmos. Yeah, and like I said, Figure is just a fintech dApp that uses the Provenance blockchain at the back end. Okay. So they're using the Provenance blockchain, which seems to be a kind of like a fintech kind of smaller bank back end that's basically wrapping security loans and security assets on this sort of Cosmos SDK spin-up blockchain. When you go on the blockchain, you can see, first of all, it uses Tendermint, so it looks familiar. And it uses a gas token called hash. But you can see, like, if you're crypto minded, where it becomes the back end of a bank. So what happens is the banks use on this blockchain, instead of they call the smart contracts, I think they're called markers. And these marker contracts, smart contracts, basically bundle up bundle up assets, any kind of asset. So in other words, you make a smart contract that would say, let's say, JP Morgan home loans. And in that smart contract, you could have like 100 NFTs that represent those loans, right? So
Sounds like a mortgage-backed security.
Exactly. So how does this value a bank? The bank would then basically, currently a bank would have, let's say, 500,000 loans bundled under what they call like a mortgage tape with a cap table, but they can't actually go in and look at all the data. Like only an auditor can go in and look at all the loans and the origination data. So now it's all on chain for the bank to go into a smart contract, look at hundreds of thousands of loans and say, here's a loan token, here's this mortgage-backed security or this loan group, asset that I can now buy on chain. That's kind of what it's set up for. So it could do anything, retail loans, they do home equity lines of credit. It doesn't matter what the asset is. You basically can tokenize the security on this sort of blockchain. And they have a bunch of validators, and Morgan Creek is one of the validators. When you look at this as like a non-crypto person, you're like, okay, fine. It's kind of like the back end of banking. And basically any fintech or bank can build a dApp on top of it and utilize the information in the blockchain. So one of the things, though, that's weird is this is the future of crypto, kind of. Like when you look at it, the wallet, it's not like a Cosmos wallet. Well, it is a Cosmos wallet, right? But what happens is the currency that they use, the dollarized currency, the stable coin is called USDF. This USDF currency is only like to make your crypto wallet work, you actually have to be fully KYC'd. They have this thing called a passport where you have you have an online identity where you're fully KYC'd with the bank. It's really hard to figure out because I'm not KYC'd with them, but you get this USDF stable coin that's backed one-to-one with fiat. So they back the USDF stable coin with bank reserved confirmed fiat. And then they issue you this stable coin to you. I think they issue you the stable coin to work on the blockchain through this fully integrated passport KYC kind of identity thing. All right. Very much like banking. Okay. What else is interesting?
Okay. So now you know how the SEC approved this.
Exactly. So this is what they're going for. And what Figure did, like the best I can tell about Figure, and I mean, everyone's doing the kind of the deep digging in Figure. And like the broad brush is Figure is just SoFi. It's just a fintech, right? It's just a fintech. They're offering loans. We know that they've had they were talking about restructuring last month. I mean, they were a SPAC. So obviously there's debt issues. I think they've repaid the debt. And then and they had an article in CoinDesk last month saying that, they kind of cut a funding series because they're facing financial headwinds. They talked maybe about restructuring. This is nothing new. Everyone can look. I'm not fudding, by the way. You can look at this. It's in CoinDesk last week, and that's all fine. But if you go on the website, they built a dApp. And so it just looks like a normal HELOC kind of mortgage loan kind of thing. But what they did was they built a dApp, it seems, on top of Provenance blockchain. And if you go to the dApp page, and Simon, I'll send you the link, you can go to the dApp that they built on top of Provenance blockchain, and Figure is offering securities within their dApp world. They're offering securities on top of the Provenance blockchain. So in their website, the Figure website, it says, we've got our private security marketplace that uses Provenance blockchain. They've got 8 tokens. And by the way, we were talking, I remember we started looking into Securitize and INX during the last UCC meeting. Obviously, they're securitized tokens, nothing to the value of Celsius. But right, those tokens are on your EVM compatible mask, you hold your token kind of thing, right? And the marketplace is is accredited investor, but retail accredited investor. Here, what you're looking at is a marketplace, and it says there's 8 security tokens. 2 of them are crypto hedge funds, which I've never heard of. One is called Chainlink Luna Crypto Hedge Fund. I think it's only got like 8 million AUM. And then it says 800 investors. So in this marketplace, there are 800 investors, okay? And so what you have to think of is the change of mindset. Then I realized that when they keep showing us a slide deck, they're not using the word accredited investors. God, what is the word, Don, that they're using? That the market is not accredited retail investors. The marketplace on this blockchain is other small banks. It's like hedge funds. It's like Mark Yusko, right? It's like Nova Wolf.
Oh, is it professional investors?
Exactly.
That's like a higher level
This
of
is what I mean.
accredited. You have to
Dude, what is
5 million of assets.
Yeah, dude. No. What is what is the word they keep using on all the slide decks? Not accredited investor, but
I think it is professional investors.
Professional is the level up from accredited.
Is it sophisticated?
That's the word. Thank you, dude. When they're talking about sophisticated investors, they're not talking about retail accredited people with a Morgan Stanley account. They're talking about Mark Yusko, Dan. They're talking about hedge funds. That's who's on this blockchain, and that's the marketplace. Like, this is not retail wealthy people with an EVM compatible, like going on T0 and buying a token. The marketplace is the hedge funds, small hedge funds, like, who are buying distressed assets. So to me, it's like, I'm like, oh, now I keep saying, where's the liquidity? What is this marketplace? And I realize that, like, to me, this is just my theory, like, we're a distressed asset sale, will be tokenized, and who's going to buy us? Well, it's what Thomas Brazil put out in his tweets today. How do you get it? Tom Brazil laid it out in a tweet thread today where he said, how do you get exposure to ETH long at 1/3 the price? Buy Celsius claims. So it's that kind of an idea where you're going to have that kind of a mentality, hedge fund looking for ETH long, buy token.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, of course. If you can buy the claim for 18 cents and you get a 30-cent distribution.
But understood. But like to me, it's like, this is not retail. These are hedge funds looking to take positions, right? That don't want to buy ETH, but they want to just take a position, kind of idea. But that have And by the way, like the tokens in there all have a $250,000 minimum, on this little marketplace. I'll send you the link to it where you can look at it. But then I realized, like, that's who the customer is. You know what I mean?
So the minimum trade size is 250,000.
Like, for the tokens that I saw on there, and by the way, there's like 8 tokens. 2 of them are crypto hedge funds. One was 100K and it was just a VC fund. It's not much, and I don't see, like, you see a lot. There's billions of dollars wrapped up on Provenance blockchain, but the DApp, that is Figure's security token model on Provenance blockchain, is a small little marketplace, and I can't really quite figure out much more than that. But we need to ask them in the due diligence part, right? Like what have they sold? What is the vibrancy of the marketplace, right? Who's there? Is there a buyer of last resort? All those questions, because I can't really tell looking at it. But I'll send you the link.
Yeah,
Wow,
but if that's the case,
of intelligence. Well done.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, Simon, if that's the case, you're the best one to raise ears on this issue, because that's not a good market for us to receive tokens from.
You got to think this is what I'm trying to frame it. This is a long-term play based upon net asset value. The market is not the market. Whatever you end up with in the fund is, just think of it like a private equity long-term play. We're in a journey together for years.
Right, and that's what, again, like, when we were thinking it was a T0, right? A T0 securitized model. It's like, okay, it's a low liquidity marketplace, but it's still kind of retail oriented, retail accredited investor, but kind of retail oriented. This is a totally different marketplace. And so I think, Simon, you're the one to kind of bring it home. Like if we have 100,000 or 200,000 people looking to sell this token in this marketplace, I like everyone needs to kind of rethink this a bit, because the marketplace itself is hedge funds, So I think the best I can tell.
Can I just break in a second?
Yeah, go for it. Let me just add one thing. But as a public reporting company, they should be able to onboard retail into this market. So maybe they're, if the way that this is structured is they'll use the bankruptcy code exemption in order to issue to non-accredited investors, And then if you maintain the public reporting company standards, then you are able to sell to other retail investors. So I think the key thing here is this is 100% a beta.
Yeah, and by the way, like they do have a module. The Provenance blockchain has built in for the banks a fully KYC passport where you can go in and get accredited and do your accreditation in their module. Like, right, it's an API thing, so that part won't be hard, right? It's just we need the details on the market.
Okay, yeah. So all I would say, and then we'll go to the next point, is you have to think about this as a non-liquid long-term investment, and so we have to really push for the best we can get in the upfront distribution.
Okay, can I break in?
Go for it.
Thanks. Thanks, Cam and Plan C and Simon. And I wanted to get just mention this, Simon, before you go to bed, because it's late here. I was on the other Epic AMA with Plan C's Epic the other night, and I had a little rant about retail clawbacks. And because I'm not feeling too positive about what's going on at the moment with just getting a 30%, and then if I get a retail clawback, then that just leaves me sort of destroyed financially. I've emailed White and Case direct, and before I've emailed them before and not had a reply. So when I emailed this time, I sort of said, it'd be great to get the courtesy of a reply. So I got a reply, not much. All I got from Greg Petch was to say, we'll have a look at what you've said. But at least I got a reply. But I think it's important for people who are in a similar position to myself, who've got a lot of money on the platform, looking ahead to maybe a severe haircut, and then if they retail clawback, I'm not going to have anything left. In fact, I'm going to end up owing them money. So I think it's important for people who are in a similar position to myself to make sure that you make as many representations as you can to White and Case, to the UCC. I know the UCC listening on the AMAs, but they don't seem to reply direct to emails, because I've tried to email them, no replies. But I think still that I can't afford to employ a lawyer direct, but I think we've got to put as much pressure as we can on them to adopt what I think a sensible moral strategies, and retail clawback is just immoral to me. So I just wanted to mention that, Simon. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, I'm anti retail clawback. The clawbacks are in the plan, and it said to be determined the amount, the threshold. My best estimate is I think they're going to put 100,000 in there. And then I think Plan C and his group are going to raise finance and take it to litigation. Are you still there, Plan C?
He's fallen asleep.
He's gone.
Is with the TBD to be determined? I mean, I took out over 100,000, but it was in 4 or 5 separate transactions. So none of those transactions the aggregate is over 100,000, and I did that so I can pay my taxes. So you do your best to try and be honest, and you get another kick. But yeah, so I hear what you're saying. 100,000, I don't think that's going to help me, because I'm going to be over that number. But I do think that we should apply as much pressure as we can to try and stop this retail clawbacks, or make it as less painful as possible.
Yeah, completely agreed. The battle is coming. It's getting closer and closer to this becoming an issue, and they did say on the town hall that they would put the to be determined in before they solicit a plan. So it will be in the disclosure statement, and then that's a battle to follow.
Yeah, and with the potential of cram downs and what they're doing with the convenience class, when it gets to a vote, I don't know how that's going to go, really.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. Yeah. Is there like, should we close this one off? It's gone on for a long time now. Anyone got anything burning before we close off?
Quick question, Simon, before you head off. Maybe we can end this on a positive note. So, first question I had, real quick one, is that, I'm kind of new to this all equity investing stuff and early stage investing. One positive thing I think is that this type of offering is only available to accredited investors, and the only reason we are getting offered this is through the bankruptcy law. Is that true, or is that not true?
So there's two types of companies. You have a private company and a public company. A private company we put laws out there. We lobbied for 5 years to implement the Jobs Act, which allows private equity companies to do a full disclosure statement, and then you can sell it to retail investors. So, there is ways of doing it, but typically private equity and hedge funds and normally reserved for accredited investors, high net worth investors, and each country has a different definition. However, there are, if you go public on a stock market, then you're available to retail investors. But I'm a private equity investor, and I have a 7 to 10 year time frame on my investments, and the reason that they tend not to make it available to retail is because most of them don't really. They're not in a 7 to 10 year time frame. But yeah, so there are ways of investing in these types of financial products, but they are few and far between. We did a lot in that with equity crowdfunding regulations that we've been working on and doing. So yeah, if you want to get involved in this type of product, then probably you wouldn't have been here unless this happened. Whether that's a good thing or not depends upon the outcome, really. And the key concern I have is the level of diversification that people are getting here.
Yeah, understood. And the last thing here is, if you could just end on maybe giving us kind of a compelling vision that how this could potentially turn out. I know we're always kind of talking negatively how this can turn out, and I kind of generally do feel that way, but there could be a Cinderella kind of unicorn story out of this, and it's obviously, I'm not trying to keep my hopes up, but just something to kind of think about a potential scenario. Thank you.
Sure. So if you can get yourself as much of your Bitcoin and ETH back as possible, and then the rest of it, you can just think of an extremely speculative, high risk, high return investment that you don't want to sell for quite some time. Then I've done very well out of private equity. I've invested in approximately 100 companies. 8 of those became unicorns. My most successful one was Kraken, that did a 200x return. Coinbase, Bitso. I did 158x on Exodus by investing in the early stage round. Robinhood. What else was the really good ones? We also did incredibly. Two of the most successful investments on Bank to the Future was the Bitcoin mining backed security. It was when Bitcoin was under $250, and the timing was just perfect, and we were paying out thousands of Bitcoins every day through a daily dividend. If the timing and the stars and the moons all line up with this mining operation, it can be restructured very successfully. And it looks like one of the investors in Nova Wolf is TerraWolf, who seem to have competency in mining. And so if they can turn that around, then they're going to be paying out quarterly dividends, they said. And we are going into a historical cycle where maybe for the rest of this year, depending on what comes next, we have we have a sideways or bearish market. We don't know what's further to come. If the timing of everything all lines up really nicely, we could end up buying back a chunk of the crypto at a significantly lower price, which would help those in the convenience class. Ethereum switching to Shanghai could all work out very nicely. There's a new monetary policy in Ethereum as a result of the changes that they've made. Maybe Ethereum performs similar to how it has done in the past. There's a whole load of stuff there, and if the fund managers, maybe if we can get really good governance and board on there, get the right combination between TradFi and crypto people, then yeah, the security token market eventually could become very liquid. It looks like there's a massive regulatory crackdown. We're at the beginning of a new trend where actually staking as a service becomes a security. Many of these tokens become securities, and where all of these different the structures, the regulatory compliance structure becomes a future model. So yeah, if we want to look at what's possible, all these things are possible. So we shouldn't just. But I think we're working through an exercise of sounding very negative, so that we can really get the best when we understand these issues. And I think the approach that Michael, when he was coming up and helping us just understand, he was just saying, look, this is what it is. I signed up to these platforms. This is how they work. This is what I've discovered. So I think you're right. There is a positive outcome if this all works. It's just that big if. And maybe as a community, we can make the most out of this situation. I mean, Bitfinex was an amazing investment when it worked. It was the lowest you could buy the token at was 30 cents. And then on the Bank to the Future secondary market, it went up to $16. And Bitfinex became like significantly more profitable. And it also, the hacked funds were found by the DOJ, which might be another 6 billion that comes back to those that had the token. What else? They made hundreds of millions and paid out hundreds of millions in dividends. But yeah, so there's a very, very bullish picture of what can happen. It's just really important when you're selling securities or when you're describing securities that I'm just so used to disclosures that we always have to point to all the things that can go wrong, and then people, because normally people are allocating their capital based upon understanding what can go wrong, but obviously they're investing in things that they hope will work out and diversifying accordingly. So hopefully this has been a very educational experience for everybody as well. I know I've learned a lot.
100%. Thank you. Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much.
Okay, awesome.
Hey guys. Hey Simon, I'm back.
Hello.
Yeah, so I asked you at the very beginning the first question. Now I'm here for, I guess, one of the last ones. So pretty much what you were just saying a few minutes ago, you were saying about how if there is retail clawbacks, and it looks like there might be, according to what the plan said, you think it's 100K? You don't think it could be anything less than that?
Yeah, I've got nothing to base that on. I've just literally pulled that out of my.
Okay, I guess it's just speculation.
My arse, really. But I can't imagine why you'd. Well, actually, there is a scenario where you would go less, I think,
which is if there's money on the platform and you can net it off with those that withdrew money, then you can collect on that really easily.
That's what I'm saying. Like, let's say you have
Yeah.
20K on the platform and you took out 50K, like in the 90 days prior. So they'll obviously, if let's say the threshold is 100,000, they'll still go after your 50K because they can offset it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a scenario where you just go for the lowest number possible, knowing that you're not going to really chase anyone, but you're going to offset all the people that are on the platform.
Okay, I see. Okay. And one more.
But also, it's deeply intertwined with the game theory. They did set up this game so that people vote for the plan because they want to alleviate their clawback exposure. And remember also, just because they get the clawbacks, it doesn't actually. There's some very strong defenses. It's not like a slam dunk. There's a reason why traditional financial institutions have all these safe harbors, and because they don't want to create the contagion in the market. And then what happens when FTX, Voyager, Celsius, Gemini, Genesis, and all have clawbacks on each other?
Yeah, then it gets real messy.
And then you've got maybe they're all custodying a solvent company, and there's reasons why they exist in finance.
So I'll give you an example of like my story. So I'm an unaccredited investor, right? And pretty much when Celsius was creating the custody accounts, they kind of enticed you to come in. They said if you don't put in any funds by this date, then you're not able to collect interest anymore, you know? So what I did was I put a bunch of crypto in there, and then about maybe not even a few days later, took it out because I said, you know what, I'm not going to keep all my eggs in one basket. Well, I was right, but now we're looking at something about clawbacks. So, that's kind of what I'm looking at. However, yeah. Anyways, what were you going to say, Simon? Sorry.
Yeah, that was it. I think you just need to, if you can, manage your finances whereby you're prepared for something. But I still think we've, just because if they get it in the plan, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And so there's still a big fight to go through here. And Plan C is putting together and laying all the frameworks to fight that battle. And there's a lot of people that are exposed to that will probably be willing to pay to win that battle.
Okay. All right. And last question.
I think it's just everyone wants certainty, right? It's kind of like we're sat here waiting for a plan for 8 months. I think the tension of this clawbacks for people, I think, is unbearable for some people. I can feel
Yeah.
it. I'm not exposed myself, but
yeah.
It's just one of those things. It's a big source of financial anxiety.
Just want an answer. Just at the end of the day, just want an answer, just like most people. But yeah, that leads me to my next question. I got some pure custody coming out, and they said that it's coming out within the coming days. Why do they always do this and not just hit us with a specific date? Just like with this clawback thing, it's saying TBD. Why is everything TBD? Why can't they just tell us?
Yes, the disaligned incentives of Chapter 11, unfortunately. That there are certain actors where Chapter 11 is the biggest gift that can ever happen. There's a reason why as soon as a company goes in Chapter 11, there's 15 of the top law firms all scrambling to put together pitch decks all night, because Chapter 11 is the process of doing what Alex Majinsky and SBF did, but legally. You get to spend client money, and the longer you can spend client money, the more you can hit your targets and become that law firm that all the other Chapter 11s come to. That's just the reality of the situation.
That's a bit.
And I think, yeah,
business though, scam business, but yeah. Yeah, no, I get it though. Anyways,
yeah.
Simon, thanks for all you're doing though. I do appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of others do as well. And shout out Cam Cruz. He's the man.
Alrighty.
And
Yeah,
I got to bail out, but appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Okay, cheers. Right, guys, I'm going to close it out. I don't even think this is a length where I can upload it to YouTube at this stage. So I think, yes, I'm glad I kept it. I'm glad I kept it alive while I had to go off. Normally I only do up to a maximum of 2 hours, but I think this was just a critical week. And I think, everyone on the stage here has been instrumental in giving people the information that at least just gives them a path to understand. And I know there's a lot of hearsay and speculation, sometimes a lot of negativity, other times too much positivity. But at the end of the day, now is the critical time. We made this so long. I'm sure a lot of the right people that have influence in this process are listening. I can see the co-chairs, some of the UCC members. I'm sure we had people from Nova Wolf in their alt accounts trying to figure out how they can make the plans better. I'm sure we had people from all these different areas. And I think it was a massive victory, the fact that we got this plan. And I think it was a result of these spaces where all of these different actors that have influence, the UCC, the US trustee, the leaders of the ad hoc groups, they all came together and said, you're not getting an extension, publish a plan. And then the judge said, all right, I'll give you this bridge extension because we need you released a plan at like midnight before the court hearing. That was a victory. That was because I believe that was as a direct result of the pressure that we applied. I think the co-chairs of the UCC, Thomas and Scott, reacted. They showed leadership, and I think they made it happen. And I think everything that we do from here. So all of our research, I think this is going to be one of the most crowdsourced diligence process. And I'm hoping that we will hear from Nova Wolf, because we can speculate all we want, but we need to hear from the people that are actually doing this shit. Celsius, Nova Wolf, Figure, Provenance Blockchain. I remain completely open-minded. I've got my deep concerns. I'm really glad that we have progressed to the point where we have a framework. I think there's a bunch of stuff that we all need to do in order to get the plan and squeeze every bit of goodness we can get out of the plan. And we also have alternatives if it isn't going in the direction as well. So we'll keep applying that pressure. I'll be here this time next week. Have a great weekend. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Thanks, everybody.